mic test. I forgot how the song goes. It's performance anxiety. Hang on, hang on. So how's everyone doing? Glad to see the mic wasn't muted for that. Nice, nice. So that's what I meant when I said that I preferred the Lost Girl theme on piano rather than the in-game version. I think it comes into its own on an acoustic instrument. So I'm glad that I got into playing it for this video, because I was kind of overlooking it. Oh, that's why it feels so weird, is that there's no music on. That's why. I'll activate the music. Undertale is on sale on Steam? Sweet, I've always wanted to play Undertale, man. Wait, there's like... Why are there like hearts bubbling up from the bottom of my stream chat? Why is it doing that? Who's generating the hearts? They've stopped. There's more. I don't get it. They keep happening. Is it like emojis get converted into that? I don't know what's causing it, but sure, okay, I'll take it, whatever. Yeah, we're responding to more comments today. That's the goal of the stream. We love comments here at the Andrew Cunningham live stream experience. And the video is currently up to about 2,000 comments, which is a few, but we're not going to get through all 2,000, obviously. We get through however many it takes in, you know, 7 or 8 hours like last time, and then that's about it. But before I forgot, I realized that I should probably this time get to one, the paid comments, like the super thanks or whatever the fuck the YouTube is calling them. You can pay to make a YouTube comment these days. And also the comments on the Patreon version of the video, like the previous upload that was only available to patrons. So I'm going to go through those first because there's not too many. Let's have a look-see. Here we go. So these ones are just the comments on the Patreon video. So I'll start from the bottom here. It was great to see the turnout on the last stream, by the way. That was like by far my most, you know, as far as metrics go, my most successful stream ever, so I'm glad so many people want to listen to me ramble on about comments, I guess. That's cool. How am I so gentle? Is that gonna be the new Joel gets meaner every day? I'm alright with that. Oh, Toby's like begging me to shout out Ram. Yeah, Ram exists. We have actually maybe I'll play JD's PB run or something as an intermission after I'm finished with this first round here. JD has been pioneering the Ram speedrunning scene. He has the world first sub 9-minute time on the demo. Look, already $2 from Chloe C. You were donating last stream as well. Thank you so much. That's very nice. I can't donate a whole lot today, but howdy, Chloe. It's nice. You don't have to keep donating. Like I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. Like don't feel obligated. Because I remember that you made quite a few donations last stream. Oh, it was sub 10, not sub 9. You're right. It was 9 minutes, which is a sub 10. Show the Ram footage in the top right like a Subway Surfer vid. Okay, that's actually not a bad idea. Hang on. Wait, that's for the Zoomers. I need to get JD's video first, though. Hang on. That's a funny idea. I'm not totally... This is going to be like a Joel fucks with OBS for 10 minutes kind of bit, but let's see if I can do it. Okay, it's going to open in fucking Firefox, of course, because that's the default browser. Then I want to have this running in the background, but like just the video part. Wait, can I get like a second display capture maybe? Hope this doesn't like crash the stream somehow. A second display capture. Or a window capture is what I want. Yes, the Firefox window. Correct, OBS. Oops, except I don't want it over top of the overlay. That's bad. I want this one, oh, it's over there, okay. And like shrunk down. And up here. Okay, that's not right. Has to be over top. That's pretty good. All the stream viewership is just leaving now. That's fine, it's okay. Just gotta get it perfect. Boom, Subway Surfers. Alright. There's JD's PB run up in the top there. Did I pause the video? Why'd the video pause? Oh no, it's back, it's back, it's back. Oh, if I minimize the window, it goes away, but I think that's fine. Okay, I'm done fucking around. I'm done fucking around. Okay. I'm just gonna start reading these comments while that goes on. I hope I didn't miss any donations while I was doing that. Because I was looking away. Chat loves Joel's 20-minute long OBS bits, exactly. I'll make it a bit bigger. Wait, I need to have window focus for this to play? Is that really how it works? This isn't fucking working, is it? Or do I just need to have, like... Whatever, this works. It seems to work for now. Okay. $5 from Nofumar to say, do you feel bad that the name of your game is going to divert web traffic from legitimate RAM downloading services? On the contrary, I'd rather, you know, take all the that sweet RAM downloading traffic myself. It's like SEO hacking, you know? Thank you, Nofumar. And 50 max dollars, MX dollars. It's like some sort of future currency from Armando Bustamante. I spent 80% of the video trying so hard to notice the Gaster motif, and I never did. Really? I guess it's not always like immediately obvious where the motif is, but I tried to visualize it in as many different ways as possible to kind of help with that, in case you just couldn't naturally hear it. I think Outsin said the same thing. He had trouble actually hearing the motif, but the peripheral, like, breaking it down into intervals and stuff is sort of a help with that, I guess. Why does this fucking video keep pausing? I swear to God. I'm going to go... I'm like ballistic. I'm going to ram out if this video keeps pausing itself. Okay. And then 500 Argentinian bucks from Mel. Really? Oh, holy shit, Mel. Thank you. That's quite a lot of Argentina bucks. I don't get to say it a lot, but I really appreciate you and your content. Been having a lot of fun with the RAM demo. Good luck to you and Toby. Oh, thanks, Mel. That's really nice. Yeah, and I'm glad you finally got to play the RAM demo, because it wasn't working on your PC for like forever, because we had that like shader error. But yeah, thanks, Mel. That's really nice. Okay, actually comments now. Actually comments time. Stop ramming. Okay, first Patreon comment. Yes, let's go. I love this channel. New uploads are always a special occasion. Well, thank you. And good video, says Roy. That's very eloquent commentary as always. The man who spits in bars. I think you're actually thinking of WDG from Elektrontrocken. Not so much myself. Or normal Gaster, but yeah, that guy. Him stands for Hollin' and Money. I'm the master of the sound, you disaster on the ground. Something too hot from these tracks. I'm spittin', they fire, ow. Shoutouts to WDG. JD says, oh yeah, I'm a real ramhead. Which I think is the exact same comment he left on the main video. Very cool. So many based references in this. You've truly outdone yourself. Something of a theme. Theme, you know, like Gaster's theme. You know, like what I'm saying is it's like Gaster's theme. He's like a motif. Well, thank you, dude. Okay, here's Yure. I now have 300 more arguments for Des being the knight. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Great. That's cool, I guess. That wasn't necessarily the goal of the video. I'm not sure when I even mentioned Des, except in that Noel segment, but whatever works for you, buddy. I'm glad to be of service. Des nuts is the knife, yes. You don't remember the video being that long? It was 50 minutes, it was my longest yet. Oh, I missed a comment on the ethics of sumo wrestling. I think I edit these out subconsciously. Sumo wrestling is ethically good as it brings great amounts of joy to the world. Oh, it sure does. It sure does, just like twitter.com. Yeah. It's obvious that the knight is a clown. As an aspiring composer, I thank you for all this. This video is seriously invaluable. I was surprised to hear this actually, but that's actually very cool to know. Because I felt like all the useful information I was just stealing from like 8-bit music theory and stuff, but and the insight is pretty basic here. It's like pretty composition 101 stuff, but I guess the thing with 101 courses is that they're still university level, so not all of it's intuitive. And I wish I could have gone on more about, like, you know, melodic chord tones versus embellishments and stuff, because that's all pretty cool, but it was just a bit out of scope. People are enjoying the Subway Surfers gameplay. Excellent. I think this is the patch with the new Flamebot sprite, although I can't really tell from the tiny OBS thumbnail. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Chat says that my wit keeps people paying attention long enough to learn the thing. Wow, if I'm so eloquent that I don't even need the Subway Surfers to get people to watch the video, or Hatsune Miku, I guess that's a pretty big strength of mine. I know there was a recent video about, like, the formal definition of computability that just had Hatsune Miku on it, so Mel watched it. I should try that sometime. Yes, that's right, Toby. We're trying to have, like, a public RAM demo out by the end of the summer. This is currently a closed beta testing, or alpha, pre-alpha testing demo. In-dev testing, I don't know. Is there an actual answer to the question at 8:19? I know it's not Checker Dance, but is there a song that actually does start on that note? Yeah, I addressed this a lot last stream. There are a few options that are right. It's not the legend. People think it's the legend because the note sounds like the same kind of chip synth as playing it, because it's like a sine wave. It's a semitone off from the legend. But I think the World Revolving and Welcome to the City and Susie's theme all start on A flat. But I didn't even really think about it before making the video. Yeah. Seriously, I had no idea you were this music theory pilled. I am, yeah. I took a combined degree and half of it was music theory, so that would do it. Playing piano for 10 years also helps, I guess. I'm gonna trick Mel into watching my next video by having Hatsune Miku, that's the trick. I've been having real problems with specifically Mel not watching my video. That's not true. Chat says, I'm so glad this channel puts out content that is both narrative and music focused. I wouldn't say I put out content. I mean, I've put out one video about that, but yeah, I appreciate it regardless. It's a bit weird to say that it's like my niche or anything quite yet. You just joined? Is that gameplay? That's RAM gameplay. It's just up there. You know, that's JD's world record speedrun. Ooh, nice aerated fuel tanks usage there. Damn. Amazing video as always. Can't wait to see this theme elaborated on even further in future chapters, and I know people would lose their shit if the original song is ever directly in Deltarune. They probably would, yeah. I kind of doubt it's going to be one-to-one like mus_st_hymn in the soundtrack. It seems like another hymn is sort of the new version of that, or at very least if we get Gaster's original theme again, it's going to be a smaller component of like a full song. But it would be pretty trippy to actually hear that same file play. God, I thought this was Mossbag for a second, but it's just like a generic Greek bust. If you're watching Mossbag, I would appreciate a comment. It would be great for my, you know, clout chasing. I'm always chasing the clout. What the fuck is this animation, by the way, JD? What is this? Looks crazy. How did you do that? Like, that's not part of the game. JD just made that. Well, that was cool. Okay, Not Mossbag says, sumo wrestling is a Japanese fighting sport, and as such I do not have much personal experience with the culture and ethics surrounding it. The sport itself is ethically neutral, just as football or tennis is. However, it could be argued that that the sport's essential requirement of extremely high body fat is ethically questionable. There's also a few ethical dilemmas around the culture of the sport, such as gambling or certain sumo wrestling practices. They used to have big Yakuza problems, but I think that's less so these days. It's, you know, no one really knows for sure, I guess. Yeah, there's some crazy stories of like big Yakuza sumo wrestling parties with the drugs and hookers and just a bunch of massive dudes in thongs lumbering around. It must have been like a crazy time, honestly. This is the ChatGPT essay. Maybe this is the ChatGPT essay. Yeah, there was problems with ChatGPT Sumo, but usually those are way longer. Like if you're gonna get ChatGPT to write an essay, usually they were like 5 paragraphs long. Yeah, could be ChatGPT, but maybe not. In conclusion, I believe I do not have the knowledge or experience with sumo wrestling to deeply evaluate the ethics of the sport, but I can say, for what I know of its ethics, I feel rather neutral on the subject. This doesn't seem like a ChatGPT thing. I feel like that's not proper grammar, so that's a clue that it's maybe this was an original essay. What if someone wrote an actual multi-page essay on it to get it called ChatGPT? But the clue is that they always start bringing in stuff that doesn't make sense. You know, they start talking about weight classes. That's what tips me off in all those big essays, that they all address the same points, and they start going on about sumo weight classes, which is the whole point, is that sumo doesn't have weight classes. So that one might be legit. Yikers, winning tonight. Hand reveal at 550. I showed my hand in the Undertale video, actually. Fake fan. I feel rather neutral. I think you'd feel neutrally, wouldn't you? Could you feel neutral? That doesn't seem like quite proper for some reason. I feel neutral about this. My feeling is neutral. My stance is neutral, but I feel neutral? Maybe it's correct. Yeah, leg reveal, correct. No, you saw my leg in the Undertale video too, the top of my leg, as I was doing the Skyrim waiting animation in the forest. I feel sad. Yeah, that's true. It's not like an adverb thing. Why does it feel wrong then? I feel neutral. It's like, maybe neutral... I don't know, maybe it's right, and it just, for some reason, it sounds weird when used in that way. I guess, yeah, I feel indifferently is... Right, or I feel... Fuck it, I don't know, I'm moving on. I've never considered the ethics of sumo wrestling. That's fine, I guess. I don't see a problem with it. There we go. Based in ignorance pilled. I'm really excited for the inevitable freedom boss rush in chapter 6 and 7 and how the music will be added to it. Those gaps pointed out in the world revolving might even be filled out with some additional instrumentation. Also fun vid. That would be cool if you just got like a crazy super boss rush at the end. I'd be into that, of course. I always like a boss rush. I'm not sure this is what I meant about the gaps, like being filled in. It was just like I meant like the note, one note was longer than the others and it sort of left a rhythmic space, and if you filled that in with just another, like, it sort of implied that it was skipping over one of the notes to create that set of notes and rhythm, was sort of one way to interpret it. So probably not that exactly, but thank you for the fun vid remark. W, indeed. The whole sumo essay comments really are a funny Chinese box problem. I'm not sure what a Chinese box is, actually. Chat asks, how much of the references you include to Undertale and Deltarune similar games, such as One Shot No Mori, because you want to put them there, or because they'll engage the audience that likes them? No, they're just because I want to put them in. Like, I have to fill the video with something, and most of my brain is just occupied by references to indie games, so that's how it works. It's a box that speaks Chinese. Take a moment to listen to the Evergrace soundtrack. It's made by From Software. I've never heard of that. It could exist for all I know, but I've never heard of a game called Evergrace by FromSoft. They also made like Déraciné and weird shit like that, so maybe they have some more obscure titles. $5 from Walter the Frog just to say Umrus. Hell yeah. Everyone's favorite. Thank you, Walter the Frog. But on the topic of sumo ethics, says Chat, they're a bit fucky when it comes to women competing. Well, a bit fucky is a sort of an elaborate way of saying that they're not allowed. There are absolutely no women allowed in a professional sumo. It's just one of those things. They have like amateur circuits in other countries that allow it, but absolutely none in the real Japanese thing. There was even a scandal a while back. I'm not sure how long ago this was, but like, it's like ingrained in the whole Shinto ritual that like women aren't even supposed to touch the dohyo, the ring they compete in, like not even allowed in. And so like there was like a female paramedic that was about to go up, and like there was one of the judges was hassling her. It got that ridiculous. Another 50 Argentina bucks from Mel. Can you add a little Miku gif next to one of the Gasters? You can't say no because it's my birthday. It's not your birthday. Okay, let me find him. I don't have any Miku gifs. I'll look one up here. I want like a little chibi one, not like a big ass 3D model. Hang on. Tools, type, GIF. Okay, there's the chibi one. Okay, this one's cute. Wait, what about this one? Perfect. It's got the leak. I recognize the leak from all those like early meme videos, so I like this one. It's not even transparent. Can I chroma key it or something? Is that a thing in OBS? Hang on. This is stupid. Yeah, I can chroma key it. Oh, that didn't work. Similarity. Okay, this is not working best. I've never used chroma key in OBS before. Oh, okay, that's better. That's better. Oh. Okay, that's shitty, but it kind of works. That's for you, Mel. That's for your donation. Completely unrelated to the Gaster theme video, Andrew. Have you played the Ribbit mod for Deltarune? Nope. I might play it on stream one day. Okay. Comments again. I've always been maybe overly skeptical of a lot of these occurrences of Gaster's theme in songs, but seeing all the data laid out plain as day like this, I'm very surprised by how much actually appears intentional. It was my belief that Another Hymn was essentially just Toby retconning Gaster's theme for Deltarune, to, in a sense, serve as a greater, more distinct anchor to tie things back to due to the original simplicity and proneness to apparate randomly where it shouldn't. Yeah, the thing with this is that, like, even if this was true, there's not really that much more to Another Hymn than Gaster's original theme. There's, like, one more note, but it's just a repeat of one of the previous notes, and it's, like... I think motivically they both link back to the same thing, and aren't really that distinct. You liked the crust behind Miku? Yeah, you better enjoy the crust, because I have no idea how to get rid of it on short notice. The background is like an off-white, and I don't seem to be able to sample the color in OBS. Oh yeah, the commenters in chat, cool. But I was actually blown away by your breakdown and explosive editing, yes, literally, of the world revolving freedom motif at 3152, yeah. Likewise with your case for Scarlet Forest and Noel's associated tracks. I am actually reinvigorated by the possible narrative implications of this, and how it might impact sumo wrestling, of course. Thank you, Andrew Cunningham, for your high-effort analysis and content. Keep on keeping on, my friend. Thank you. That's quite nice. Yeah, that's great if I can actually... Part of the goal of the video was, of course, to maybe put a bit of cold water on people getting really excited about Gaster's theme being on, like, rules card and stuff, but the other side of it is that I do think there is legitimate content to be analyzed here, and so, like, if I can maybe convince a few people that there is actually a little bit more to this than I thought, that's also a win. That's kind of how I feel about Gaster in general right now, is that, like, there's both people who go overboard in associating Gaster with Deltarune and attributing things to Gaster, and there's people who go overboard in denying his relevance. And I think that, like, being very specific about, like, what the appropriate amount of Gaster to include is, that's kind of the the meta these days. At least that's what I want to become the meta, because I think either extreme is missing the point. You could say he's not too important, not too unimportant. Yes, that's pretty good. Excellent video. I do have to ask, you mentioned that a one-shot video is possibly in the works in a previous stream. Is that still en route? Kinda no, sadly. I had plans to do a one-shot Undertale crossover before my Undertale video. Then that script turned into the Undertale video, and the one-shot part became vestigial, and then I said maybe I'll do that as a separate video. Then I sort of just... I moved on from that whole mindset. Like, I was kind of hyped up about that idea for a while, and then I got it out of my system, and then I was like, yeah, I've moved on to other things by now, so that's just how it works, unfortunately, sometimes. I can't just sort of force myself to go back and, like, do a thing that I used to be kind of hyped about, then I just sort of lost interest in. Yeah, also RAM happened. That's true. I don't Patreon very often, but your videos are very good, and I was very excited to watch this as soon as possible. So my point is, you are one of my favorite YouTubers, and your videos are good. Hell yeah. The rare person who actually became a patron just to watch the video early. That's really cool. Thank you. I hate one shot. Yeah. The summary of that was that, like, how one shot was... I said in the Undertale video that Undertale, like, if you look at the two axioms of its reality, like, how everything in the circle is real, but everything outside the circle is also real. Basically, the insight was, like, I originally came up with that sort of diagram format in context of one shot, but in one shot, I think the axioms are everything outside the circle is real, and nothing in this circle is real, which if you've played the full game kind of makes sense, but I won't elaborate if you haven't. So it's like another type of non-standard fiction framing, that I wanted to contrast with Undertale. And also, it implies a fourth type, which is nothing in the circle is real, nothing outside the circle is real, which just like... I don't think any fiction exists like that, because that just refutes all of existence and nullifies itself, but it's an interesting concept, just in theory, that's implied by having these two dimensions to work along. So I was going to kind of show up a diagram of these like 4 possibilities and like relate it to, you know, Chim versus Zero Summing in the Elder Scrolls, and it would have been kind of funny, but mostly just abstract bullshit. Like, Undertale is Chim, One Shot is Zero Sum. Okay. A picture of Snowdrake's mother for sticking together is foul. I agree, but I was really stuck thinking of an edit for that part, and I was taking whatever I could think of at that point. I'm chimming out, says chat. Chim chim chiree. I don't know if it's Kim or Chim. Not really sure. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I should be going on about the newsletter a bit. We got a new Toby Fox newsletter like yesterday or something, which is quite exciting. But I think I'm never like quick enough on the draw to actually like cover those journalistically. I leave those to more qualified channels. I think Dork had one, Mystic Slime had a video on that already. Basically confirmed that Papyrus has touched grass. Oh, $5 from Toby. Huh, who's that? Shameless plug. If you haven't already, wishlist RAM. Also proud of you, Andrew. Thanks, Toby. Toby's having to donate money to plug our own game in my own stream chat, which is a sad state of affairs, but valid. Still very valid. I would encourage anyone who is interested in that the Subway Surfers demo at the start to poke the game on Steam, because it helps, you know, our metrics and stuff if you wishlist it. But only if you're interested. Yeah, RAM's on Steam. You can wishlist it. Chat. Andrew, what do I think about Toby Fox supporting wokeness and We Baby Bears? What part of We Baby Bears is woke? I don't know. I don't know about that guy. I've heard he likes putting all these fucking lesbians into his games all the time. They said pronouns. Oh no. Pronouns. Oh right, Toby's gonna... he donated that money so that I can take it and then he can expense it on his taxes. It's a big like money laundering scheme. Was the Gaster analysis video edited between initial upload and now? I swear I remember seeing something about Lancer or King being thick. Yeah, that wasn't in it. You are hallucinating. That's not part of the video. Okay. Oh yeah, but the newsletter, yeah, Papyrus. I mean, there was lots of funny, good shit in that newsletter, but the lore relevant part, the talking point, is that Papyrus was asked where he lived before Snowden, and to which he replied, "I think there was a lot of green grass," and then Sans cuts him off, and basically shuts down the question. Which is very interesting. There's two schools of thought. One of which is that it's a reference to Sans and Papyrus having been from another, you know, world like Deltarune, which does have green grass. It's confirmed. I checked. And another school of thought is that it's a reference to the Kickstarter, in which Sans and Papyrus existed in a black void with a single circle of grass in the middle, which is very funny. But my personal thought is that even if Papyrus's grass comment was just a reference to the Kickstarter, I think the fact that Sans cuts him off and makes sort of like a big deal about like shutting the question down immediately is sort of tacit proof that, you know, there's something there. The fact that Sans doesn't want information about their past is sort of already confirmation that they're not just from Undertale, which is, I've been leaning in that direction already, but that's sort of just like another elbow in the ribs. Okay, I gotta help my dog. Hang on a sec. Okay, back. My dog is actually so dumb. She wanted to go out the back door, so she asked me to open it, but the back door is open. She bothered me before checking if the door was open already. Anyway. Okay, so Des disappeared because Noel glitched out of the game. I'm not sure about that. Maybe literally, I don't know. Like, maybe proximity to Noel is enough to, like, cause Des to delete out of existence. I don't know. I am very keen to learn, of course, what happened to Des and the whole, whether it relates to the bunker, you know, what exactly happened at the bunker. Whether or not something happening at the bunker is a headcanon that I picked up from a fan fiction, or if it's actually referenced in game. Even that I'm not too sure about at this point, so... But I do want to know. Oh shit, 10 pounds from JD. Big money, big money. Thanks, JD. Obviously I love your content, and I'm also proud of you. Can't let Mel get all the credit. Is that just another RAM link, or does that go to like a hentai game? I can't see where the full link... I should check that quick, I guess. It does go to RAM, it's safe. You're allowed to click on the link, but thank you very much, JD. My Discord invite is invalid. Is it? There's been people joining the Discord server today even, so it should be fine. It wasn't entirely clear to me before the interview whether Papyrus also came from where Sans did, but the interview seems to resolve that point. That's true, yeah, there's also good info, even if you determinedly say that the grass is just a Kickstarter reference. I think the grass can be a double meaning. In either case, the fact that there's so much emphasis put on that, and it's like, it's so sus, is like, it's the most direct confirmation we've gotten from Toby so far about like Sans and Papyrus are not of this world necessarily. Papyrus is the imposter, yes. Life-changing question, do you know what Apugus is? No. Doesn't Papyrus ask what the sun is in True Pacifist? Yes. Make of that what you will. Alright, that's the end of the Patreon comments. Now I'm going to move on to the I paid money for this to be in the... or just I paid money to make the comments, which are even shorter. Alright, this is the back end here. Alright. We got, thanks for approximately 82 hours of quality mother content. I guess I'm paying you for 0.12 or $0.12 per hour. I mean, that's more than I make editing by default, I think, but... So that's very nice of you. Yeah, I guess I did stream a shit ton of Mother. Full Earthbound and Mother 3 playthrough. 82 hours is a lot. Oh, okay, wait. I'm being derailed from the paid comments by the paid comments in chat. £5 from Lots of Gold to say, hey Andrew, I love your videos. Your editing is awesome. Question. What do you think about the idea of Last Thursdayism in relation to the Dark Worlds? I think that's basically how it works. For those who don't know, I think Last Thursdayism is a philosophical concept where it's like the entire world and your memories of the world could have been created last Thursday, and there would be no observable difference. Or they could be created whenever, I think is the point. As long as your memories are created at the same time as the world, then there's no difference. So in terms of Dark Worlds, that would kind of mean that as soon as the Dark World is created, not only does the world begin to exist in its current state, but the entire history of the world and the memories of all the Darkners of that history are generated at the same time. And so that's how the world was created today, but Sweet Cap and Cake still remember what the Queen was like before the Knight appeared and stuff like that, which is sort of how it makes sense to me, because by default, it really doesn't make any sense. But I also think that the history of the Dark Worlds kind of depends on what happened to the objects that are the Darkners in the real world, like, because Queen still has the search histories of all the Lightners who use the computer lab, even though the Dark World didn't exist then. So it's like, and Spamton is in the trash because his emails were printed out and put in the trash. So it's sort of like the real world events bleed over and are reinterpreted as the history of the Dark World. That's how I think it works. If that's true, how can Gaster and whoever interact with Spamton and Devil before the fountain was created? That's a good point. And I'm not entirely sure about that. Unless that implies that, like, if you have access to, like, Dark World magic or knowledge beforehand, you could go to a Dark World before it's created and interact with the history before it exists. I don't know. That's very confusing. Yeah, and how different characters from different Dark Worlds know each other is a bit hard to explain too. Unless you interpret that as literally like the physical objects interacted in the light world. So like, I don't know, maybe someone stuck a Joker card into a photocopying machine and Spamton was there. Like, I don't know. Random thought. If King and Queen were made evil due to their encounters with the Knight, that means we might not really have a new villain in Chapter 3. Maybe not. I mean, it's strongly implied that this dude named Tenna is going to be the antagonist. And, I don't think you really have to be that evil to be an antagonist. I mean, like, Mettaton was fucking enough in Undertale. All the bosses are actually pretty benevolent if you get to know them. And Tenna's being, I think, lampshaded as kind of a conniving type, so very Mettaton-like. Yeah, Mettaton was kind of evil, actually. That's a bad example. Mettaton did just want to kill you, regardless of the plot. He just wanted to kill you for his own gain. That's fine. Papyrus, though. Papyrus is very nice. Yeah, and he does canonically become like a totalitarian dictator if given power. Yeah, okay, that's true. Hold up, says Outson. Hold up, says Outson. What am I holding for, Outson? You're making me nervous. Do you think Ten is Mike's middle name? Then that was like pre-sweepstakes kind of thinking. The sweepstakes strongly confirms that Tenna is the one who betrayed Spamton, and Mike is like a friend that Spamton like lost or something. It's like Spamton hates Tenna but has mixed feelings about Mike. So they seem different. Hold on, hold up, hold on. Stop it. Oh my god. $100 from the only night. Holy shit, this happened again. I thought the crazy donation search for last stream, but $100, that's nuts. Okay. Someone named Lots of Gold ought to give you more. Ha 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 ha. Are you just sniping the guy who donated previously? That was a previous donor, right? Was Lots of Gold? Hang on, let me check. Lots. Oh, is that someone in the comments here? Yeah, okay, yeah, there was a previous £5 from Lots of Gold. Why are you just calling out Lots of Gold? That's crazy though. Thank you for the fucking donation. I never really know how to react to like when someone drops $100 on me, but thank you so much. Oh boy. That's how the operation stays funded, I guess. The donators are beefing, yeah. Is the invite actually broken out, Sen? Hang on, like I think that's about the server invite. Simp war? Okay. It's a funny concept, but I choose not to dwell on it. Alright, okay, that was... I gotta keep going with these comments. So I think that's JD's comment again. Where, oh, hell yeah, I'm a real ramhead. That's the third time I've read that comment, but, you know, for £5, why not? Merci, says Quentin Piotti. Thank you. In French, even. Mais en français. Okay, Gaster's theme would sound better in 5/4 at 120 BPM. 5/4 Gaster's theme. Do 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 do. Sort of like a prog approach, I guess. Yeah. This one dude is having a hard time connecting to the server. That's fascinating. I haven't changed anything about the invite settings, ever. It's the same as it's always been, and people were joining last night, so I don't know what could be wrong with the server. Well fucking done. Really impressed with your editing and humor, as always, but even more so with this one. I don't know why I gave that one the weird accent, but yeah, thank you, Splitbolt. Okay, here's the big $50 from Ryu, which I forget if I read already, but you know, I'll read it again for $50. Hell yeah. I remember within a few months following the release of Chapter 2, where I spent about a week doing little else but combing through Deltarune's soundtrack for those elusive 4 notes. Even as Gaster-pilled as I was at the time, the conclusion I still ultimately ended up with was, if Toby wants you to hear it, it will likely not be much of a question whether or not it's actually there. I also caught it potentially in Flashback excerpt, and subsequently in Lost Girl, but no Girl Next Door though. I did see the idea presented around that time. That's fascinating that you heard it in Lost Girl, but not Girl Next Door, because the quote is a lot weaker, I think, in Lost Girl. So I can't say that that's anything new to me. And let me tell you, I couldn't be happier. A concise and well-explained methodology that not only covers virtually every base, but could just as well be brought out again should the need arise, affirms and validates all those thought processes that I had a year and a half ago. God, this was worth the wait. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And more than that, you even perfectly accounted for potential discrepancies and deviations from the original without dismissing them completely, which, after seeing more than one person unironically dismiss another hymn as a candidate because of the added note, I am exceptionally grateful for. Yeah, that was a big part of the impetus for the video, which just gives some insight on, like, how motifs can, like, shift around but still be the same, and it's like there's a gradient scale. It's so I don't have perfect insight into that. Like, I'm not a Wagnerian scholar or anything. I haven't studied leitmotifs specifically, but just to give a bit of insight into that from the perspective of someone who understands music a bit more intuitively, I think was valuable, even if my opinions aren't, like, completely foolproof because of that. Because, yeah, I do think it's a mistake to disqualify a motif if it's tweaked in any way, because, like, you can do, like, a reduction to absurdity if you want. You could be like, well, that's not the same sample playing it. That's not the same motif. It was transposed to a different key, so that's not the same motif. Like, that's obviously silly. Yeah, she's playing piano can't be Alfie's motif. It's played on a different instrument. That's exactly the point of a motif, is that it's supposed to be remixed into different contexts and played with. You just have to eventually draw a line and say, like, well, this no longer is a very good example of that motif because it's been changed so drastically. I really do hope the want for wilder ideas for the sake of wild ideas isn't a common sentiment, though. I like your approach to videos, I like it a lot. And I especially adore listening to someone talk about subjects they love and are educated in and enjoy talking about themselves. Doubly so if it's applied to subjects I'm also interested in. That's the appeal of the platform, buddy. Yep. I'm a fan of that, too. Speaking of which, I was just watching David Bull's collaboration video with the British Museum the other day. Banger. If you want to watch someone passionately talk about something they're interested in, check out David Bull. I'm happy to share your work, Andrew, and I'm happy to be able to see it. That's rad. That's rad, Ryu. Very, very nice comment. Chance just putting in the Xenoblade line, so I have to read them. Burning sword! It always works. Chad is playing a Christmas-themed Quake map pack while listening to you, and it's becoming a mood I can't explain. That's cool, yeah. Sounds fun. It's barely related to what you said, but I have weird associations between certain things and like Christmas time personally. Just one is the Angry Video Game Nerd, because I discovered the Angry Video Game Nerd's channel like well after it was a thing, like sometime in the 2010s, around Christmas time, and I binged his whole channel on Boxing Day, so that's I associate that with Christmas now. And that sort of checks out, because he's in the basement with his video games. That's how I spent a lot of Boxing Days in my life too, so but also Undertale, weirdly enough. I didn't play Undertale around Christmas, but something about Undertale, like I'll often rewatch a playthrough around Christmas just because it has an energy to it. £8.99 from JD for the sub 9. A sub 9 donation. Sub 9 is real. JD's really popping off. Thanks, dude. Boxing Day is a Canadian thing? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. It's just the day after Christmas. It doesn't really need a name, but... YouTube back then had a different energy. It sure did. I'm surprised that like AVGN, the fact that it holds up at all is like it's really impressive. Like it's not modern, it's dated of course, but it's like in a good way. I can still vibe with AVGN. It has a timeless quality in my opinion. Stream is nice gym ambiance? What is that? The meme, he's probably listening to hard rock, and it's just like some dude droning on about comments on a YouTube video with like lo-fi beats in the background. Has there been an Undertale Let's Play tier list? No, I could have made one maybe like in 2017 or 16, but I've forgotten them all too much at this point. I used to have a mental index of like 12 of them that I could easily make a tier list of, but no longer. All I'll say is that Joel's is probably the best still. Joel Vine Sauce. Just go watch his. He has good energy. Especially the genocide version. I did discuss the newsletter just before this, yeah, and I said that I do think that the end is a big wink about like Sans and Papyrus are from a different world. That seems pretty clear at this point. Oh, the Steam Train playthrough was good too. Yeah, the not Dan and Aaron Game Grumps one, the original where they like ate a huge bowl of spaghetti over Sans' death animation or something. That was great. Sans is hard. Yeah. Man, the Omori music is so good. Are you gonna make that a video? The game consumed my life, like Undertale did whenever I first learned of it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Omori, of course. I like it a lot, but I'm probably not gonna do a video on it ever, just cause like I don't have as much to say about Omori. I have a problem with like that with a lot of games I like, is that like Undertale has so much weird brain rot potential to talk about, and Omori is more like, you know, you could analyze the characters and stuff, you can analyze implicit storytelling in it, or but mostly it's a bit more concise than Undertale, and it's just best, you know, experienced in its own context, I think. My other favorite genre of Omori essay is complaining about the pacing, which is valid, I think, but it kind of gets old after a couple times. Everyone has the same problem with the game. It's like, yeah, I get it. It's a big problem. That's the same reason I'm probably never going to do an Outer Wilds video, by the way. It's just like the game is so concise that like I don't have anything to add to it. It's like, yeah, it's there. It's really good. There it is. You can see it. You just look at it and it's good. Thanks for this video. Music and video games are my two favorite topics. P.S. Run, they're coming. I don't know what this means, but it's rather concerning, actually. What's wrong with the Omori pacing? Oh man, it's the dungeon length. It's the headspace segments, right? It's like the first zone was great. Like Otherworld, I think was quite good. And then you get to like the second zone, the forest and the castle. It's like that's like double the length. It's like 2 back-to-back dungeons with no meaningful story content. And then by the time you get to the end game, it's 3 back-to-back dungeons. It's the casino, underwater highway, then the whale, all back-to-back-to-back. It was like, it felt like a joke at that point. I was delirious by the end of the fucking whale dungeon. Holy shit, the game has too much content. But yeah. Other than that, it's great. Skip all the side content, by the way. If anyone plays Omori, like if you find like the hidden oasis area, just ignore it. Go back. Just the game has too much side content, even if you skip the side content. It's like an honest recommendation from me. Yeah, the ending of Omori went on for, but like that was the kind of, I want to be exhausted for the actual, like the big clusterfuck indie game ending. That's supposed to be exhausting, but not the, just doing puzzles leading up to that without really any narrative content. That shouldn't also be exhausting, in my opinion. No completionist mindset? Fuck no, dude. Why would you play a story-based RPG with a completionist mindset? That just seems like a really bad idea. And then, okay, last one. This is perhaps the best delivery of 2 sentences I have ever heard. From someone who knows quite a fair bit about music theory, I'm impressed by how you managed to explain the basics and more advanced concepts in a way that is both informative and humorous. I think I checked this and it was, so yeah, we need the intervals. It was that. So, hell yeah, shout outs to intervals. Okay, that's all the paid comments. I'm gonna go back to reading them chronologically now. Back to the normal grind set here. Saying that, I've realized that I forgot to pre-scroll the comments down to the bottom, so this could take a little while. Okay, you sort by new. It is sorted by new. Oh wait, this is still the Patreon video. Hang on, I gotta pull up my actual video here. Oh, hang on, I gotta pull up my actual video here. Wait, that's my stream. No. It has the similar thumbnail. I was tricked.
You know what that means.
Yep, I do know what that means. We're up to 2,065 comments so far. Very cool. So, yeah, now I just scroll down for approximately half an hour while reading chat here. The completionist mindset had ruined me, and it will ruin you too. I really... I don't know, dude. I feel like it's such a trap to fall into, like trying to max out games for no reason. Just seems like such a such an effective way to handicap your own enjoyment in so many cases. Because a lot of like the super hidden like last 5% of the achievements in games is like the dev stops caring at that point whether they're fun. They're just like, some weirdo will want to do this. So it's like you're basically scraping the bottom of the barrel, just like drinking the intentionally shitty slop that the developer decided to throw in at the last second. It's like, it's very self-sabotaging in a way. I can't quite remember how many of these I've seen before, but... Oh wait, the Vivat comment. No, I think we didn't get to that in the chronological. I just read that because it was one of the top comments. It really depends on the game. Yeah, some games are actually quite fun, like roguelikes and stuff, but... Fucking, like... Yeah, I don't think trophies really matter all that much personally. I don't care. If I'm obsessed with the game, I'll generally, you know, might try like speedrunning it or something. I still think this is old, or this is untouched ground rather. Chat says that they have PTSD from Hearts of Iron 4 achievements. Great. Okay, this is the very bottom again, so I have to scroll up until I find where we stopped. Okay, I recognize that's the LSBC comment. I actually forget what the last comment from the previous stream was. I can't remember. Does anyone happen to recall? I remember that weird comment about High Fleet. We passed mine. Okay, I remember the Spaj. Nico Omori reference. I think I read that. I think I read that. The April comment. I read this, for sure. Alerta. Yeah, I think I would have said alerta like that for that comment. I read yours. I really can't remember, actually. This is a bit concerning. I might have to check the VOD. Hold up. I should have done this beforehand, but I didn't think of it. My internet's struggling a bit to load this. That's not a good sign. Okay. Okay, the last visible comment was from Ufli and Asa. Okay. Wait, this isn't the same order they were in before, though. How is this here but not the other one? Oh wait, those were the top comments. I tricked myself. Damn it, I really made this difficult for myself. Okay, these are top comments still. I'm sorry about this. I'm like trying to do a binary search here. I swear you said I wrote it down. I forgot to write it down. Okay, I think I found it. The mustachioed fish. That might be it. Okay, I think this is where we left off. Right here. Mustachioed Fish was who wrote the last comment shown in the last VOD. Hell yeah. Okay, we made it. We made it. I'm very sorry about that. Okay, first new comment. I find the DMCA 666 to be highly reminiscent of all the techno gadgets and MS Paint adventures. Convert this thing to black and white, dither the hell out of it, and you've got some weird, primo weird puzzle shit. I have to admit I haven't actually watched like a Problem Sleuth or Jailbreak, if it's a reference to that, but it's, I could see maybe like the Homestuck Alchemizer or something. Whatever it's called. Kind of like that. I think it's mostly, the closest parallel you can draw is like the machine in that one John Boyce videos that calculates the saddest football punts. The surrender index generator. It's like this big janky computer thing. That was probably like a subconscious inspiration. Okay. Gaster's leitmotif in Scarlet Forest because it's where you get the egg from him. This person didn't watch the full video. There's actually quite a few like this where they commented preemptively during the Scarlet Forest section when I'm saying, maybe this is the start of the pattern, I will have to see, I don't know. And they're like, well, it's because it's the egg. It's because the egg is in there. It's like, you got it. That's it. Have I played any cool games lately? No, because it's funny. It's video production sucks my sort of energy to do to play games or new games specifically, and now I'm back to working on RAM all the time, and that's even more so because I'm like, well, I could just be playtesting RAM, I guess. So I haven't been playing many games recently. Well, probably gonna get, probably someone else has brought this up already, but I can't really tell how severe the situation is myself. How severe, okay. The end of Attack of the Killer Queen is a slightly different and slightly more convincing Gaster reference, sectioning off the Gastery notes of Queen's theme specifically. At least it definitely feels more sectioned off. Yes, okay, and now I've seen you responded to a comment about this exact same thing. That one explained it in a way better way. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty succinct summary. The end of the Attack of the Killer Queen does indeed have a slightly better Gaster reference that I missed, as opposed to the start, which is a slightly worse Gaster reference. It's not like drastically better, but I should have mentioned it in the video. Do I know about the Gaster's quote at the end of Don't Forget? A couple people have mentioned that since, and I've actually neglected to check it myself, but it's... People do seem to think that it is like an arpeggio going up that matches the intervals, which it sounds like it could be. Just based on like my first impression, I think that could be true, so... Maybe, Actually, do I check that now? Maybe I paused the stream already and checked that out. I think that was a fun component of the last stream, was all the piano intermissions where I just live check things. Okay, let's look it up then. My first search result, by the way, for Don't Forget is Don't Forget Me Xenoblade Chronicles 2, because I've listened to that fucking the meme video so many times. Don't forget me! Don't forget me! Don't forget me! It's a real classic.
When the light is running low and
Okay, it's the ending. That's gonna be hard to make out. Hang on. Hang on. Da, da, da. Yeah, that's Gaster. Yeah, so it's those both do match Gaster's theme going up. There's no descending note, obviously, because it's just an arpeggio, but that is a pretty extensive arpeggio containing just the intervals from Gaster's theme, so that probably would have been good to bring up in the video, but I missed this whole thing, unfortunately. But I think this does at least fall into the unsurprising camp, where it's like the song about being with you in the dark and is like the main theme of the game, has Gaster's theme. It's like, yeah, okay. It seems incredibly important. It kind of does, but also like unsurprising. But yes, yeah, probably important. Da 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 na na na. Really probably should have brought that up. Yeah. Oh well. I think I'm coping a bit. It's okay. I could do a footnote. I could make a pinned comment, if anything. I probably wouldn't do like an errors video, like an extra credits thing, but Cherry PG back for the vocalization. Everyone last stream kept saying that whenever I sang, I sounded like Germa, which, like, if you want to make someone self-conscious, that's the way to do it. Fortunately, I love sounding like Germa. Enjoy the piss noises. That's my tea. No, not really. Can I do the teacher noise? Oh, no, I can't do German noises. Fuck, only Germa knows how to do that. That's the one where, like, Germa's talking about how he quiets down his class when he was a substitute teacher, and he just comes in, he's like, it starts beeping like an alarm clock, and so what the fuck is he doing? Then everyone shuts up because they think like they're going to be murdered or something. He does the robot noises. Germa can generate Foley noises with his face, though, just on the spot without even warming up. He'll just like hear a noise and mimic it like a parrot. It's really fucking weird. You'd be terrified if Germa was your substitute teacher. I think that was the point. What he was describing was just rule through fear. The music stopped. Here we go. I don't know what a Germa is, but your voice is frustratingly good. I'm angry. Frustratingly good. I mean, I sang in high school choir. I'm by no means like a stellar vocalist, though. I can sometimes hit the right pitch if I try. That's sort of the extent of my vocal skill set. I was a bit of a choir boy, you might say. Just like Asriel Dreamer. Okay, yet more useless information to store in my brain. But hey, music theory is kind of cool, and I'm even more scared of what the hell's up with Noelle. I guess mission accomplished then. I love useless data. Oh, Remnant was also in high school choir, but you sucked. Oh, that's too bad. I'm IRL Asriel confirmed. Sure, yeah. Out of curiosity, am I the only person who damn near died in the video when he said, "And this is Sans dressed like an arcade carpet"? Yeah, that was maybe an inspired simile. I don't know. Toby started a glee club in high school? That's a real thing? I thought that was just what the show was named. I honestly have no idea what a glee club even is. But I didn't know you sang. I actually didn't know that. I was associated with some of the high school musicals, but I was in the pit band, not the cast. I never sang for that. I did trumpet. Oh, you were rebelling against the choir's choice of songs, so you started your own club. Fuck, that's funny. Is it universal that choir songs are all like, especially the men's choir? I was in the high school men's choir, and it was all like African spiritual stuff and sea shanties. That's like all we did ever. Like all these like locally farmed sea shanties. I come from the mud and the wind and the wet, from as far to the west as a man can get. All that kind of stuff. That's the Bills? Probably, yeah. Like that's a localish band, I think, that produced that. Actually, the story of where that song comes from was a member of our choir went like to watch like a tiny show in a pub somewhere, and the band was performing, and I think he just asked for music, and they sent him music, and then he sang that song. So that was like accidentally a really specific reference, but that's just the first song that popped into my head. Oh wait, that's the... Toby, I feel like you're gonna dox yourself if you start giving away too much information about the Bills here. I just didn't realize how specific of a reference that was. That's funny though. I very much like this video, though I wish they focused more on capitalized song names. Oh yeah, well don't worry, Jaru's going to talk about that any second now, I think. I do know there's, this was sort of after I made the video, I became aware of this, or like after I'd written most of the video at least. That the capitalized names were a thing, and especially because like once Molly covered that in her device theory, and I was like, oh, all the capitalized files have a certain system and they are consistent. I was like, okay, maybe that's important, but that wasn't really in my head as I was writing the script for the video, so I guess that could be considered a missed opportunity. Note, I'm not a musician, and the entire spreadsheet is an attempt of mine at understanding capitalized song names. So this is a spreadsheet. I'm probably not going to open that live on stream, but I love a good spreadsheet personally. I will be on the live stream to ask this question directly, though, hopefully sharing the spreadsheet. Actually, I'll check out the spreadsheet. Hang on. Wait a minute, did I just teleport and... Oh no, I think it's fine. Hang on. Definitely want to open that in a new tab. Why is it not letting me open the link in a new tab? Okay. Now this is interesting. Quite a large spreadsheet, actually. But let's have a look at this. It seems fine. So this is capitalization of song names in Undertale and Deltarune. So this is any weirdly capitalized. Sans is lowercase. Nya is uppercase. Yeah, basically this is what it boils down to, is that in Undertale there's a lot of examples of songs that are capitalized for seemingly no reason, like Nya, that's just like a random one. But some stuff that does seem Gastery, like the core is capitalized, that could be Gaster, but also Asgore is capitalized. Asgore is not really that associated with Gaster. I mean, like, he probably paid his salary back in the day, but it's a pretty weak connection to warrant capitalizing his whole theme. And like, why isn't Heartache capitalized then? Because Toriel was also paying Gaster's salary. Save the world, that's just because save is like a proper term in that context. But in Deltarune, it's a bit more consistent, maybe, I think. Maybe a bit. Okay, that's not on the soundtrack. Another hymn, World Revolving, The Holy... The Cyber's World's what breaks it, honestly. Because, like, why the fuck is that capitalized? And Welcome to the City. Like, those aren't particularly Gastery locations. Both of those tracks did have what I thought was a Gaster reference in the music, but the Scarlet Forest also did, and that one's not capitalized, so that doesn't really form any kind of coherent pattern there. But I think especially with the non-music file names, there's a lot of lore with the capitalization, but it seems a little bit sketchier in the soundtrack titles. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to completely derail the stream into talking about this, but it was worth looking at. Okay. Windows, says Molly. Is it a comment on my operating system, or is it something specific? I don't see a previous comment. Oh, it was a Windows noise. Okay. That's all it takes sometimes. Mac Nud says, period. Cool. Great video. I've never seen someone explore the ethics of sumo wrestling from that perspective before. Neither have I. I think, what is the channel that actually has the sumo wrestling ethics video? Is that like I forget the fucking name. I think the video is called, like, Where's the Glory? Or that's the thumbnail, maybe? I forget. There is a video about that. If you want my recommendation for, like, a good introduction to sumo wrestling channel, Sumo Stew is the big one. Check out Sumo Stew. Her videos are very beginner-friendly and well-produced and sort of video essay format-ish. Some of the other channels are more about, like, journalism and, like, match highlights, but Sumo Stew is very, like, kind of an overview of the culture and the lore of the sport. There's also Sumo Primetime, which is like the NHK like official sumo channel, which is kind of hilariously uncanny sometimes. Like, it's all super scripted and saccharine, and they have this like really goofy host, but it's kind of charming, and they have like insider perspectives and stuff. They actually go into the stables and like interview the wrestlers. There's lore in sumo? There's so much lore. Yeah, they're called stables, by the way. That's where the communal housing where they go to train. It's a weird term. It makes them sound like horses, but yeah, they're called stables. In English, anyway. They have there's a different word in Japanese, obviously. And no, they're not called sumos. The wrestlers are called rikishi. Sumo is the wrestling. It's sort of the same way that you know, what's his face? Alejandro Kirk is not a baseball. He's a baseball player. Okay, that's enough sumo lore, though. Smiley face, says Iva. Your videos are so much like essays that YouTube recommends me to watch my university live class after it. That's like almost a backhanded compliment, but that's good actually. That's cool. I know my videos are more entertaining than your university lectures. I know that. But I'm not insecure. Isn't wrong enemy in Lydian Flat 7? Maybe? Did I ever reference wrong enemy as... Oh no, wait, wrong enemy, that's the So Sorry theme. I'm pretty sure it's Mixolydian. Lydian Flat 7 would be like Mixolydian with a sharp 4, which like maybe there's a sharp 4. But I don't recall. Let me check that quick, I'm curious. Wrong enemy. I thought you meant enemy approaching for a second, that's why I hesitated. Maybe it's Lydian, yeah. Yeah, actually, I think there is a sharp 4, but you could just as easily call it, you know, Mixolydian sharp 4 instead of Lydian flat 7. So I was kind of right. It's a funky kind of mode. Mixolydian, I associate it with those kind of goofy songs, like the Chocobo theme in Final Fantasy. That's Mixolydian. Typically, it's called Lydian Dominant. I had no idea. I'm educated now. Why the fuck it's dominant is relevant, I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense in context or convey any implicit meaning, but cool. That's just how music terminology is. It makes no sense and you have to memorize it. Dominant because of the flattened 7th, but like a dominant 5 chord in minor specifically refers to a raised 7th though. So like, what is like, dominant is the 5th of the note and you're using that to refer to the 7th, and the dominant chord has a raised 7th and this is a flattened 7th. It makes no sense. It turns the tonic chord into a dominant rather than a major 7. You mean a dominant 7? That's so fucking janky. I know it's sort of like I can see the logic that you describe it, but like that's the stupidest way to describe it. Holy shit, I hate music terminology. It's so bad. Okay, I don't know if I should be terrified, fascinated, or inspired by the avatar for break time. Probably the first one. Like it looks cool and cursed at the same time. Cursed. Hell yeah. High laserbot index. We love music theory. Always consistent, never janky. Yeah. Part of the reason that music theory is janky is because music itself is janky. Like Western tonality is just based on fundamentally arbitrary like rules and assumptions, but also it's like I think they could do a lot better. Man, this sounds dirty, says Cherry. I mean, you have a talent for hearing things in that way, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not really sure what I could have said that would have made your mind go there. Okay, wow, the Freedom leitmotif being presented in canonical battle as a canonical battle remix of Gaster's theme was not something I expected, but I welcome it anyways. Yeah, that's the real my wacky speculation component, if anyone's into that. Reverse Lydian sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh move. Sure. -2 for the 1998 Ring reference? I deserve a +10 for that one. Holy shit. If anyone hasn't watched Mandalor's video on the Ring, it's called like a mind-melting adventure game. Go watch it. It's transcendent. They actually made a fucking like it was like French or German, like a French or German studio made a pre-rendered 3D point-and-click adventure game based on the Ring of the Nibelungen, the Wagner opera. It's a fascinating disaster. Okay, I read that one in the previous segment. Banger video and nice glossary of possible Gaster motifs. Yeah, it is sort of meant to be a glossary, although it's apparently not completely airtight, as people have pointed out a couple things. Dominant Lydians raise my sevens, if you know what I mean. I don't, Sherry. That doesn't sound like anything. Another 50 Argentina bucks from Mel. You're really going nuts today, Mel. Holy shit. Can you add a spinning food gift this time? It's not my birthday anymore, but my dog died. I don't have a dog. Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. Spinning food gif. Hyper-realistic food gif. I wonder what the best one is here. That one's gonna make me really hungry. I'm already hungry, actually. The apple's a bit less appetizing. Maybe that would work. That's a low frame rate pineapple there. I'm actually afraid this is gonna like tank my OBS's performance, because like GIFs are actually really weirdly expensive to render. Let's go with low frame rate pineapple. Pineapple apple pen time. There we go. Perfect. All right. Mel's gonna accidentally trick chat into thinking they can add anything to the screen if they donate, which isn't true, but it's funny. I haven't decided if it's true yet. Eventually I'm going to have to say no, but yeah, I don't know. I did enjoy all those Simple Flips memes where he just like, the whole screen ends up covered in dancing skeletons or some shit. Is this Fizz music? It's one shot actually. It could be a bit smaller, I think. There we go. Banger video. That's what okay, I read that already. From the bottom of my heart, if there's a Gaster battle, I hope you're right about Toby having hidden it in his stash, a battle motif that is being referenced repeatedly in Javelin Spampton's song. That would be awesome. I would be pretty, you know, I'd be pogging pretty hard at that too, I have to admit. I'd be pogging. What I spaced out there, sorry. That was weird. What was I gonna say? I just kept saying I'd be pogging, then my brain turned off. That was fucked up. Yeah, Gaster's theme being like a battle remix. Yeah, like if there was like a full canonical like Gaster battle theme, or like a full Gaster theme that is similar to the Freedomo theme, and that's actually what the Freedom theme has been quoted from in The World Revolving and in Big Shot, that would be why I pog. This is the reason I pog at night, you know. Oh my god, Mel, another 50 Argentinian bucks. Another request. Can you have a nice day today? Thank you. It's my wedding today. I'm not engaged. Yeah, thank you, Mel. I'll try to have a good day. Enjoy your lack of a wedding. That sounded really actually mean when I said it out loud. Sorry about that. It can't be everyone's wedding every day, okay? I don't think that's much of an insult to say enjoy not having a wedding today. I was talking about this the other day. Like, no one I know actually gets married anymore, it seems. I know people who are in long-term relationships, but no one seems to actually bother getting married. They're just like, oh yeah, this has been my girlfriend for the last 5 years. It's like, yeah, okay. It's interesting. Just a thought that sort of occurred to me recently. Tax benefits, yeah, I don't know if this just applies here, but like it's at least where I live. If you live together as a couple for like a couple years, then you are like, for like tax and legal purposes, you're considered married. So I think that probably is a part of it. It's called common law. Andrew celebrates Simi's wedding. She's a wife now. Who did Simi get married to? I missed that. Married to Gaster's lore? Yeah. Okay, enough marriage talk. Let's move on to, I just realized a lot of Deltarune boss themes end in a way that sounds like they're cut short during a leitmotif. World Revolving does it with the Don't Forget leitmotif. Does it? Because World Revolving has an extensive segment where it quotes the Don't Forget. It goes ba da 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 da. So it repeats it like a good 3 or 4 times. I don't think that really, I'd say that's it being cut short. It's like maybe it doesn't complete the last quote perfectly. It transitions into something else, but that's still a pretty complete quote of it. And Big Shot does this with the minor boss leitmotif from Undertale, or the dummy version. Yeah, dummy kind of pops up randomly in Big Shot, and it's more of a free-form quote, yeah. It does get cut off early. Now's your chance to be does it by leaving out the last word of a sentence in both the title and the actual track. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm feeling this as being like an actual pattern here. These seem like very separate instances. I wouldn't really want to connect them personally. Another one for Mel. Okay, it keeps coming. The 50 RG bucks. This one's for Toby, actually. Can you add the RAM logo somewhere? It's my funeral today. Yeah, I can add the RAM logo. Comically small, though, of course. Hang on. Oh wait, I hope this... The logo is like fucking 4K resolution. I hope this doesn't lag the stream out. Hang on. Okay, I have to scale this down urgently. How do I shrink it down? I don't know the hotkey. Fuck. Stretch to screen. That's it, right? Fit to screen. Perfect. Okay, and I want to rotate this. Perfect. It can ram out over there. Or it would look better over here, I guess. Shit. They keep coming, $4.99 from, Snowsubsnob, that guy. Favorite pasta and or pasta adjacent? My favorite take on pasta is ramen. The Japanese stuff. I hope that counts as pasta. I'm a fan of most kinds of pasta. Like, I like a gnocchi, even. Just like, actually, I know a good, like, sausage penne, recipe with tomato sauce. I like most pasta. $2 from Freakishzard. No one should get married, instead get a divorce. That's interesting advice. I'm not gonna like necessarily corroborate that. I've done neither personally, so I can't really speak to the efficacy. The stream is sponsored by RAM. It is literally because Toby paid me to plug RAM in the stream earlier. This is a sponsored stream now. You're eating beef pasta with mashed potatoes right now. What the fuck does that mean? Is beef pasta like when you cook ground beef but don't break it up, so it's still in its like weird wiggly noodles? That's kind of gross, actually. We're ramming out! Yeah. Beef pasta with mashed potatoes is shepherd's pie. Yeah, I was gonna say. Mince and toddies even. Does anyone know mince and toddies? It's like peak British food. It's just ground beef and potatoes with some like Worcestershire sauce on it. It's actually pretty good. If you're feeling really fancy, you add some turnips to it. I teleported back down here. That's unfortunate. I just realized a lot of Deltarune's boss themes end in a way that sounds like they're cut short during a leitmotif. That's the one I read, yeah. The weirdest case is Attack of the Killer Queen, which sounds like it's doing Gaster's leitmotif, but then gives us the tiny bit of a completely different, unfamiliar stuff, but then stops in a way that feels so much like it was cut one note short that you can probably imagine exactly what the notes would have been. I mean, I went and listened to the last bit of Attack of the Killer Queen. I can play that right now, I guess. Fuck. Okay, I really have to... F3 should not be bound to surge. That's Control F is already surge. Why does F3 do that? The pain. Okay, let's look it up. Attack of the Killer Queen. It's at the end here. Right there. So it's a little bit like the Scarlet Forest, or like the yeah, mostly like the Scarlet Forest, I'd say. It again, like, I'm not really sure how confidently I'd want to talk about these like being cut off or not cut off. Like, that seems like a bit too specific of a way to phrase it, like in just as a catalyst for connecting these things. Like, they all just sound vaguely modified to me. So I'm not really in line with this, I guess. But yeah, I've commented on that part of the Attack of the Killer Queen. That is like a potential Gaster reference that I didn't talk about, though. Oh, they're talking about the song looping? Well, it's the same effect if it loops as opposed to if it doesn't loop. Like, it would just go back to the beginning, which is another imperfect Gaster quote. So yeah, I don't know. I'm British and I love my prison food, says chat. Hell yeah. Mel continues to donate with the 69 Argentina bucks and 69 Argentina cents. I just wanted to derail the stream. Hey guys, you should wishlist RAM or something. Play Toho, it's pretty cool. What the fuck is this? I'm being like paid to like do plugs for my own game on stream. It feels weirdly awkward, but it's like that's just how it goes, I guess. That's what sponsorships are, is people pay you to talk about your own products. Okay. This is a RAM positive environment. ADHD. Well, it's always been an ADHD stream. Reading chat is half the point of the stream. Otherwise it's just kind of one note. Oh my fucking god. 50 bucks from Eric the Bartender. Can you remove all of Melly's requests? I'm evil. For 50 bucks? I think I have to for 50 bucks. What do you think, chat? Should I do it for 50 bucks? This is the bad ending. Leave RAM. The donation worked. Damn, that's tough. What? Remove half of them? Andrew would do anything for $15. Okay, I'll get rid of Miku, and I'll get rid of Ram. But I'm gonna make the pineapple slightly larger. I think that's a good trade-off. You can still see 1 pixel of Miku's leak poking out too. Thank you, by the way, for the $50, regardless of the effect of the donation. That's very kind of you. Okay. This is very silly. Okay, loved the Noelle analysis at the end. I would love to see more in-depth character analysis like Chris' video or Spamton Sweepstakes video. That would be kind of fun, actually. Like, I can't lie, just doing shorter... Because doing that Noelle analysis at the end was, like, last minute. It was like, I've made the whole video, now I need to conclude it. And as I think many people know, because I say it so much, is that I don't write the conclusions to my videos usually until, like, everything else is done. Like, I give myself as much time as possible to sort of just sit and meditate on what the actual conclusion is, and then I write it at the end. So I kind of was in a panic this time. I was like, what is the conclusion to this? And I was like, okay, Noelle is the most obvious thing. Like, that's the most actual insight we get is Noelle. And so I did an impromptu, like, here's everything we know about Noelle. I hope you like it. And people seem to like that a lot. And so, like, I don't know, I've been thinking a little bit about, like, what if I just did that out of context for, like, Chris or for someone else? I'm not sure if I'd actually want to do that yet, but it could be interesting. I have been thinking, I mentioned this on the Discord, I've been just vaguely tossing around the idea of making a second channel that I could use to, like, just to open up the opportunity to make, like, unscripted, rambly stuff if I wanted to. And I'm not totally sure what I'd do with that yet. I have, like, one really weird idea for it, but beyond that, it's completely uncharted waters. But I might do that. That's an interesting idea, at least. Probably not right now, though, because I'm too busy with RAM. Yet another one from Mel. 39 Argentinian dollars. Bring back RAM, though, just make it smaller. Can do. Can do, Mel. There you go. It'll be down here on Gaster's head. Maybe. There we go. This Gaster GIF is sponsored by RAM. And then, oh fuck, $10 from Ames to bring back Miku. Sometimes that's all it takes. This is great. This is just an infinite cycle of people giving me money to, like, undo each other's requests. Just keep doing that. It's great. It's perfect. Thank you for the $10, by the way. Wow. This is silly. These overlays seem like a good incentive for donations, says Roserade. What? They're just like there. They're not supposed to be incentive for shit. People just, like, it's not my fault. People made them an incentive. Yeah, this is the infinite money glitch. I hope they patch it soon. Okay. Oh, here's Toffee Bun's comment. Yay. Oh, I was wondering if we'd get to theirs. Not only am I honored to be in Andrew Cunningham's video, but also that I got to help gaslight people with perfect pitch into mishearing checker dance. Unfortunately, I think mostly the people who were tricked didn't have perfect pitch. But we sure did try. Just to reiterate, Toffee is the one who actually made that pitch-shifted checker dance. It wasn't just, like, slowing down the original file. Like, they remade the song, like, note for note in FL Studio and just, like, shifted the notes down. So it was as accurate as possible without distortion. And, Again, I'll mention that they do have a new video in the works. It's about sampling, and it's looking pretty cool. But it's it maybe sometime. I don't want to put a release date on it, but it should be soon at this point. It should be coming soon. Also, please don't make fun of how I pronounced Gaster. I did not choose to be British, I swear. I actually thought Toffee was Australian when I first heard their voice. They have a bit of a funny accent, but apparently it is actually just British. It's amazing effort for a kind of underrated bit. Yeah, no one really noticed, or like, freaking people with checker dance didn't actually seem to work at all in the end. It was just like, that actually came from the thought process of like, I was gonna do this gag and just ask out of context, what is a song that starts in this note? Then I'm like, wait, I already have a Deltarune song playing in the background. That's gonna influence people potentially. Then I was like, wait a minute, I could trick them. So it was like a really high concept overwrought bit that didn't work, but you know, I'm glad we tried anyway. 20 check something or others from Gross Zero. Make the pineapple gift 25% smaller. Can do, buddy. I think that's about right. Bell with the 20.01 Argentina doubloons. War never changes. Lucy says hi. Lucy, I believe, is Mel's cat. Hi, Lucy. What song starts on this note then plays B half sharp? I could have. If I really wanted to be mean, I could have done that. But I wasn't trying to be mean specifically. Okay, you have great taste in music. Thank you. I try. I don't listen to any real bands, though, which I think precludes me from actually having great taste. I have great taste in video game music. I'll gladly accept that. I should have known Adele was Gaster. We all should have seen it sooner, actually. It's surprising it took this long. Every time I think I'm out of the Toby Fox brain rot, Andrew Cunningham yanks me back in. That's what I'm here for, to make sure that you never reach a stable point in your life, ever. You can thank me later, I guess. Include some bands in the next video, get copyright claimed, yeah. There was that one dude who made a video essay about, like, fucking the history of Mazda or something. I know about this because he pinged me on Discord. This was like a year ago to say like, hey, your video inspired me to make my own video about like cars and shit. And that was cool, and I watched it. It was a pretty good video, actually. It was entertaining, even though I don't know nothing about cars. I think the channel was Intergalactic Dustbin, if anyone wants to look that up. But wait, what was I talking about again? Oh yeah. He used nothing but like Cassiopeia, like what's the album? Fuck. Mint Jams. The whole soundtrack to the video was Mint Jams. And he just played it quietly enough that it didn't get copyright claimed, apparently. I thought that was like the ballsiest move of all time. Like, holy shit. Did I ever comment on that Isaac Player's video that mentioned you? I did. I left, like, it wasn't anything elaborate. I was just like, well, that didn't age well. But yeah, there was some, like, Isaac streamer with quite a lot of subs, like 150,000 subs, who referenced, like, that he's been watching a bunch of Andrew Cunningham theory videos just while rambling in one of his videos. That was really funny. So I left a comment on that to see if you'd notice. Okay, the fucking donations, man. We got, okay, $5 from Freakish Shazard. Can you add an image of the Windows Vista soda? I don't even know what that is. I guess I'll look that up. What the fuck is that? Is there a transparent one? It would be kind of awkward if it was if I had to cut it out live. It also would be kind of funny though. Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna cut it out live on stream in GIMP. We're doing this. This is actually a behind-the-scenes look into my editing workflow, because every single fucking meme I put into my videos, I paste into GIMP and I cut it out with an eraser. Every single time. Okay, there. So you see, you want to add an alpha channel. You want to get an appropriate size so that it anti-aliases correctly. Line it up. Actually, down here is better. Just like that. You manually stroke the curves with your epic mouse dexterity. This is why I'm so good at playing Toho on a mouse, Mel, is that I'm used to doing this shit. I don't have any drawing tablet to use. Look, that was beautiful. What a nice curve. Ignore the corner here. This is all how Laserbot draws Tails Gets Trolled, too, so I mean, if it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me, God knows. It's a bit shitty, it's fine, though. Okay, but before it gets buried, another 50 Argentina peso donation from Mel. Okay, what the fuck is this YouTube link? Oh, nice. Okay, this can play while I'm oh, actually, no, that's gonna get me copyright claimed. I can't actually play that. Nice one, Melda. Very cool. The last VOD got copyright claimed because I played the Caramel Dancin' from JD's fucking meme. That's so funny. I don't actually monetize the stream VODs, but unfortunately that just means it'll have ads on it now. Here we go. Okay, I have to sort of just estimate here. This guy's weird thumb is in the way, so that's good enough. And we're donezo. Windows Vista soda.png. Let me save that quick. Perfect. Okay, want to bring back the window capture. We're good. And now the request is fulfilled. Okay, did I miss anything big? I did, yes, I totally did. Okay. A single black pixel for 20 somethings, SEKs. 20 secs? You really just gave me 20 secs to add a black pixel to the fucking image. I'll do it. Wait, that's a white pixel. Export to... Okay, it's done. Oh, it broke it, actually. I have to add it to the stream again. The black pixel's there. Trust me. Perfect. Okay. This is very silly, by the way. Like, there's so much chat that I can't read just because the donations are, like, it's taking my attention here. If we give more money, will it happen? Singular black pixel, please. I did it. Okay, you donated $5 for no reason. Thank you so much for that. Okay, $5 from the only night. Have you tried using select by color for JPEG cutting? Yes, but it never works. Like, there's always crust and stuff. You have to just use the eraser brush is the fastest way. I missed a super chat. Yes, I know, Toby. I went back and got them, I think. All right, I think we're caught up. We're good. We're good. GIMP tutorial when... I'll give you a GIMP tutorial any day. Okay, that sounds fucking dirty, actually. Never mind. Sure, you don't have to say that it sounds dirty. I already know. Okay, everyone breathe. That's good advice. We've made it back to the comments. All is well. I think I've read the... Oh, did I teleport down again, or... Okay, no, we're down here. I'd like to hear what you think of Megalo Strike Back, aka the unofficial fandom headcanon Kara theme. I mean, I like the song. I played it last stream on piano. There, pretty much. I don't often think about it, but I do play it sometimes. Yeah, it's just, I think Toby once called it the sequel to Megalovania, as in, like, the Earthbound one. It was part of an Earthbound fan album that he made it. It doesn't have any particular tie to Undertale or Deltarune, but people have, like, Dream Reborn did that big Kara animation back in the day with Megalo Strike Back as the music, so it's associated with Kara for ambiguous reasons. Okay, that music from Celeste Strawberry Jam, an advanced lobby level. I can't remember which, but I hated it. How dare you remind me? I used a lot of advanced lobby Strawberry Jam music because I purchased the whole that lobby's album on Bandcamp and just sort of used it because I was playing it recently and I was like, it had a pretty good soundtrack, I thought. So I also used one from the super ultra master lobby. To be clear, by the way, I think I should specify, I only opened that YouTube link for Mel because they're a mod on my Discord. I wouldn't open a random link from someone even if they donated, so no one donate money expecting me to click on links. Oh god, that sure is a chat message. Just gonna not read that one. The Sieve Gaming reference was gold. Thanks for the throwback. Apparently he uploaded again, just like when I made my last stream, so that's sick. I find the ethics of sumo wrestling as interesting and fun as this video, which means it's a good thing, since both are super nice and fun. Comically long analysis of sumo wrestling here because I'm an idiot that just got pranked. Hell yeah. With all this said, I love your work. Thanks for this incredible video and keep going. Thank you, dude. Okay, Mel is just gonna keep sending me links for 39 RG bucks. What's this one have? It's another Rickroll. You love to see it. Oh, but it's Miku instead. That's great. It probably will still get me copyright claimed if I play it, though. Okay, that was the ethics of sumo wrestling. My favorite color, someone in chat asked me this last stream, and I said yellow. Yellow, there you go. Now you know. The Toby Fox, or the Toby Fox, I should say. Toby Fox is the only motherfucker to get his fan base to track every and any project and thing he does, just to make theories about the next chapter of his game. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's no one else like that, but he sure does have that effect. I mean, people are trying to tie fucking the greatest living show into Deltarune. That's when the brain rot is peaked, I think. That's how you know. Thoughts on red? I like it less than yellow. I'm not clicking on random links. I'm clicking on links from Mel because they're a mod in my Discord. And they're not gonna send me, like, viruses. Okay? Prediction. Asgore is planning on putting determination into flowers because he's lonely. But if you put eggs into the right places, he'll get the idea to use eggs instead because they work better for creating life. But Temmie will somehow get a hold of the determined eggs and raise them as her children. So Asgore will go back to using flowers because our choices don't matter. A game theory! I agree completely. Based Bug Fables music. Yeah. Bug Fables is definitely the best game from Panama that I've ever played. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Not sure what the The inflection on that should be, I'm gonna go with Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Something like that. German voice. Chat, I'm not gonna send a virus. Like, I'm not gonna do it. You can't convince me to do it. I don't know if that was a German voice. I'm not sure it was really a German voice at all, but I tried. Deadlift can lift 400 pounds. A game theory. That's like classic game theory, Toby. If that's the kind of RAM content that MatPat was putting out, then I'd be happy as a clam. Just like stupid, like scientific method shit where it calculates that Wario is 10 feet tall because of pixel sizes and stuff. Yeah, that's what I consider the golden age of game theory, you know. In response to people saying your theories are too safe or boring, I honestly really appreciate your theories and takes. Alright, I have to take another moment to reiterate on this that, like, while I appreciate all these comments, I do feel I don't quite really deserve them because I cherry-picked those so fucking hard. Like, someone in the Discord server pointed out the other day that one of the comments was theirs, and I looked at it and I was like, oh yeah, that's one I took from a Reddit thread that was like Deltarune theorist slander, where it was like people trying to make memes that were like dunking on Deltarune YouTubers. Like, that's how far I had to go to get negative comments, okay? So don't actually worry about me, please. In response to, yeah, okay, the thing about the third entity and who's actually the narrator, I really jive with. Yes, in a landscape of the internet full of out there and crazy theories being the norm, sometimes you need a proverbial devil's advocate to keep things a tad more down to earth. Like, yeah, the idea of a third entity is cool, but what would that do for the story being told? Does it align with stuff Toby's done? You distilling the different leitmotifs and bringing Noelle further into focus could only be done by bringing down the other songs first. Like a prosecutor and a defense attorney working together. Sort of like a Phoenix Wright game, I guess. I mean, if you ship it. Different sides of the debate working together to find the truth. Keep doing you, Andrew. I appreciate your stuff. That's very nice. And yeah, I agree that, like, there is, of course, value in this kind of stuff. Like, if you treat everything with a completely open mind, like, you have to filter out and sort things based on, like, this does seem more significant, this seems less significant. That's pretty important as a baseline, I think. I'm not sure if this has been covered already, but wouldn't it make sense with a Cyber's world having Gaster theme in it due to glitches, the puzzle, or the tie to Noelle and the Queen at the start? That's way too vague. Like, the ties to glitches, puzzles. What do you mean having ties to glitches? How does that relate to puzzles, though? I mean, Noelle's also in the Pandora Palace. Like, you can point out like a couple of vague things that maybe reference Gaster tangentially, but then like those have to show up only in that one instance. Otherwise, it's not like actually useful information. Cyber's world has the Sans voice blip. Gaster is related to Sans. I didn't even know that. What? Okay, here's every quote from the miscellaneous module. Great. You'd love to see this cataloged. I had to confirm to my server that none of the flickering copy pastas from the module were actually part of the Peepus hunt. Which is ongoing, by the way. I've given a couple hints about the Peepus so far, but people are still struggling. I didn't actually expect it to be this hard, which I guess is a common occurrence with puzzles and stuff, but I might as well give the hints publicly. So far I've said that the final answer I'm looking for to like identify what the Easter egg is the name of a game.
and you have to explain why you chose that game too. You can't just randomly guess. And then the second much bigger hint I gave was that finding the Peepus Easter egg involves music, and that's it. And for those who don't know, the Peepus hunt is like, in my recent videos, I've included one really hidden Easter egg, and the first person to find it and explain it gets a Peepus role in my Discord server permanently. That's it. That's the whole thing. And people have so far analyzed a lot of stuff that I think is a whole lot less obvious than the actual gag, but I can't say anything more without giving it away. Okay, yeah, the Lighthouse quote, 1x1 quote. This makes me sad, by the way, is that to even reference this fan fiction apparently requires this like almost like a content warning. As for some reason in the early Undertale fandom, it was more common, I think, than now to just randomly assign Frisk and Kara like gendered pronouns and stuff. So unfortunately, that does apply to my old favorite 1x1 here. Which it annoyed me back then even, actually, but it was more common. People wouldn't have looked at it so strangely as they would now. Mitochondria, Sans, the Danny Vask reference. Actually, this is a reference to that one Composer Reacts to Music Theory channel who called Asgore's theme microtonal for some reason. Okay, yet another Mel donation. 20 Argybucks. This is my last one, I promise. Hi, chat. Donate some. Hi, Mel. B-movie script, gotta have it. Umris, gotta have it. I will be come back my money, of course. I think there's a similar comment on the last stream that I read, so I'm sort of repeating myself. I think we're fine, yeah. But it's nice that people bother cataloging all my weird references. Just about this, by the way, Courier News modern stuff, like their Deltarune fics, all use like gender neutral they them Chris, so they've evolved since then. Also, fun fact about Yumi Nikki songs, he did one of them as an early version of Lost Girl because Toby is the most evil man to ever live. Was this that like empty room? I remember vaguely someone mentioned that one of the fake Yumi Nikkis sounded like Noel's theme, and I listened to it and I didn't really hear the resemblance that much. I could look it up right quick. How do I get his actual blog? Why is it so hard just to get a direct link to Toby Fox's Tumblr? Toby Fox blog, fake communities maybe. No, not here. How did I find this fucking page before? Toby on Tumblr, there he is. Made up Yumi Nikkis. Oh, they're not fake, they're made up Yumi Nikkis. My mistake. Okay. Which one was Lonely Room is in the middle somewhere. I think this one. I think I did talk about this on a previous stream, maybe. And I was saying, like, it sounds vaguely like the last couple, like the top of the arpeggio in Lost Girl, Da dun da dun da na 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 na. But like only vaguely, so I don't think there's actually that much of a similarity. The whole start of Lost Girl is just one big like minor or major 7 arpeggio. I guess minor 7 probably. So the fact that that uses notes from a major or minor 7 arpeggio is sort of just, I think, a consequence of that. Like they both just have the same kind of chord. You want to talk sounds like Beauty and the Beast? Like, doesn't the main theme of Deltarune, like, I'm a bit rusty on this. Doesn't like the Beauty and the Beast main theme go like Beauty and the Beast, which sounds just like the I'm with you in the dark. It's like the same melody almost. That was the first connection I made when I heard the Deltarune main theme. Anyway. We are so back! Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much. I can finally unhear Gaster's theme in the NFL on Fox theme. I'm not looking that one up, but that's funny. I hummed it like I was about to become a Disney princess. I don't know how to do that, unfortunately. Very resolvent, much cadence. Yeah, it's pretty... Compared to Undertale's main theme, which was very like open and like kind of tonally ambiguous, Deltarune's is a very kind of like musical sounding, like I mean like Broadway musical sounding. It's very like cheesy is not the right term, but like more in that direction. It's very different. Personally, I don't really like it as much, but you know that it works well in the context of the song, the full song. I know Toby really likes the Deltarune main theme though. Like Toby, like my Toby, the other Toby, not Fox. He probably likes it. He made the song. Okay. Great video. As a musician and composer, I've been pained by seeing how Deltarune fanbase will interpret nearly anything as Gaster's theme. Even went as far as trying to script a few video essays on the subject, but they never turned out well. Glad to see someone much better than I tackle the medium at the subject. Much better than I at that medium. Okay, there it is. Oh, this is long, wow. As many other comments have pointed out, Gaster's theme is so simple that it can appear in many places accidentally. Distant Future from Crosscode, for example, is a much better match than most things here, including the same pitches, the same use of repetition, the same semitone modulation. Pretty much the only difference is in rhythms, yet it was first heard nearly a year before Undertale was released, so it can't be a Gaster reference. Those 3 pitches, speaking intervallically, are incredibly common in 90s video game music, and many games that aim to recreate that same feeling also use them. Stickerbush Symphony melody, for example, starts with those same 3 notes of Gaster's theme. Ba-da-ba. Yep. Yeah, I can picture it. Do 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 da 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 da. Yeah. Played on a similar piano sound font with delay. Chrono Trigger has a similar sounding stuff all over the soundtrack, and having double naming any more specific instances such as it's such a prevailing thing in the style of music that those notes are basically everywhere, including all over my own compositions. It's a fair point. Okay, Molly's excited about Crosscode. I've never heard of it. Undertale is mostly absent of that style of music, hence why it appears less. However, there's a bunch of really close instances still, many moments that are just a note away from being the quote. Well, I was gonna say, yeah, like, that's what I kept repeating last stream, is that, like, it is obviously possible. Gaster's theme is simple enough that it can appear by coincidence, but it appears by coincidence, quote-unquote, way less in Undertale than it does in Deltarune, even if it's a coincidence. But, so that's a point I haven't seen before, is that, like, the style of Undertale music is different. It's like, Deltarune is more derivative of, like, a certain era of, like, late 90s RPGs, I guess. That it mimics this style of music, therefore it has the notes more commonly, I guess. Maybe a bit, like, yeah. I don't really have the knowledge to, like, contradict that in any way, because I'm not really that familiar with it. What did you miss, Toby? You missed a lot of comments. You missed the Windows Vista soda arc. Probably nothing else important. It's fine. In my video, I failed to acknowledge that Cool Mixtape is just Attack of the Killer Queen pitched up. I mean, I didn't acknowledge that. I didn't acknowledge a lot of other random trivia about the soundtrack, though. I was trying to keep focused on, you know, Gaster's theme. Oh, you saw the Black Pixel? Well, I don't know what there is to miss then. It's probably nothing. So what does this mean? Be wary of coincidences. I think particularly with pieces in the bottom right of the final chart, it's very easy for them to be entirely accidental. I imagine Toby knows how important Gaster's leitmotif is going to sound, so he'd be cautious of making anything that unintentionally sounds like it. But perhaps he slipped a few times and accidentally formed the exact pattern, as many other composers have done throughout history. I'm leaning on the side of it's just a coincidence for the three area themes that are discussed here. Their melodies wander quite a lot, and so it's very possible for them to accidentally come across those notes. In a similar way to many retro games. However, if they're not a coincidence, they resemble the Freedom theme more than Gaster directly, so perhaps that's somehow related there. Yeah, like, they could be coincidence. Of course they could. The area themes specifically, they don't really lock into any kind of lore that would confirm why Gaster's theme makes sense to be there. That's sort of the main problem. Other ones you can sort of use a bit of circular logic and go, well, they sound like Gaster's theme because, well, they definitely, it's Gaster's theme because, like, the song is a Gastery song, and it's like a Gastery song, and it has Gaster's theme in it, so that makes perfect sense. You know, it's sort of, you can do that kind of, but with the area themes, it really does sort of bottom out at, it sounds like Gaster, and I don't know why, and that leaves the door open for a coincidence. And so I'm not married to those being intentional, but, like, it was sort of like the more I played with Scarlet Forest and even Welcome to the City, it's like, I really just felt like Toby would have had to have noticed, like, it comes, the main melody, right off the bat in Welcome to the City and Cyberfield. It's ba da 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 da. It's just, it's like 4 notes from Gaster's theme. That's the melody. And the rest of the melody is basically built on that pattern. So it's like, it's a coincidence in general. Like, I know that that pattern of notes, ba da ba, comes up a lot in that style of music, but at the same time, like, you'd think you'd notice, like, oh, I'm making the whole song. What is the melodic identity of the song? What is, like, if I were to distill the Cyberfield music into its, like, core melodic identity, it's da 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 da. It's like, oh wait, that's Gaster's theme. I just made Gaster's theme again. Like, I think the window for coincidence is narrowed a bit just because, you know, Toby's the one writing all this music. If Gaster's theme is being used intentionally at all, I have to assume that Toby is also a bit Gaster-brained at this point. So, like, I don't know. I think it's at least, if it's not unlikely, I think it's at least reasonable to suggest that, like, that kind of thing wouldn't have slipped in by coincidence. But there's no way to know for sure, of course. But, yeah, ultimately I have to sort of put my chips on the side of, like, I think that's probably intentional. Didn't Lena Raine also write some of the music? I think Lena Raine wrote part of Attack of the Killer Queen and the Sweet Cap'n Cakes theme. But Attack of the Killer Queen, like, the Gastery parts from that are just referencing Queen's theme anyway, and Toby wrote Queen's theme. So I don't think there's really any potential Gaster stuff that can be disqualified because, like, Lena wrote it. Yeah. Okay, speaking of the Freedom theme, I definitely agree that it seems like it was written to be an elaboration on Gaster's theme. Well, that's good. That's very encouraging if you agree, but disagree on the other ones for that at least. Well, I think it's vague enough to be misconstrued as an accident. Dial tone is what fully cements it as being a Gaster quote. Because while it is just the Freedom theme, it's played in a key and register where the suspected Gaster quote is the exact same pitch as an instrument as the original. Except for being a raise of about 50 cents and having more distortion. See, I completely ignored what key it was in, as well as the instrument. Like, well analysis, I threw that, like, completely out. Like even to use it as evidence for a quote being relevant. Like I guess I did mention it in another hymn just because it was like it was ridiculous at that point. But after that I sort of committed to just I wasn't gonna worry about the timbre. I wasn't gonna worry about the key because those generally aren't part of a motif. Like even in like a classical piece of music, like the motif gets passed around in all registers and all different instruments, and that's not really something that I think you'd normally expect to be listening for. Dial tone basically screams this is a Gaster reference, thereby making the original Freedom theme also definitely a Gaster reference. I mean, I don't really look at it that way, but like ultimately we agree on the same point, so it works out. Yeah. Why is chat saying Gaster is an anarchist? What the fuck are you talking about? Finally, another brain-confusing Gaster speech about Gaster. I ad-libbed the first Gaster there, but you get the point. I thought your name was Dagoth for a sec, but it's actually Dragon It's like the shitty bootlegged Bulk Bogan version of Dagoth Come, sweet Noravar, and gaze upon the heart. The secret boss politics theory reference. I've never heard of that. I don't want to. That's fine. You didn't expect the Bulk Bogan reference? I've been a Bulk fan since day one. Hard time. Actually, does anyone know the original the hardtail thing did? Was that the first time Joel streamed fucking whatever hard time, right? It was like the Undertale mod. That's the first time I remember seeing him play that, was with like this janky Frisk model, and he was like just brutally murdering So Sorry in the back room of the jail. Great times, really. He got a bit weirdly hostile about So Sorry, not gonna lie. That's kind of a bad vibe, but you know. Other than that, great. Wonderful. Hard time Undertale mod? Yeah, dude, everything had an Undertale mod in 2015. So in a way, if you want to go full brain rot, Bulk Bogan is like the distant descendant of Frisk. The original Bogan was Frisk. Unless I misremembered that, and Bulk Bogan was actually first. I don't fully remember though. Your Noel analysis was very interesting, especially with how the Snowgrave route shares some interesting parallels with Undertale's Geno route. Both being the sort of hidden routes that take specific criteria to activate, such as killing all the enemies in an area, which devolve into creepy shenanigans. Yeah, the Geno route and the Snowgrave route are similar in that they're sort of creepypasta-ish. They go way darker than the normal game, and they have obscure requirements to activate. The specifics, though, like the Snowgrave, is a little bit more like doing weird random shit, and the Geno route is like, it's the logical extreme of like grinding to get XP. It's just that taken to an extreme, whereas there really is no logic that you could reliably follow to get to the Snowgrave route, I think, which is a bit of a distinction. Okay, another, you lied, Mel. That's another 20 Argentina bucks. Change my mind. You can finish reading. Change my mind. Can you finish reading Witch Hat Atelier, Desper? I will eventually, Mel. I'm just. I haven't been in the mood to like take in any new media recently. Like I've been saying, I haven't been playing games. That extends to like I haven't been reading anything either. I will shout it out though. Witch Hat Atelier, very good manga, very cool. I like it. I've been reading comments. That doesn't count. calling it the Geno route makes that Mario RPG remaster a bit darker. You're thinking of Everhood, I believe. I think that's the connection you're looking for. Okay, stopped reading this pretty early. Noelle seems to parallel Kara in that your actions influence their goals and ideologies. Yeah, this is following, I guess, like soft Nera Kara a bit. There's a couple distinctions, like it's sort of part and parcel with Nera Kara interpretation that Kara is like sort of like a narrative piece of tofu that like absorbs your ideology as you play the game. But I don't think you actually need Nera Kara to interpret it that way. It's sort of like an independent corollary. It's, you know, that's probably a needlessly complex way to describe it. What I mean to say is it's a valid enough interpretation. Note how in Undertale, Kara specifically says that thanks to your guidance, they realized that the purpose of their reincarnation was for power. They even go so far as to speak in terms of eradicating the enemy. Meanwhile, in Deltarune, during Snowgrave, Noelle constantly justifies what you do as getting stronger, and upon seeing Birdly, doesn't recognize him as Birdly, but as another enemy. That is true. That is a legitimate parallel, I think. Oh, I've lost it. Hang on. The parallel could be a clue that Kara developing the power ideology is a way to justify you slaughtering a majority of the underground, including their family. Adding on to that, when you sit in the void for long enough to reset, Kara basically chastises you for wanting to go back to a world you destroyed. A betrayal of the ideology they interpreted from your actions. Adding on to this, the second time you do Geno, Kara comments that you are racked with a perverted sentimentality, and that they cannot understand these feelings anymore. They then suggest that you should reset again, you should choose a different route. I do wonder how much further parallels could go in the future. Sorry for Kararat. Yeah, that sort of did just evolve into summarizing the Kara monologue and stopped kind of relating to Noelle at all, but yeah, that is an interesting parallel to point out, is like, in Kara's characterization isn't consistent necessarily between routes. That's one of the fundamental problems with Kara, in my opinion, but if you do choose like one route to focus on, you can construct a pretty satisfying interpretation about like Kara is a soulless kind of being who is much like Flowey in that they don't have they lack guidance, they lack a purpose, and they don't have like inbuilt empathy or moral compass to fall back on, so they're looking to you for like, you know, how do I live, what are we doing? And so by playing, you sort of show Kara, you know, this is how we do things around here, and that's sort of where that betrayal at the end comes from. When like you don't want to destroy the world, Kara's like, what do you mean? What we were doing the whole time then? What was the point of this? And then they, you know, they preempt your decision. They take control for themselves and follow through with that plan. Yeah, Rosa Raid in chat. You're working on a big Kara video, which I'm looking forward to actually. So. There's a lot to get into with Kara, and I'm sure this is subsumed within that. This is basically all stuff that I wrote like a Reddit essay about Kara in 2016, and like basically all that is still like what I think about Kara. It's been updated with like a new Nera Kara stuff. Obviously, that was sort of a new interpretation, But yeah, like, Kara's not that hard to interpret within the context of, like, just the genocide route. I think you can make a pretty concise statement about what their thematic role is. It gets really tricky when you start being like, okay, what does that mean about their backstory then? Oh, you didn't know I wrote a Kara analysis? It might be in the library, in the server, I forget actually. It was like an old Reddit post that I made, and it basically broke it down into like 3 interpretations that are sort of mutually exclusive, but all kind of make sense. I'll link it later in the server, maybe, if you ask. It's not my best work, it's from like years ago, but it's not bad. Look, okay, $5 from Chloe C, thank you. I think Kara became what they did on Genocide for the same reasons Flowey became what he did, just faster because they were already mentally disturbed. Something like that. Something vaguely like that. I mean, who knows what Kara was doing beforehand, right? Like, they were dead, no body, no soul. We don't know if humans have essence or what the fuck that means. Presumably, they're like a skeleton in the underground at the start of the game there. So, like, thinking literally about how it worked is a bit confusing, but, like, yeah, basically, you just have to accept that somehow Kara is, like, metaphysically attached to you, not corporeal, but can perceive your actions and can form judgments based on what your actions are. Oh yeah, that's worth pointing out, is at the end of that essay, I updated it actually, and I wrote this big thing about, like, this is obsolete! Delete it now! Narikira exists! It's the way to go! That's after I read the Determinators post and I was, like, completely red-pilled. I was, like, fully on the bandwagon. I dialed that back a bit. I think, like, the other interpretations, the pre-Narikira interpretations, do have merit on their own still. Like, Narikira is less of a total silver bullet than I gave it credit for at first. I was just very excited at the time. Okay. God, I feel like your videos are made exclusively for me. They are! You figured it out. I actually stalk you constantly. Yeah. Also, every time you said quadrant on the graph, I had war flashbacks. I refuse to apologize for that. I mean, it's a Cartesian plane. Andrew Hussey didn't invent those. They're not made for troll romance. If you've ever taken a math class, you'll have to deal with quadrant planes, unfortunately. I hate to be the one to break that news. The way I speak makes me sound smart. Excellent. That's why I speak that way. Don't take me too seriously. I'm naturally verbose for some reason. Rules card theme references Meet the Spy because he met the knight. He's the knight and a spy in Rousey's kingdom. It all makes sense. He could be any one of us. God, that accent sucked. Why did I try that? Just forget that I did that. Cut that part of the stream. My opinions on the ethics of sumo wrestling are, it burns! Oh, stop! Help me! It burns! To put it nicely. Cool. I don't know what that means. Cool. Sumo wrestling is wildly unethical and deeply profound. That's the opinion of a deeply educated scholar there. I was confused on the brain rot index initially because I thought it was measuring how likely it was to be a Gaster's theme, whereas it seemingly measured how unlikely it was to be a Gaster's theme, which tripped me up. Yeah, I realized later that I never explicitly explained what the fuck the brain rot dial was. I just thought it would be self-evident, and so I didn't really bother addressing it. I don't know. It says brain rot at the middle, so I have a bit of an excuse, I guess. Sumo wrestling is cool. It is. It's pretty cool. I've been taking piano classes in choir for a whole year now, and for some reason, a Gaster leitmotif video was what finally made basic music theory click for me. That's so cool, actually. That's really cool. Because when I'm making this, I'm trying to explain a lot of music theory very cursorily in summary. And I have no idea as I'm making it, like whether it's going to land with people, how good of an explanation it is. And obviously for some people it's not going to land, and for others it is, but just knowing that it works for some people is like, that's really cool. I like explaining shit, fundamentally. I have a weird fetish for just explaining things. Maybe you could tell, I don't know. It's like Toriel saying, oh, did you know I wanted to be a teacher? Yeah, no shit, Toriel. But I find myself sometime when I'm in the shower or something, instead of singing, I'll just I'll get into this internal monologue where I imagine explaining some topic to just an imaginary person, and I got stuck on a thought loop like that. That's what I do, my subconscious does in its spare time. So that kind of explains a lot, I think. 40.4 thousand subs at upload. Well, thanks for noting that. I didn't actually, I don't keep track myself. I'm up to about 40, was it like 47,000 now? It'd be cool to hit 50k from this video, but it looks unlikely at this point. Mel does it too to an imaginary audience. Is that what you mean about liking to info dump? I mean, like, maybe it's a more common mindset than I thought. That's how a lot of my scripts go, actually. Like, I'll get stuck writing a script in like a difficult to explain thing, and then I'll go have a shower and just like start talking to myself. And then that'll give me the idea of like how to tackle, what angle to tackle the subject from. It happens quite a bit, actually. Toby talks to himself when he codes. That's interesting. I super don't, actually, when I code. It's different. You literally audibly talk to yourself. I mean, if I know no one's listening, I might a little bit. I do often speak out loud when I'm writing scripts, actually. I felt really awkward about doing that at first. I was, like, embarrassed. But then I find it just really helps, like, to keep it conversational if I'm sort of, like, reading out loud, even, like, under my breath as I'm writing. Because when I was first writing my, like, original video script, it was really kind of this learning curve, because I was like, how do I write in a way that I can also speak? It was like, because I was used to writing essays and stuff, but I'd never tried writing something that I'd have to actually read out loud, and so it was like, it was quite awkward, actually, like incorporating speech mannerisms into an otherwise formal essay. It felt very unnatural. Yeah, chat says, I tend to speak aloud when up against a problem. It's like having a weird second opinion where I phrase things out loud. Yeah, I guess it's probably fairly common, I guess. Yeah. I guess the takeaway is that if anyone does that in their head, maybe try writing it down one day and making an essay about it, you know? People might watch your YouTube channel, who knows? Jesus, this is impressive. I'm glad you notified Jesus of that fact. I hope he's a fan of my work. I literally learned to play Girl Next Door on the bass. My life is a lie. Somebody's going to get stabbed. Thank you for that comment. Fellow Yeekhead spotted. Hell yeah, you know I'm yeeking out. Everyone go look at Outson's Yeek Pride fan art in the server. That's hilarious. It's like Alex and Rory are like living together as like unemployed neats like in Rory's house. It's great. Presumably they're dating. They probably don't know that they're dating, but they are, I think. Gaster, the Gaster motif in Lost Girl, and I'm assuming findher.og, given it's basically the same thing, and Girl Next Door isn't something I think I could have figured out by myself, but I suppose thinking about it, it's not too out there thematically. Again, I'll reiterate, it really is just Girl Next Door that has the convincing quote. The one in Lost Girl is basically nothing, and findher.og is just Lost Girl again, so that's curious, but it's good to keep in mind. Oh, I should short at the end of the stream, you're right, yeah. So if I do art at the end of the stream, just like ping me or something outside and I'll show that. Because I want to show that to someone, it's a great piece. Oh, you don't talk like that, Gross Zero? Well, why did you type it like that? That's the vibe I got. Margaret Thatcher is dead. It's not too out there thematically. Yeah, Noelle has a connection with Spamton, who has a connection with Gaster. Noelle got the egg, which may be related to Gaster. And while this ventures more into theory that is no evidence but kind of feels right territory, Dessa's disappearance may very well have something to do with the bunker, which is related to Gaster. Yeah, that's what I said at the start of the stream. Like, I legitimately don't know anymore whether there's actually evidence that the bunker was involved, or if that's just I absorbed that as headcanon and forgot. I'm pretty sure there's really nothing that implies the bunker was what made Des disappear at all in canon, which is related to Gaster, or her very existence as a character potentially hidden in the code and only accessible via looking into it parallels Gaster as well. I agree with that, yeah. There's a similar vibe. If we assume, like, even if the voice in the code isn't Des, the voice in the code is a pretty good parallel to Gaster, and the whole, like, it's a character that's important to the story potentially, but only exists if you, like, go way out of your way to, like, mess with the game files or find some really obscure secret. Okay, $5 from Mark Massandrea. Thank you for making my workday ever so slightly more bearable. I'm glad to oblige. Streams are good for that. Thank you. These are basically podcast streams, and podcasts are quite nice in a lot of work settings where you don't have to be doing, like, customer service. And just the whole disappeared mysteriously, seemingly without a trace thing also brings Gaster to mind. Yes, these are the sort of vague connections that I am working with, too. Is that Des has Gaster vibes. Yeah, Chris has some spooky history with the bunker. That's true, but we don't know if it was like... Because Noelle talks about exploring the woods with Des and Chris and Azriel. And Noelle got scared, but I don't think she says anything in particular scared her. There was no, like, really scary event. And the woods aren't necessarily, like, where the bunker is. That was, like, by the graveyard. So I think I crossed those. I have some wares crossed about those being related, which may be due to a Courier new fic. It probably was, actually, but there was a separate thing where Chris doesn't want to talk about the bunker, I guess, or Chris was scared of the bunker. All right. Wait until the woods is just a Slender game. Yeah, I hope. I think the link between Noelle and Gaster is way more substantial than people think. Being a gamer, Noelle has the potential of drawing together Chris's actions with that of a video game protagonist. Kinda true, actually. That's an interesting... I haven't seen that actually stated out loud before, is that at the end of the Snowgrave route, it sort of implied that Noelle has become mega sus of Chris, which it might not happen, but, like, it sort of leaves the door open for Noelle to sort of become, like, an adversarial party post-Snowgrave. Like, Noelle is working against you to bust your ass, kind of like, what the fuck's his name in Persona 5? The detective boy. Joseph Anderson just called him Pancakes the whole time, so I forget his real name. Akechi, yeah. Like, Noelle could turn into Akechi or something like that, and so that's like that's kind of not the most solid connection, but, like, Noelle actually noticing that Chris is acting like an RPG protagonist. That would be a pretty crazy angle. The Snowgrave route could have been an introduction to that, freezing the mouse puzzle switches because we weren't allowed to pass it ourselves, with doing a puzzle and killing enemies. Oh wait, I highlighted the wrong thing. I skipped ahead, actually. With Dragon Blazers being a sort of allegory to Deltarune, I think Noelle is going to compare Chris with the protagonist of a video game, not knowing they actually are. Yeah, that's not impossible, actually. That'd be kind of cool. This may be speculative, but perhaps Noelle is able to help us with tasks we are prevented from doing ourselves. For instance, opening a door that text box narration prevents us from doing ourselves. So you mean like the sink or something, like in the end of chapter 2? That's a thought. Like, we can definitely do stuff with Noelle that we couldn't otherwise. The Snowgrave route could have been there to indicate that, freezing the mouse puzzles switches because they weren't allowed to pass it ourselves with doing the puzzle and killing the enemies. Yeah. Someone in chat just says, let that sink in. You're trying to torment me. Noelle being used to bypass the narration could have us, could have her lead us through the invisible maze and take us straight to the grey doorstep of Dr. Wingding's Gaster. I think it would be an interesting way to continue the weird routes. The game has stated to have one ending despite our choices, but if we had a character not hindered by the bounds of gameplay limitations, shake up the narrative so much the ending was forced to change. Yeah, this is what we talked about kind of in the Delta cast, was the idea that the normal game has one ending, but the weird route is so fucking deranged that it doesn't even count as, like, canonically part of the game anymore. It's like you're diegetically derailing the story into something that is meant to not be possible. And that would be how Toby sneakily gets in his alternate ending, which is a possibility. That's one direction it could go. Because the Snowgrave, like the weird route, I think, is meant to just feel like it's fucking broken, like you've done something invalid, which is cool. Outside explaining the Peepus. Yeah, theoretically there's 3 ways to get Peepus on my Discord server, which is like the super roll, which is like, you can give me $100 a month on Patreon, which is unsurprisingly not a popular option. You can find the Peepus gag in one of my videos, but only the first person to do it gets the roll. It's one per video. Or it could be like an extra special event, like Irina has Peepus for writing the winning fic for the Finnish Umris ending competition. Weird tangent, but Outson mentioned it. Okay, that's my comment. Sorry if it was a long read. Sorry if I brought up narration, and sorry if it wasn't more about the musical aspect. You barely brought up narration, like that. It wasn't in that context at all. That's fine. I like to try and form a theory with your findings, but the only thing I know about music is that I like some of them. Personally, I put this little theory in the terminal brain rot category. I think it's cool interpretation. Like it's not really a theory. It's just like it's a direction the story could go, and I think it's pretty neat. Which I guess that is what a theory is. Never mind, but it's I don't know what I'm saying. Now I will, unless you read it on stream and like they shrivel up like a nervous mess from the spotlight being put on my dumb little theory. Well, I hope you survived the experience in that case. It's just a theory, a game theory. Mill's explaining the entire history of Hatsune Miku because Toby asked. You love to see it. Alright, where the hell's Christopher Moon so we know this is gold status Undertale video? Well, it's a Deltarune video, but we did get a Christopher Moon comment. It happened. I'm canonized now. I get to go to heaven when I die. This is really fantastic. Thank you. This person's commented like 12 times so far. I keep seeing that profile picture. Kind of a shame how the Java cookie is unused. It would have been real neat to save that item all the way to chapter 2 and use it on Noelle just to see what she says and be surprised by how actually notable her dialogue is. That would have been cool, yeah. And we can only guess as to why Toby cut that. Maybe it was because it was too explicit, but yeah, who knows. It's very interesting though. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting that there's such an explicit reference to like you can't read these symbols, because that's the same thing that it says in Sans' lab, I think, when you read the blueprint. As a musician, this might be one of my favorite videos of yours. You're a musician? I thought you were just an AI fucker. That's what the name says, but I have to ask, what was your inspiration for this? And do you ever feel like you're getting sick of Undertale and Deltarune? Well, I think, what did I answer? Yeah, mainly I was like, no one else is going to make this video, and I keep seeing weird takes about Gaster's theme. I have to fill this niche. Also, I realized a bit later after it was pointed out, like, yes, John Boyce was in my head when I was making the diagram. I was definitely channeling John Boyce without necessarily consciously thinking about it. Oh, that's interesting. You can't read these symbols as a failsafe for certain signs. So again, that's all that failsafe dialogue that isn't used in the game, but like I think it's like if you read like an invalid text object or something, it'll give some placeholder dialogue, and that's where a lot of that gastery, is that a cut on your face or part of your eye dialogue comes from. So that's very interesting if that same line about you can't read the symbols is part of that. It's just, one more little log on the fire there. And yeah, about getting sick of Deltarune, I mean, I'm a bit like, I feel like I'm running out of things I want to talk about chapter 1 and 2 for sure. Like, the pool is dwindling. The reason I did a Gaster's theme video is because there was nothing else that was like massive and obvious that I wanted to talk about. But that doesn't mean that my enthusiasm for Deltarune is dwindling. It's as soon as chapter 3 comes out, I'm going to be like fucking rabid about it. I'm going to go absolutely batshit for sure, so... I think even if I get a bit burnt out on doing Deltarune content in the meantime, like, I'm still going to... that's not going to make a difference for chapter 3 to 5. I think sumo wrestling is much more ethical than betting on newborns. I don't know what that's in reference to. It's probably not ethical though, so yeah, don't do that. I don't know, man. Sumo wrestling seems like a waste of time. A fat joke, yeah. I want to make it clear again that the body mass of the sumo wrestlers is not really part of this ethics conversation. Like, I think in that sense, it's basically like any other extreme sport where like you have to like drastically modify your body to be optimal at the sport. Like any like even bodybuilders, they take a shit ton of steroids and stuff to get those physiques, so it's not like they're not putting their bodies at risk, and just because sumo wrestlers look fat doesn't mean like there are health risks with that. A lot of them do get diabetes, but that's part of the deal. I guess they agree to that risk when they sign on. Genuinely, just thank you for making this stuff. It always reignites my love for Deltarune, though it feels like my house is on fire and I can't get out. Oh? Especially... Why does it feel like that? Especially because you don't extrapolate stuff into theories, you literally just point out things that are very clearly there and how they relate. I genuinely slapped my head after listening to that Noel analysis at the end. Well, that's cool. I'm sorry about your house being on fire, though. I'm not sure where that comes from. Toby says, amazing how you can't, you really can't tell that it's a thumb on the Vista drink. Yeah, true. It kind of looks like an ambiguous reflection out of context. Are there wingdings in chat? I don't see any wingdings. Yeah, domicile confined. Very true. Yeah, that's true. Like, in those like actual bodybuilding competitions, less. Well, no, that's true. Like boxing and stuff too. Any sport with weight classes involves cutting, I think, which is like you like drastically dehydrate yourself to reach a lower weight class by like eliminating water weight, which is like extremely unhealthy. But it's just a normal part of the sport. So at least they don't have to do that in sumo. Okay. Also, I just want to say thank you for this video. It was highly informative, and it's nice to get a more objective look on things on a topic that is usually excessively guesswork. That's what I strive to do, buddy. Honestly, that's why I love Gaster, why I love / despise Gaster's theme and the stupid genius behind it. Because in lore, Gaster is said to have shattered across time and space, so his theme reflects that by being very simple. It could show up in any piece of music, in any media ever, not just an Undertale and a Deltarune, just slightly hidden away in the music, representing his shattered pieces all across of space-time. Amazing work. I've I guess distanced myself from that take a couple times in previous comments. Like, it's not wrong. I think it's a valid way to look at it. But it also sort of, I think, devalues more specific approaches to the analysis, where you assume there is a bit more intentionality behind it, then you can actually use it to make connections in the narrative instead of just saying it's everywhere because Gaster's everywhere kind of thing. It's just a less interesting way of looking at it to me, even though it kind of makes sense. Cutting and bulking as a prime eating disorder gateway drug, says chat. Yeah, I can picture that, because to be one of those big bodybuilders, or a strong man like Brian Shaw or something, you have to be eating 10,000 calories a day, which is inhuman. And then if you stop competing and you have that eating habit still, you could easily just rocket into obesity. I could see that happening pretty easily. So yeah, there's risks. It's an extreme sport. You're drastically modifying your body. Geez, Andrew, mute the music when you piss. Okay, it's tea. It's the same lemon ginger tea as always. That's what I'm drinking. I actually got some fancier lemon ginger tea for my birthday recently, but I prefer to use the tried and true blend for the stream still. It's more of a workhorse. I am not a tea head. I am a tea cretin, actually. I'm not sure if I've ever mentioned my tea habits on stream before. I've definitely have in the Discord server, where if I make black tea, like an orange pico tea, I'll stick the bag in boiling water, leave it in the cup. I'll cover it with a thing to keep the heat in. I'll walk away. I'll usually forget about it and come back in at least 30 minutes, by which point the tea is lukewarm. I'll take the bag out. I'll then microwave the tea till it's hot again, and then dump sugar and milk into it, and then I drink the tea. It's really fucking gross, but that's actually how I like drinking it. I like it just strong as fuck with milk. The microwaving is just to heat it up after it's gone cold. You don't heat up the water in the microwave. You boil the water in a kettle, then you steep it, then you microwave it after it's steeped because it's cold. To be clear. Not gonna lie, I do the same, then I just don't bother heating it sometimes. Okay, that's kind of gross. I wouldn't drink cold tea. Unless it was specifically iced tea. I wouldn't put milk in cold tea is what I mean. That's gross. But iced tea is a sort of a separate thing in my mind. Just put more hot water in? That dilutes it though. The whole point is to make it strong, and putting more water in would dilute the tea. My favorite tea? Honestly, the one I go back to most often is just normal ass black tea. It's what they call orange pico, which I don't even know what that means. It's what British people call orange pico. So God knows, but it's just the default ass cheap black tea. I do fuck with green tea a bit, but not often. I got into drinking green tea, embarrassingly enough, as I was playing Sekiro, because I was like, I was trying to get in character. I'm gonna drink some like nice green tea and be a shinobi in real life, because that's what shinobis do. They drink green tea. It got me through Owl on New Game Plus 2. I had to really lock into the vibe for that one. My opinion on coffee is that I like coffee a lot. I bought an espresso machine about a year ago, and I've been drinking nothing but like homemade lattes every day since then. I'll even fuck with espresso sometimes, like black espresso, but that's if I'm in a mood. Molly likes peppermint tea. Peppermint tea was what I used to bring to work, because I was a gardener for 3 years, and often it's cold here and a bit drizzly, and so I'd bring this thermal flask of peppermint tea to drink. And it was mostly just to like warm my hands up, and the tea was kind of an auxiliary benefit, but I always associate peppermint tea with garden work now. Okay, back to the comments. You are absurdly funny. Stay silly, King. I will. Peasant. I don't know what is the correct way to address someone who addresses you as king. I'm gonna go with peasant because it's funny. Mel shouting out mate. They sell something in a can up here called yerba mate, which I assume is based on that. I have no idea how authentic it is or what it's made of, but it's like a extremely caffeinated sort of canned tea beverage. I was not expecting Fury to smack me in the face. Man, I should play that game again. Yeah, Fury is a good game. French too, a French game that is good. I could talk about the ethics of sumo wrestling, but I got nothing. As for getting pranked, I don't know. Is it really pranked for going into an obvious low frame count trap just to have fun? Yes. From the view of various ones you've pointed out, it almost seems like characters in the story that struggle with wanting freedom, and why it doesn't show up in something like Susie's theme, because she does whatever she wants, basically. Maybe? I mean, like, we don't have a Chris theme yet. But does that check out? I mean, it's in the super bosses. All the super bosses have opinions on freedom for sure. Noelle wants freedom from like her mom, and her like the queen is sort of her mother figure in the dark world, which that checks out. Kind of works, I guess. The issue is that we don't have a Chris theme to check that with. What if Chris's theme was Gaster's theme? Oh, the big twist. Yeah, Faint Courage is the closest we have to a Chris theme, but like even in Undertale, was Determination like Frisk's theme? It was more like Asgore's theme actually, because it played while Kira's deathbed memories plays of Asgore talking to them. So the actual Determination track is very closely tied to Asgore more than anything. Someone in chat wants to binge my videos but doesn't want your recommended flooded with Deltarune content. I kind of know that struggle, actually. I wish YouTube's fucking algorithm would lay off sometimes. Like, I watch one video with a kitten in it. I just want to look at a kitten for a second, and then I open it up the next day and it's like 50 million fucking we're pulling a deer out of a tar pit. Circus imp shows first glimpse of kindness as is allowed to see just like this weirdo, like emotionally manipulative, like animal lover shit. It's like it's honestly really skeevy, some of it. I don't get it. So it makes me not want to look at kittens, is what I'm saying. I'm not going to open incognito mode just to look at a kitten. That's fucked up. It's the same with fitness. Like, I want to look at the video of, like, Eddie Hall punching someone, because Eddie Hall weighs 400 pounds, and I want to see what it looks like when he punches someone. It's entertaining, right? And then I do that, and then like the next week is just like, blast your pecs with this new yoga technique. It's like all like calisthenics and fitness and diet tips. And I'm like, I don't fucking get out of here. I just wanted to watch the big man. I wanted to see his big muscles. It's a problem sometimes. Yeah, Toby does that in real life already. It tries to convince me to go kickboxing. Someone needs to count how many times he said Gaster. I'll do that for you. Wait, let me get that stat real quick. 149. That's how many times I say Gaster in the video. What if Andrew Cunningham was jacked? That would be scary, actually. Be pretty scary. I'm not currently. Maybe one day. I'll show up at PAX West in September, and I'll just look like fucking Schwarzenegger. It'll be ridiculous. I'll be yoked out of my mind. We have decided officially, I think. I forget if I mentioned it last time. Toby and I are going to be at PAX West in September. As well as like another smaller thing in Seattle to show off RAM, but PAX is on the same weekend, so we're just going to be there probably wearing like RAM t-shirts or something. It'll be funny. I've never actually been to a con before of any kind, even like just a generic gaming convention. I really don't know what the experience is like. I assume like Vinesauce is there and you go and ask like, hey, can you sign my my Nort replica? And then he does that. Shout out to Doc, by the way. They got they literally went up to Vinny Vinesauce at a con like a week ago or something and just asked him to shout out Andrew, and he did, and there's a video of that now. Rad. If that's what cons are like, then maybe I should go to some. Yeah, Toby's the lead developer of RAM along with me. Consider me saying, "Hi, I'm Goku" in there. All right, is that what you do? That's cool. Anyway.
Wake up, babe. New Andrew Cunningham video just dropped.
Oh, new Andrew Cunningham vid on Gaster Brainrot even better. Vriska circuit spotted? I don't think that was Vriska. That was something else, buddy. That was Sans circuit. I don't even know where that image came from. I just like Googled Vriska Sans, and it's someone had drawn it. It's surprising how often that works. You can just think of the stupidest thing you've ever thought of in your life and just Google it and like, yeah, someone drew that, I guess. This is one of the top comments I read last time. They're the same sprite! Your brain just melts on the spot. You achieve chim. Your body collapses into ash. That's what it feels like to chew 5-gum. What are the chances that a random face reveal happens because someone met you at PAX? I wouldn't really care, to be honest. Like, the only reason I don't show my face on stream is because I feel obliged to like make it into some sort of production if I ever showed it. I'm not really trying to hide it for any reason. Oh yeah, I guess we do have a... Yeah, for reasons that are maybe not worth getting into, we might have to actually wear masks if we go down there, like at the con. I don't know if that's a normal thing anymore to wear masks, but we have a specific reason. But like, I don't know, if it's possible to get like some sort of like Nikola Tesla COVID mask, that may be the play. That would be pretty funny, you got to admit. Or a Gaster mask, that would be pretty good too, actually. A Toby Fox style, like, oh, like a Harlequin, what do you call those? Like a masquerade mask. I don't think that's the idea. Just a full, like, Tesla skin suit with, like, a latex mask. Perfect. Sounds great. I feel like I was watching a John Boyce video. Great content. That is a ridiculously flattering compliment, actually, because John Boyce is cracked in terms of how entertaining his videos are. Like, John Boyce, he talks about sports, for anyone who doesn't know. He talks about sports ball, like fucking American football. I don't give a shit about American football. Like, I that's not even something my family has ever watched. Like, I've never watched any sports, but my parents at least watch baseball a bit, right? But he made me, like, watch multi-hour documentaries on football teams. It's fucked up. Cosplay as Nikola Tesla. I don't think I want to go nuts with this. Like, I'm not really planning on showing up in cosplay. Yeah, and the Emblem in his fucking NASCAR videos. I gotta say, Empleman's not quite on the power level of John Boyce, but he's pretty good. I found you randomly and I recommended. You are really underrated. I hope more people find your channel. Well, thanks. I think I'm pretty reasonably rated, actually, considering I upload every 4 months at this point, but thank you. It's funny to me whenever people put this, like, I had comments about this on my first ever video where, like, my channel had 100 subscribers and no content until, like, 3 days ago. And I'm getting comments be like, how does this not have 1 million views? What do you mean you only have 1,000 subscribers? Like, oh, it's shit, man. Like, maybe temper your expectations a bit. Like, give me a second to cook first, okay? I think if people in chat like Empleman, then you'd really like John Boyce, because they're similar. But John Boyce just has a shit ton of videos too, like a lot, and they're very, very long. This is from Puzzi. Capuzzi. Musician, game dev, video editor, fanfic writer. What can't you do? Draw for shit is the answer. I've never attempted visual art. That's my weakness still. And I'm not actually that good at composing. Like, I haven't done it for a long time, and so I never really got that good, to be honest. But, you know, I appreciate the compliment regardless. I mean, thank you. Seriously though, you're a massive inspiration to me, and I'm sure tons of others. I hope I am. Like, if I want other people to, like, see my shit and make videos. That's always the most exciting thing to hear about. There was, who is that one dude? I think he was, did he comment or was he on the last stream, or I forget, but he was like, he said, like, I made a video that was ripping off your style. Then I was like, oh, sweet. And I went and watched it. It was about, like, what the fuck was it about? This was such, like, an offhand, this was, like, me about 4 in the morning, probably, just, like, randomly poking around. Was it Toho? I think it was Toho, yeah, he was talking about how, like, oh, no, that wasn't it, that wasn't the same. I've fallen into, like, a dementia moment here. I've actually, like, lost, this memory has become corrupted, and I'm struggling to recall it, even though it was recently. What the fuck am I thinking of? It was about something that like wasn't Undertale, but he kept using the Gaster gif. What the fuck was it? I can't remember anymore. That's such a pain in the ass. But yeah, it used a bunch of copies of like the Gaster gif. It's just like B-roll, which is funny. Anyway, I forget. I'm sorry, but I've completely blanked on this for whatever reason. I really struggle to put into words how much I appreciate the work you put into everything you make. In particular, I think the way you insert humor in subtle ways via music choice, sounds, and small visual gags is really impressive. Post-happy break time had me giggling like a schoolgirl. Also, these videos are remarkably well paced, which is unfortunately rare when it comes to theory videos. Thank you. That's really nice. And like that is true. Like I'm glad when people notice that. Like there is a lot of like really weird minor decisions I'm making all the time about like, you know, what the music and stuff that like I do spend an inordinately long time thinking about stupid stuff like that. Unrelated to that, but it's insane how 13-year-old me was infatuated with finding out stuff about Undertale, and now 21-year-old me is still finding new stuff to appreciate. The depth of Toby Fox creating a genuinely bizarre, or the depth Toby Fox created is genuinely bizarre, and thank you for taking the time to examine some of the more niche stuff, like a single motif associated with one character that hasn't even shown up yet. Yep, there's depth to be investigated, and so I guess someone has to investigate it. That's how it works. Also, thanks for teaching me some stuff about music theory. I've been meaning to learn, and thanks for doing what you do. Now I have to go back to reading election trucking. Hell yeah. That's rad. I love me some election trucking. I replied to this, I think. Oh, it was just to say that I can't draw my rant, Sona. Yeah, I know when to let professionals handle things, you know. Rant Sonas are one such area. As if there wasn't enough videos about it. Well, there's not actually. No, there's actually very few videos about Gaster's theme that aren't just media motifs from back in the day, and none of those are about Chapter 2. Quit spamming my notifications. Aw, did I make you sad? Did you get too many notifications? I'm sorry about that. Very sorry. Should I do it? if I press this button, this person immediately gets a notification. That's, by the way, I'm not going to actually do that. That'd be funny though. But that's always been a pet peeve of mine, is those channels that and I don't mean to like actually like offend any channels who do this, because it is like an innocent practice ultimately, but channels that like spam a heart on every comment just to show that they've read them all. Like it's a nice gesture, but it means that every person you touch gets spammed with a notification for that, and it's always like irrationally aggravated me. Do it. Do it now. Kind of want to do that. It's done. There. When everyone's special, no one will be. Exactly. That's like the stupidest, pettiest thing I've done in a long time. Rather funny though. Half a music degree gang, lol. Yeah, shoutouts to, I don't know how you got your half a music degree, but shoutouts to you, dude. Your safeness in your theories, which I would honestly call rationality, is one of my favorite parts of the content. The pure crackpot nature of Delta Rune theories really has me rolling my eyes most of the time. Confirmation bias in particular is absolutely rampant. It always feels like you're the guy to slap some sense into people and stop them talking crazy. It's a bit uncomfortable reading this kind of phrase about myself, honestly, but I sort of asked for it inadvertently, so here we go. Chat remembers being at your grandparents' house in 2015 and watching Barry and Ross play Undertale. That's nice. Formative memory. Yeah, Molly, I know the reason for it is people like to just sort of tick off, like it proves that they've read every comment, which is admirable. I've sort of chilled out about it. There was this one like iceberg channel actually that I specifically wrote like a comment like mildly irate about for doing that thing, and I was like, are you... Because at that point in time, I legitimately assumed that they had like bots that would do that. Like you could just have a bot that would auto like and heart every comment on the video. And I was like, is this some like SEO bullshit? And he was like, no, I just wanted to think that I read people's comments. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't have been so mad about this. Andrew villain arc, yeah. I stream whenever Zandius is on a date. Well, that's your problem for having dates. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Just be romantically destitute and you'll never miss another stream in your life. That's my advice. Outsen has a memory of waking up super early in his grandparents' house to watch Katawa Shoujo Let's Play. I don't even know what that is, but also a good formative memory. Very cool. My formative memory was watching... there was a period in my life when I watched every Yogscast video across 5 of the main channels every day. I didn't skip any of them. I put the feed pipe directly into my mouth and just like sucked it back. It was like Golden Age Yogscast. Is it Canada Day? Oh, I guess it is, yeah. What a great way to spend Canada Day. Classic Ticket was the good stuff. It was the Jaffa Factory, the Dirt Factory. That was the good shit. And at the same time, it was like when Sips was streaming, or no, he wasn't streaming, it was a Let's Play back then. It was like Orcs Must Die, City Skylines, and maybe Skyrim concurrently. Maybe Skyrim was later, but like I think of those as being classic Sips content too. As well as back then I used to watch like Rithian and Nilesy and Duncan and Shin and like all the other more obscure channels too. Like I was really into it. Okay, comment. In particular, it feels like a lot of theories people make have zero concern for whether or not they're saying would actually be beneficial to crafting a more coherent story. They're just complicating things because twists are cool. I mean, at their worst, theories can be like that, yeah. I haven't seen a ton of that, to be honest, but like I also don't watch very many theory videos. Like I'm not going through like random just front page of Reddit kind of theory videos, so maybe some are like that. Sips Skyrim is arguably the top 5 Let's Plays of all time, says Toby. I couldn't agree more. That's like, it's canonical. Okay? It's like the Aaron and Jontron Sonic 06 without the controversy. It's on that level for me. Absolute classic. Just the way he plays that game, it's just like childlike wonder. He's wandering around in like just a pure state of naive bliss. Whoa, there's a rock formation. Whoa, the Makapaka action. Oh shit, there's a devil coming after me. Everything is just like old Beardo too, just like ad-libbing these random backstories for characters and stuff. Like it was like the purest Skyrim playthrough. That's like how Todd Howard envisioned the game being played. Jesus Christ, Satan, help me! I can't really impersonate Sips at all. That's too bad. Oh, we got the turkey bucks back. 22 of them from Zandius. Thank you. Here's more Turkish money for me and my date. What, is your date also paying? You're sharing the tab? I mean, if that's the kind of relationship you've got going, then like I'm not going to judge. I think that could actually be quite a healthy approach. we're literally into wake up babe Andrew Cunningham stream territory, like literally. Okay, cool. Cool, there's a third entity, so why does this need to exist for the story? As a matter of fact, its existence implicitly makes Chris's character less interesting. Think, Mark, think! Yeah, yeah, basically that. Basically all that.
He's back. We'll enjoy this watch. It's something I've thought a lot about.
Cool. Boring date pulls up Andrew Cunningham stream. It'd be like that. I saw something about this guy in Japan whose job is just to it's not like a dating service. He just follows you around and like pretends to be your friend. It's like if you want to go eat in a restaurant and not be alone, he'll show up with you, but he won't do anything. Like he won't make conversation. He won't pretend to like be in a relationship. He just sits there and like looks at his phone and eats with you. And he can make money from that. It's really funny, actually. It is quite sad, but it's also really funny. I should play the Ho 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 Travelers clip. Oh, I totally should. I'll play that. And then I'll take a piss break, actually. That's my plan right now. This is a classic fragment of my youth here.
Okay. Okay, Oscar, follow me.
Hang on, Sips, hang on. Here we go.
Okay, Oscar, follow me. Let's try to be careful though. We've got the Staff of Magnus now. We don't want any funny business. We don't want anyone to just like sort of all of a sudden turn up and be like, ho ho ho, travelers, thanks for getting the Staff of Magnus for me. I'll be taking that. And then we have to like chase them to the end of the earth and get the staff back. We just want to, oh shit.
Travelers, thanks for getting the Staff of Magnus for me. I'll be taking that. Ho ho ho!
See? Who's this? Anaconda, is that you?
Perfect. I love Sips. Okay. Piss break time. Great time for a piss break. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'll put on the Ram trailer. Fine. Well, I'm gone. Hey, I'm back. That wasn't all piss, don't worry. I also had I made myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because I'm getting low on the blood sugar. You should realize that by now. When I say piss break, it's code for like, I'm also going to realize that I'm hungry and go eat something break. Sometimes it takes a bit longer. Anyway. Actually, I hope the peanut butter doesn't fuck my voice up too much. I have the tea to counteract it a bit, I guess. Here it is. I hope you all liked the Ram trailer. I showed that last stream too, so sorry for the repeat viewing if anyone saw that last time. Hang on, actually, I want to get rid of the trailer in OBS just to make sure it's not occupying processing power or something. Can I get rid of that? There we go, okay. Yeah, I wanted to stop taking up RAM. That is, in fact, what I mean. Okay. It was this one, right? This video was really good and honestly surprisingly needed, despite Gaster's theme being a subject that's been discussed for years. Yeah, it's been discussed, but what's the discussion been is the question, I guess. Like, I feel like there's been a lot of discussion, but not a whole lot of, like, very informed discussion, you know? He missed my dono? Oh, I missed Mel's dono. You shouldn't donate during piss breaks, Mel. I can't look at those. I can't actually scroll up far enough to see that you donated. Oh wait, can I? There's a new option for that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I can see it. 50 Argentina bucks. I mentioned this a bit ago, but can I request that the study with Miku lo-fi vid? I think it would be neat. You don't have to do that. You can kill me if you'd. Okay, I probably won't kill you. The lo-fi, Miku lo-fi, is that gonna be like copyright free for sure? Because like, I'm cautious about putting in random background music because of sometimes it just gets copyrighted for some reason. Whereas everything on this playlist I know is safe so far. Ha! You fried chicken in there? Yeah. Bite of peanut butter, hang on. This appears to be the lo-fi Miku video. I'm gonna turn it down a little tiny bit more. I don't know what part of this is the Miku part. Maybe this is Vocaloid songs. I have no idea. So here we are. Okay, comment. This is actually why I appreciate this channel's content as much as I do. I don't go off into extreme what-if territory or grasp at straws that aren't really there. You just state what's in the text, or in this case, the song, I guess, with a little more flair. Hey, it rhymed. I pointed this out on Toffee's server, I think, the other day, that, like, someone posted, like, Jaru's tweet about trying to figure out whether the plants in Asgore's throne room count as grass or not. And someone said that was grasping at straws, and I was like, wait a minute. The literal origin of the term grasping at straws refers to someone who's drowning, trying to grab the grass on the side of riverbank, like straw as in grass. So you're literally grasping at grass as a result of the new newsletter lore. So that's fascinating. grasping at grass. I guess it can be seen as safe, but that style of content is so necessary in a fan base filled with theories that come from the depths of content drought brain rot. I also don't really know anything about music, so I never had anything to go off of for this particular avenue of discussion other than, yeah, this sort of sounds close enough, probably, Gaster. I was actually extremely surprised by the lack of connection to friendship in particular, as the latter half of that theme has always felt like it was primarily composed of Gaster's theme. Friendship, there's a little bit to friendship, even if it's not really the same. The intervals are different, but it's like, it repeats a fair bit. But what makes me doubt it a bit more is that it's the start of like a chord progression, right? Like that pattern in the bass, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. It starts to morph as soon as the chords change. So it's not really just that pattern. It's like it happens to start on that pattern, and then like the notes get tweaked one by one to match the chord progression, which is a bit of a vague distinction to make, but it's sort of the same with the Card Castle Basement, like that bass line, ba 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 ba. It changes note by note to follow the chords, so it seems like less of a, intentional, like I'm gonna make a pattern that follows this motif, and more of just I made a pattern follow a chord progression. Incidentally, it's Gaster's theme a bit. I don't really have much else to say about that video about the video that you haven't already said, so instead I'm just going to ask, what's your opinion on Gaster's theme and Undertale songs, if any? I think I've covered this mostly in the previous stream. I think it's the one people talk about in Dating Start is fake. It's just like a fifth and a fourth. The one people talk about in the song that might play when you fight Sans, I think it's just a major arpeggio. But there's another one in the song that might play when you fight Sans that's da da ba 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 ba, that part. That actually is a little bit more convincing, but it's not perfect or anything. But usually I think people aren't talking about that when they're talking about the other one that's worse, which is confusing. Beyond that, I don't really know of too many other Gaster sightings in Undertale. Because of this video, I listened to Megalovania, and I'm scared of that thought. Were you avoiding Megalovania until this? What's your story? How did you get here? I love the dancing Gaster. He's so happy. I wish I could be so happy. That's such a weirdly earnest response. I hope you can be happy too, okay? I can't really do anything about that, but I hope, I wish you the best. Interesting analysis of Gaster's theme. As someone without a lick of music theory in my blood, but who wants to make music for some unhinged reason, I'm glad to learn more music theory. And be feed with more Deltarune content is always such a treat for such a starved fandom that has to await in the new chapters. I will say you don't really need to use music theory as a starting point for music production. It works fine to do it without it, because people usually have an intuitive sense of how music theory works. It's just making it, moving it from intuition to actually like consciously understanding why it works. That's more about what music theory is. Because I think anyone can listen to a melody and tell like that sounds good, that sounds bad, but you won't be able to say theoretically why. Furthermore, the Gaster holiday connection made me shell-shocked. I wouldn't thought about Noelle of all people to be connected to Gaster, but the sweepstakes. But after the sweepstakes, Noelle being connected to Gaster makes a bit more sense. Yeah, the sweepstakes were a big part of that. The fact that she can break the game in a metaphorical and literal way needs more analysis. Both holiday girls being the key to Gaster is very, very interesting. I kind of agree. Also, holy fur. Wait, what does that mean? What is holy fur? The troll Gaster carrot-cheeked rant plus fursona with Alex Eggleston. Why is it a fursona? Where's the furry part? I don't get it. I don't remember there being any like fursona aspect to that. maybe I forgot, maybe I didn't notice. The horns, no, they've already acknowledged that it's a troll Sona. It's accounted for. Actually, if you saw the bottom of the sprite, both feet were like digitigrade, and barefoot it had Ralsei feet, but you know that was cropped out, so it'll never be canon, unfortunately. With the Alex Eagleston theme, made me cackle like a deranged fucker being withheld water and nutrients while strapped to a black flannel shirt with a white turtleneck in a white room. Is there something I should know? Do you need help? Anyway, that only proves that with each day that passes, Andrew Cunningham becomes more simultaneously both Alex Yeek from this reality as well as the scattered pieces of W.B. Gaster. You know, if that's your takeaway, I'm not going to get in the way. I think you're onto something there. Very specific. Oh, Sin, did you use the wrong emoji? Oops. I've always thought most instances of Gaster's theme are probably just coincidence, but when you pointed them out, I think King and Queen's leitmotifs might actually have more Gasteriness to them. Interesting. Starting with Queen's leitmotif, because I already touched on it. Well, I touched on King's too, but the note that ends that beginning phrase has the same interval of relationship with the two notes repeated throughout Queen's leitmotif. Okay, this is going to require the piano, I can already tell. Oh, it's fucking long. Okay, okay, the note that ends the beginning phrase. Da 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 da. Has the same interval relationship with the two notes repeated throughout Queen's Light. Oh no, that was in. Wait, what? In Queen's leitmotif, the note that ends the beginning phrase has the same interval relationship with the two notes repeated throughout the leitmotif. Am I reading this wrong? With the two notes repeated as all three pitches. Why is this so hard? The note that ends the beginning phrase, the single note has the same interval relationship with the two notes repeated throughout Queen's leitmotif. Oh, I get it. Okay, so this one note, the interval relationship with these two other notes. Da 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 da. It's very hard to tell what exactly they mean by this. Like, the note that ends the beginning phrase, like, that seems to me to be the da 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 da, like that note. But I don't see what, that's like the one that doesn't fit into the pattern. So otherwise, what do they mean? Da 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 da, like just da. That's the middle note, which maybe there's, I don't exactly know what they're saying. Okay. It's sort of like if you took the high note in Gaster's theme and moved it to be on beat 3. Da 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 da. Okay. Added the note between it and the starting pitch to walk up to it. Wait. Da da. But it's a jump. How do you walk up to it? Okay, I'm tapping out. This is way too hard over to interpret like textual descriptions into like very precise musical analysis. Like, I could do it if I spent 20 minutes, but like I'm just, for my own good, I have to skip this one, I'm afraid. I'm just gonna have to skip that one. It's too hard. All right. Yay, another Andrew Cunningham upload. That's also what I say when I upload. Yay, I uploaded another video. Hooray. You oven the high note and of out hot eat the low note. That was kind of the experience, yeah. That's good. You should make Homestuck videos, but only on why it sucks and how it could be better. Well, I'm not going to make Homestuck videos regardless. And I certainly wouldn't make them on how it sucks, because I think that's the prevailing sentiment anyway. If I made a Homestuck video, it would be on why the part of Homestuck that I like is good. And I would ignore the parts that I don't like. Because I don't like him.
This video really gives me Boss Baby vibes.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, Knack Nud was the guy who just commented with a period before, so that's cool. That's what seemingly everyone does in reference to Homestuck. There's a fucking lot of Homestuck, and a lot of it's very different than other parts of Homestuck, yeah. You're 40 pages into Homestuck and it's super boring? Oh dear, I mean, you could say a lot of things about Act 1 Homestuck, but like boring? That might be a bad sign. Maybe we just have different definitions of exciting, but that's not supposed to be the boring part, is what I'm saying. The little Gasters everywhere are perfect. They are. Andrew, stop having good taste in VGM. I can name 90% of the songs you use as BGM. That's always cool. I've had experiences like that before, where I go to someone's video essay and like every song they used is like from really specific indie games I like, and I was like, this is targeted. Like one of them had a Hyperlight Drifter and Fez, as well as all the usual like Hollow Knight and Celeste and bullshit. I was like, what the fuck, man? As someone who is a complete shit ear for music, with a complete shit ear, having my Darkness Falls feeling validated is awesome. I have had problems with a lot of takes people have had about Gaster's theme and songs in the game, but unable to actually point out or show why this was, so it's cool to see. Yeah, Darkness Falls is something I originally discounted. I was like, well, that's not really it. And then I played it a bit myself, and I'm like, it kind of is the very first thing you hear. It's da 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 da, and it's like the last note, it falls a bit further than it should. It goes to the first note instead of the second note again, but it's still like what you hear is like it slaps you right in the face with Gaster, and I can't really deny that. Especially that's another one where it starts on like this really weirdly accented, unstable tone. Like it starts on the, I forget if it was the 7th or the 2nd scale degree. It's one of those things where like it starts with it's called an appoggiatura in like classical terminology, where you start on like a weird note then immediately resolve to a nicer note. It makes it more distinctive to my ear. The video that used many indie songs, that's the video about the history of Crash 1? I think it might have been, actually. Yeah, that sounds familiar, like a Crash Bandicoot speedrun video. I commented about it, too. You'd probably dig up the comment if you tried. Isn't Darkness Falls also the same piano sample? If it is, I'm not sure, but that'd be cool. The other thing about Darkness Falls is that the melody at the beginning honestly sounds really fucking jank. Like, it does not sound like a good or listenable melody, but I think a lot of the reason is because it's just like a Gaster's theme is probably just shunted into it fairly bluntly, which is interesting. It's the kind of clunky vibe that man.org has. It is similar, yeah. Pretty weird chords too, like it gets weirdly jazzy actually. I think I might be getting it mixed up with another song, but I think the chord progression was actually quite similar to Raining Somewhere Else. It was like a similar sequence, but with like one of the leaps was like a different size or something, but it was like the same kind of pattern but scaled differently. Just a weird bit of trivia. Great video. I'm quite surprised that you did not mention Final Fantasy VII's track, Who Are You? Yeah, well, again, like, it would have been funny to reference, but it wouldn't have actually had anything to do with the video, so it's just like, it's basically a gag that I left out. Which seems to have been a sole inspiration for Gaster's theme. Like, yeah, it could have been. It's a bit weird, actually. I can't quite picture Toby looking at a piece of music and just intentionally making the exact same thing, because that's a bit weird. I think a more realistic scenario is that, like, Toby thought that he was being at least somewhat original, or that he was referencing something else, but like he had this playing in the back of his mind as like a subconscious thing. Because like usually as a composer, if you know that you're using the exact same melody as something else, you'll pivot and change it somewhat. That's what I would do anyway. I'm glad, like, who pointed out the other day, like, I used a sample of my own music in the video, like some sheet music, when I was describing how you, like, replicate motifs to make a melody. And someone pointed out that, like, the end bit is just from Metaton's theme. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, it is. And I never noticed that, but it was just, like, on the brain at the time. It's funny. It's quite interesting one that I don't hear at all, even though it's so obvious that's what it is. I'm glad you went over the Noel stuff, even if it isn't a Gaster thing. I would love to mention that Lost Girl has a lot in common with Nightmare Night. Like an astounding similarity. Does it? Maybe there's a point there. Let's do the piano for a sec. Just for a sec. See, I'm not confident I can play Lost Girl on demand. It's a bit weird. There it is. No. It's a big minor 7 chord. Just a big arpeggiated minor 7 chord. And Nightmare Night is so it's based on an arpeggiated major 7 chord. And that the World Revolving has the part where it's like which is also a little bit similar to the Nightmare Night, but let me try that again. I don't think it's actually that similar, because Nightmare Night is it starts going down, then there's this big leap up, whereas Lost Girl is very methodically just ascending this chord. Sorry. Just having fun for a sec. But yeah, I think the long and short is that the biggest similarity between them is just the fact that they're based on sort of these arpeggiated 7 chords, which is pretty common. That one is fun to play, yeah. Unfortunately, it falls into the one of those type of songs where the bass line just kind of has to be you mashing an octave or something, because it's kind of like, you know, Kirby-esque. Interesting chord progression, by the way, in the chorus of Nightmare Night. It took me a while to figure out just because it was like unexpected. It's the main song is in D minor, but then for the chorus, it weirdly modulates down to C minor. And then it goes C minor, B major, so like the major 7 chord, up to D minor, which used to be the tonic, but is now the 2, but with a natural A. So it's weirdly like modulating between these two keys the whole time, like it's D minor and C minor interchangeably, and then it resolves to C major as the 4th chord in the progression, and then loops back to C minor, which is very weird. Like the first and last chord are the same, but with a different quality. Like, I'm surprised it sounds as good as it does, because it sounds like nonsensical if you describe it out loud. Back to Miku. Hatsune Miku, very cool. Take a picture with Miku. I'm gonna take a bite of my sandwich actually for a sec, hang on. Oh shit, someone wants it in Danny Vask terminology. Okay, well, you start off on a sad chord, and then you go down to a happy chord. Then you go up to a sad chord that should be a disturbing chord, but it's actually just a sad chord. And then you resolve to the first happy chord, but now it's a sad chord again. Then you go back to it being a sad chord, and then you repeat. Did that help? This strikes a chord with me, says Jerry. Cool. So basically it's very sad. No, not at all. Calling minor chords sad chords is a very reductive way of describing it. Minor chords can sound pretty upbeat, or like determined or triumphant, depending on the context. Sag chord. It's the qualities of chords can sound way different depending on context. Everything in music is context. The same note can be a million different things depending on the surrounding notes. The same chord, it's the same. Even the same melody can sound completely different with a different chord progression underneath it. It's pretty surprising sometimes. Minor chords are sad because they're not old enough to legally enjoy alcohol and gambling addictions. That's absolutely true. Okay, that was all just responding to this comment, by the way, I forgot. Doom64 Hunter has a great video on it. I hope these gave you some interesting thoughts as they gave to me. Other people make videos about this? I didn't actually realize there were other people looking at the soundtrack so much. Interesting. Lost Girl might be the new reincarnation of that theme. Yeah, I'm not on board based on, you know, the whole demonstration I just did. Like, the similarity seems very superficial to me. Like, it's hard to point to like any one point of it and say like, that's the same. It's just like they both have a arpeggiated 7-chord kind of vibe. All right. Glad to see Higu Kino referenced in the wild. Umineko Wen. Unfortunately, I think people got the wrong impression when I referenced Higurashi. I was saying that I was making a joke about, you know, I would be happy to do something else, such as read Higurashi or jump into a volcano. You know, it's like they're both things that I wouldn't do. That was, but unfortunately, a lot of people just saw the Higurashi reference and started relating to me. So I'm sorry about that. I misled you.
Yet another classic.
Mel says in chat, actually I just thought about this. If I could play an instrument, I would also associate colors with notes. I would look up a random color palette generator and try to make a melody out of it. You mean you know you would associate colors with notes, but you don't yet? I'm curious about where that, like, how do you already, or do you not? I'm just curious. You can relate about the Higurashi thing. My single worst art commission I've ever had to do was Higurashi. Oh god. It sounds like a funny story that maybe isn't appropriate to talk about in chat. Oh, you don't know what the notes are called? Well, they're just A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Those are the notes. If you associate letters with colors, then you already associate notes with colors. That's actually where my association comes from, is actually... I should have specified, like, the original association is between letters and colors, and because musical notes have letter names, I also associate the notes with colors. It's the same color. You have no idea how happy I am to see a Celeste Strawberry Jam song in the background of this video essay out of nowhere. People are into it, I guess. The Strawberry Jam fan base is being fed by me alone. Mel would judge them based off of sound. Do you have perfect pitch, Mel? I actually have no idea. You might have perfect pitch and just not know. It's... Because in general, there is no way for me, for example, to hear a note and say, ah yes, that one is this note, it's yellow. It just sounds like a note. It is unknowable what note it is until I test it. Which means I can never... There's no direct association between the sound and the color. Yeah, some people in the Discord server were trying to like test themselves for perfect pitch, but it's like a couple of the online tests seemed like completely garbage, like actually useless at determining it. And it's kind of hard to test, I think, if you don't know the names of the notes, because like you're trying to test yourself on whether you can associate a sound with a label. But if you don't memorize the labels, it doesn't matter if you can remember the sound. So it's like, I thought the best way to test it would probably be to, I don't know, like look up a Megalovania remix and see if you can tell if it's in the same key as the original. I think that would be a pretty good way to test it without having to know anything about music. And that's assuming that you've listened to Megalovania a bunch and would sort of remember what it's supposed to start on. Yeah, fucking Germans have... They call B is H for some unknown reason. Like, they made it even worse. Music notation is already so janky, and Germany just finds, like, the one way they can make it stupider. Good for them. But to be fair, like, all of Western tonality sort of came out of Germany to an extent. Like, that used to be the musical capital of the world. Like, Mozart, Bach, and Beethoven were all sort of associated with Vienna. I guess that's Austria more than Germany. It was Austria. Which is only, like, German by language association, but... Yeah, apparently some countries, they use solfege instead of letter names, which I was vaguely aware of, but I hadn't thought about that too hard. Like, they use absolute pitch solfege, so do is C, re is D, and so on. Whereas the way they teach solfege here is that it's relative. Like, whatever key you're singing in, it's usually when you're singing. Like, the tonic note is do, and then, you know, the one above that is re, then mi, then... So it just moves around depending on what key you're playing in. So absolute pitch solfege is kind of a new concept to me. Time to take a tea! Yeah. Here's Sans with osteoporosis. Yeah, shoutouts to Lumpy Sans. Lumpy Touch's Purgatory Sans actually inspired that whole bit. Because I was like, oh yeah, Sans with osteoporosis, that would be funny. You're listening to the music theory videos despite not knowing anything about music theory. That's okay. I watch videos on like the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis and stuff, or no, the Riemann-Zeta function and the Riemann hypothesis, and I don't really know what the fuck's going on either, but sometimes it's nice just to hear people talk about complex topics. Actually, there was a pretty concise explanation I found of the Riemann hypothesis, which actually did put it into some intuitive context, which I was surprised about, but The Riemann hypothesis is like the most, it's like, I think the biggest unsolved math problem in existence now. It's sort of the holy grail of mathematics is to solve it one way or the other, because it's like, the hypothesis is that a certain fact is true, and so if you either proved or disproved it for sure, you win $1 million and become world famous kind of thing. Because it's something to do with like, if you can prove it true, then we can use it to prove a lot more information about like the prime numbers or something like that. But if it's not true, then we can't do that. And currently it's unknown whether or not it's true. You've heard about it, it's a conjecture they can't prove. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but the Riemann hypothesis is the biggest one currently. Interesting to look into. I think the channel I watched that video from was called Zeta Math. It was like a Riemann hypothesis specific channel, and it was really, really good and concise. Okay, I'm not reading enough comments, I think. TBH, I think sumo wrestling is kind of a gray area, but you know what else is gray? Andrew's subscribe button after you sub to his channel. Hey! Yeah, this guy knows what's up. Deltarune has once again become one of my main hyperfixations, and I'm craving some new content. Thanks for feeding my obsession. This video might be too complex for my peanut-sized brain to understand, but I really enjoyed it. That's what matters. Even if you didn't get what the fuck I was talking about, you still got to look at the funny memes. Eloise. Shoutouts to Eloise Cole, by the way. I heard that she's dead. I've read through those music theory posts before, so I can't help be glad that you made this, Andrew, because the reach I saw from time to time is oof. I think I've said enough. Yeah, I've seen some reach for sure, yeah, with the fucking rules card Gaster and stuff. Yeah, watching videos of people talking passionately about things they know about is always entertaining. I think I even said that earlier in the stream, like it's just a very fundamentally entertaining concept. "4 hours have passed. Have they now?" Yo, Christopher Moon! Yep, shoutouts to Christopher Moon. This is Sparta? I don't know. Furry jump scare. Oh no. It's a furry. It was really cute actually. When I first approached Toffee about the collab, they asked me, it was like, is it okay if there's a fursona on your channel? And I was like, yeah. What? That's fine. It was just like, I might be like just offended by the idea of like having anything furry represented on the channel, despite like being a fucking Deltarune fan. Was really funny to me. Oh, there you are, Toffee. Hey, what's up? Does the fact that you're watching the stream mean that you've reached a good break point in your video editing, or am I distracting you horribly? Yeah, preposterous, a persona in an Undertale video. It's weird to think back, like there used to legitimately see a lot of like anti-furry sentiment and like Deltarune fans and Undertale fans that would have been back in the day. It was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? They'll go on this like vent post about how much they want to hug Asriel and be like, what the fuck are furries doing infiltrating this game? I'm horribly distracting you, but it's alright. Okay, that's good. A fun fact that's only tangentially related is that Waltz of Sekon Masada isn't the only Yumi Nikki related track Toby Fox composed and is used in Undertale Deltarune. It is decently well known that typing ball at Undertale's title screen plays a short tune called ballchime.og. I've heard this mentioned, I think I saw this comment. I had never heard of this ever, like not even a passing mention of this. in all my time being a brain-rotten Undertale goblin, have I ever heard this mentioned. Is this true? Can someone confirm this is true? Yeah, it's really weird, says Remnant. Okay, I guess it's just a thing. Okay. It's a sound effect apparently created at the same time as that Gaster stuff in a relevant folder. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Like, Toby has a bunch of fucking unused stuff from around that period, and it seems to be getting recycled, so that's how it be. I guess we just have to deal with that. So Ball Chime is the intro, it was the intro of the tune in the songs Mystery and Haver City. Like Joel Haver? I don't know. That songs Toby composed for a friend's game. This is like really deep lore now. In both of these tracks, around 7 seconds in, there's a direct quote from Yumi Niki's save theme. What does it all mean? It means that younger Toby was constantly ripping off Yumi Niki. I think that's clear, actually, yeah. I'm just kidding. I think the ball thing was an inside joke about Item Haver, which seems to be a permanent hiatus as the creator helps with Deltarune. Fascinating. This is so fucking tangled at this point. Like, it might not mean anything in particular. It's just like these weird connections that you make hanging out on the internet within like fandoms and stuff. Like, you make a song in 2012 for your friend's game or webcomic that goes on hiatus, and then later they help you on your indie game, then you reuse the song because it's lying around and you might as well use the, like, who the fuck knows. And that's all just like brain poison. Like, you gain nothing from knowing that about the lore. It's just like trivia chaff to draw the heat-seeking missile off of your fighter jet. It's kind of funny. Was it Mel saying they'd write an essay on the history of Miku? You've researched Miku academic papers, not for anything, just for the autism. Great! I'm sure, like, I mean, you've said in the past, Mel, that you think writing an essay would be a pain in the ass, but like, I'm sure you would be legitimately good at it if you did somehow achieve it. Like, oh, and also Toffee would watch it, apparently. That's wonderful. But it's fun and a little brain rot dispelling that so much of Toby's early work was just referencing games he liked. That's a lot. I've said this in the past, but like, you gotta flip a coin every time you see something seemingly significant in the Toby Fox game. Like, is it a deep lore reference, or is it a reference to a fucking obscure RPG that he played when he was 9 years old from Japan? Like, it's one of those two things. Because like, a whole lot of stuff in Toby's games is just like blatant references to obscure Japanese RPGs. And there's nothing deeper than that. I'm not saying it's impossible for Undertale Deltarune stuff to both be references and meaningful. I think Chrono Trigger Tree Man. Was there a Tree Man in Chrono Trigger? I played all of Chrono Trigger, but I don't remember a Tree Man. However, I think that Undertale Deltarune assets being so old may have been made possible from Toby cannibalizing them from more derivative works. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Is that this is like a big smear throughout all Toby's creative lifespan here. We're just getting like random tidbits from like the distant past, which God knows why they were made. They're kicking around, so I might as well use them. It would be like if I made a game and I put like Profusions of Grandeur in or something. And it's like, that's a song from 2016. Like, what was I thinking about when I wrote that? God knows. It's just like, it's around, so maybe I want to use it one day. There needs to be a video about everything Toby references from Chrono Trigger, because there's so much. There probably is. That's the fucked thing, is that like I played Chrono Trigger because it was inspired, or because it inspired Undertale. And I still miss a lot of the references. Like, the same thing happens with Earthbound, actually. Like, it's not enough to just have played the game. You have to, like, be immersed in the game. You need the brain rot. Because personally, I saw a lot of Superstar Saga DNA in Undertale when I first played it. But that's because I'd grown up playing that game. And so I could notice all the, like, the more subtle kind of more vibey references, like just with all of the papyrus cutscenes felt just like, you know, fucking around with Fawful and stuff. Did you know the company behind the 2-pack hologram sued Krypton Future Media after Miku's first appearance in the US? I do. I've read the court case. I'm happy for you, Mel. That's very cool. Fucking 2-pack. Okay. Some of this is pretty well known, like with Megalovania's origins, but I honestly think Mystery Man might have just originated as a Yumi Nikki fan character, his Uboa Sona. I think Mystery Man being a reference to Uboa is pretty solid at this point, but in that case, like, if Mystery Man is not Gaster, that makes a lot more sense, because Mystery Man can just be an Uboa reference, but if Mystery Man is Gaster, then there's like demonstrably a lot more thought that went into it at the time. In terms of foreshadowing Deltarune, that would sort of cast doubt on that. But we still don't know for sure whether or not Mystery Man is literally Gaster. I just like to represent him as him. I say this with no judgment. Now Toby's art is what's being constantly iterated upon by young fans. I think he talked about how wild it is that at some point, inspiration is cool. It is very cool. I think this is what I said in, like, there was like a smaller channel that made a video and just asked me to like send in a recording of like my own early fandom experience, and I did. I don't think that many people saw it, but it was just part of one of their videos basically. But I said in that, like, the way that Toby Fox destroyed my life with his indie game inspired me to take up the mantle and destroy the lives of many future children with my own indie games. Completely just rewire their brain chemistry and make them socially awkward, depressed wretches. That's my true goal as a creative, is I want to ruin people's lives in a cool way. By which I mean I want them all to rip me off in 10 years and like be permanently... I'm never going to be free of Toby Fox's brain rot, right? Like, I'm never going to make something in my whole life that is not going to be influenced by Toby Fox. And that curse is one that I can only cope with by passing it on to other people. Basically is my stance, yeah. I'm so kind to smaller channels, says PG. The real trick is that I'm just fucking kind of bored a lot of the time. Like, if people ask me to do stuff, like, usually I'm just like, yeah, I guess. It's like, I wasn't going to do anything better that day. I guess I'll do that. That's usually how it works out. Toffee feels the same. Molly feels the same. Okay, so that's good. All the creative minds are aligned on the real goal is to just corrupt the youth as much as possible. It's like the cursed geckos in Dark Souls. Yeah. Yeah. Omega Andrew Battle. He absorbed the 6 human scores. That's what the Vitruvian man was going to turn into before the Wagner dad cut it off, yeah. The youth has been sufficiently corrupted. It's a constant effort. You can't just call it one and done. It's like fitness. You use it or you lose it. You got to keep corrupting them actively, otherwise they fix themselves maybe. It's Photoshop, Andrew. Yeah. I use Omega Flowey sometimes. I'm not against the term. It's fanon, but it works. That's basically what it is. That's what fucking Asriel would call it, right? If you asked Asriel, what's the name of your Omega Flowey Sona? I'd be like, it's Omega Flowey. Okay, was very surprised to hear the comparison between the Holy and Penumbra Phantasm. Yeah, that was pretty vague. Like that was, I'm not sure I could really explain how they're similar, but like just, I hear the holy and I think of Penumbra Phantasm somehow. It's, some connection is there a little bit, I think. I think the holy is certainly alluding to a song we haven't heard yet in Deltarune, and I'm hoping the similarity to beep beep is deliberate. Of course, it may sound much different than the Homestuck version. I just think it would be cool if the track inherited the name. To finally put this unreleased song to rest, perhaps. That would be cool. I'm not sure it's similar enough that, like, the holy would literally be quoting a future Penumbra Phantasm remix, but it's just a little bit of a similarity I noted. It's pretty different. I don't know. Gaster's presence in Noel's music opens up a brand new avenue of speculation in my head. I love how revelatory this video is. That's cool. Revelatory. Nice. Again, it's so funny because the Noel part was such like an afterthought that I made in a panic, but like it really resonated with people. And sometimes all you need to do is just like take what was sort of sitting there and just phrase it in like a nice way, and that's all it takes. The song has started. What song, Mel? What song? What is this? It's Gomene Gomene. Oh, is this the really depressing Kikuo one that you mentioned previously? Maybe it's the really depressing one. Peak pronunciation. Gomene. I don't know, dude.
Don't look up the lyrics.
Yeah. If this is what I'm thinking of, then it does indeed have a fat content warning on the actual lyrical content. I don't really know myself what it is, though. I just heard that it's to be cautious about. Speaking of Gaster, the man behind the tree can't be Gaster, because Toby would foam at the mouth and not refer to the man behind the tree as him if it was really Gaster. I don't know what you think you mean by that, but I mean, him is usually, and I don't know, dude. I don't know what the fuck you mean. As someone who has friends with this specific brain worm, thank you for helping me with their shit. I also like the idea that this video is something that people are going to show like to their friends to like own them, because they've been hearing their stupid Gaster takes for the last year and being really annoyed. That's really funny to me. It's just like, shut up and watch this weirdo's video. It explains how you're wrong. It's a great vibe. Probably the best video you've ever made. I think the Undertale one's probably better in terms of content for sure. This is the most elaborate editing I've done, and it's the longest. But my favorite is still definitely the Undertale video for, I think, understandable reasons. You intentionally misnamed my Undertale video to sound like a fake fan. Okay, very specific angle there, cool. Love ya, Andrew, in that parasocial gamer way, where I'm incredibly jealous of your fame and skills. This one's keeping it real. This guy's keeping it real, I think. And also want to talk to you for like 5 hours and wax poetic about how much of Undertale is actually diabetic. So that you're intentionally saying it wrong to sound like a fake fan again. That's your MO. I get it. It's the thing in like the XKCD comic about like, you go on about like Lagrangian mechanics and then say, or you know, something like that, just to pretend that you're not as much of a nerd as you just let on. You know, I have strong thoughts about the diegesis of the narrator in Deltarune. You know, stuff like that, something along those lines. Yeah, who are you fooling? Hey, wait, why the hell didn't you talk about Pian Pian? I'm assuming that's a joke. You seem to be approaching this from a somewhat sardonic angle here. This is where Andrew just goes. Well, it's impossible to tell literally anything on what the heck's going on in that song. You could say audiophile instead, and it's like a disgusted and sassy tone of voice. Watch his other video on it. What the fuck, dude? You're Joseph Joestaring me. I wouldn't do that, by the way. I would never say audiophile. I would say piece if I felt fancy, because in classical music, you don't call them songs. That refers to a piece with lyrics specifically. You call them pieces, but I tried to, you know, I dumb it down a bit for the general audience. I don't want to be too highfalutin or anything. Audio jungle. Audio jungle. Sumo wrestling is ethical until someone falls over. Pretty true, actually. That the fucking doyo, it's like 2 feet off the ground for no reason. And those guys get pushed off the doyo all the time. They weigh 400 pounds and they get pushed off of a 2-foot platform onto their head. There are injuries. It is rather dangerous. And the crazy thing about sumo, by the way, is that if you've seen like a match, the crowd is like right against the ring. They're sitting on the floor on cushions, like 3 feet outside of the doyo. And those guys fall onto the crowd all the time. They get pushed off at like full force and do diving leaps into these like elderly Japanese men sitting in the front row. And just like 400 pounds of rikishi just crashes down. It's amazing it's allowed. Like, there must be fatalities. And they're all really like tacit about it too. Like, if a sumo wrestler lands on you, they're like really stoic. Like no one like looks at you or like asks if you're okay. That's just kind of like just looking into the distance and pretending not to see it as you're like just trying to like, you know, hold in the pain from your broken leg. It's actually really funny to watch in like a sort of disturbing way. Just it's like awkward. It's like the sumo wrestler's like kind of getting up and they're not making eye contact with this dude that he just crushed. There's kind of this mutual acknowledgement. It's like, sorry, dude, it happens. Sorry. The sumo tangents are kind of weird, but why not? Also, chapters 3 to 5 are supposed to come out as a bundle pack, but that could change, but it could also not be changed. He never confirmed that chapter 3 would drop on its own, but the newsletter sign-up does say chapter singular, and it'll probably cost $25 if it does. I'm not sure where any of this comes from, but I don't know about the pricing personally. Like, if he drops all 3 chapters, I don't know. I haven't thought about what the price is at all yet. I don't care. I'd pay $1,000 obviously because I'm me, but I feel like Toby's gonna like lowball it, if anything, because Undertale was $10, right? That's like super cheap. Maybe someone will talk him into charging a bit more for it, but I feel like Toby releasing what he feels like is an incomplete game, he'll probably do a crazy lowball and give it away for like $10 or something. It's gonna cost more than Undertale. Yeah, okay, maybe he's thinking a bit more pragmatically. I think for the full game, like, you know, you could easily charge like $30 or $40 for it, but people would of course complain because it's an indie game, and that's not what price indie games are. That's just how it works. If it's from a big studio, it's $70, and if it's from an indie studio, it's $20. Regardless of what the content of the game, it's a bit silly. Game pricing is nonsense, but the team probably has an accountant. Yeah, hopefully it does. I hope there's a Toby. I mean, it's hard to describe. Toby, like the other Toby who works on RAM. He's the one who handles that kind of pragmatic thought in my case. So I was like, I hope Toby has a Toby equivalent working with him. Then I realized how little sense that made. Hollow Knight could be $60. It absolutely could, and it's what, 15 or something ridiculous. It's like 10, I forget. Hollow Knight is the most underpriced game ever made. You're not crazy about seeing the pineapple on the top wiggling back and forth? What pineapple? Alright, that was a weird comment. Kind of funny though. Funny comment. Firstly, I love the editing of this video. It was very interesting and entertaining to watch. Second, does the first measure of Queen's theme not match up with the world revolving, and therefore Gaster? I mean, I talked about this, didn't I? Like, the first measure of Queen's theme is da 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 da. It's, oh, I think I talked about this last time. Wait, they're sharing a different connection. It's like, theoretically, Queen's theme has those two bottom notes, da 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 da. Well, three notes, two unique notes. And then the top note, which ascends each time, which, if you describe it like that, it sounds similar to how I describe the world revolving. It's like those two bottom notes, da 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 da, where the top note just ascends. But for Queen's theme, the top note starts much lower, da 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 da. So the highest note in Queen's theme is the same as the lowest note in the world revolving. So it's really not that similar. Like, it has a very different effect. I described Queen's theme as like a fancy version of just like an arpeggiated chord, whereas the world revolving is a little bit more unique, I'd say. Like, the top comes off as more of a melody. Anyway, that's a lot of rambling. I think I demoed it in the last stream even. Love your editing. On this, never noticed a lot of these references. I wish I had more to say. Just know that I think these essay-type videos are really well made. Thank you. I can confirm Christopher Moon is everywhere. They do be. If anyone doesn't know Christopher Moon at this point, I feel like explaining it is spoiling the bit. Give us back the ananas. Ananas. It's not too on screen and not too off screen. Just like Gaster. It is a meme, of course, how pineapple is like ananas in every language except for English, in which it's pineapple for no godly reason. Like, it's just funny. Yeah, ananas. It's pina in Spanish. I guess Spanish is a little special snowflake as well. Oh, pina. The tilde over the N makes it pina, right? Is that how it works? I've never studied Spanish, really. It has some enzymes that eat your flesh while you eat the fruit. Yeah, I think I knew that. To be fair, like, fruits, it's full of citric acid. That is acid. It does kind of mildly burn you, but... So it's not that different, but... Oh, someone is saying that pineapple is pina ananas language flux. I have no idea if that's true. Pina ananas. It's like somehow that gets corrupted into pineapple. Sure. Maybe. Citric acid has a pathetic pH. Yeah, I know, but it can still give you heartburn and stuff. It would chafe if you were sitting in a bath with that stuff. You'd get a rash, probably. $5 from Adam Howe. Some people say that the Snowden melody was plagiarized from this Kirby song. Any thoughts? I did just say earlier in the stream that I wouldn't be opening links from people who weren't like mods already, even if it was a donation. I don't know if I should. It is just a YouTube link. But okay, but I'll open it and see if it and if it's fine, I'll show it to the stream, I think. It's fine. Okay. This is Snowden theme, right? That was the premise? Snowden melody. I don't hear it so far. Ah, there it is. That's the same one in Dating Start and in Hopes and Dreams, I think. That's weird to hear out of context. Wow. Okay, the ending is a little bit different, but it's like very similar. Well, I don't know whether it was plagiarized or not, but that certainly does sound very similar. It's pretty much the same for most of it. It's like it starts off identical, then the ending bits change, which is a pretty common thing. Molly. Hang on, I got a full screen again before it'll restore my place. Oh wait, Miku. The Miku zone. Toby is a musical genius and a masterful troll, so it's only natural that Gaster's theme is so good at inducing pareidolia. Toby... How much of a troll is Toby really? How much of a troll is Toby really, though? Really? He did make the baby is you that one time to ironically protest the fact that mpreg discussion was banned on the MSPA forums. Aside from that, he's a bit of a whimsical jokester sometimes, but... A troll? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'd call him a troll. He runs you over in his own game. I guess so. That's a little bit of a troll, but yeah, okay. I mean, he's never... I don't think he's ever, like, intentionally, like, led people down a wild goose chase kind of thing, is more what I mean. Or, like, tricked you. Like, the closest he got was the, Sans' whole thing, but that did legitimately culminate in some lore. The mysterious artifact was just like a shit post, but yeah, I don't know. He's not a hardcore gaslighter. Yeah, usually when I don't like seeing Toby as a troll used to mean like Toby would just like fuck over, he would just like cast aside the quality of his own writing for the sake of a stupid bit. Because I don't think that's really his MO. Headcanon. Gaster is constantly sworn by random people who believe he is some kind of cryptid every time he goes out in public. That's kind of a weird scenario to picture, because like surely if he was in public, people would just see him and, you know, he'd be on the news and he'd be less of a cryptid, but... Curious. Or maybe it's like that one, back like years ago, I started writing a Gaster POV Undertale fan fiction. This was like in 2016. I never finished it or published it anywhere. But my headcanon was that like, anyone who meets Gaster can like talk to him and it's fine, but as soon as he leaves your field of view, you immediately forget the conversation. So it's like, he's like self-censoring kinda. It could be like that. If we combine our headcanons, it'll make sense. I'm Gaster. This happens to me all the time. It's SCP. There probably isn't SCP like that, but like there's an SCP for fucking everything. Any concept you think of, oh, there's a SCP-90618. You're like, all right, fuck. SCPs are turning into like a fucking patent library for cool sci-fi concept. Okay, I'm just gonna take a bite of a sandwich for a sec. Hang on. Okay, sandwich eaten. Okay. I'm so glad there's even more evidence of Noel having this weird connection with Gaster, because I remember going on a crazed rant to a friend of mine when the Spanton sweepstakes was a thing. About how meta it was that a video game character having a talent for breaking games would coincide with Gaster's nature of being an in-game Easter egg. That's exactly what I said. That's really cool if you had the same thought at the time. That's a really cool concept to me immediately, was that like Noelle has the thing for like obscure game secrets and she lives in a video game. What does that do? That's got to be fucked up, right? Like something's got to go wrong at some point. Yes, Cherry doesn't know what SCP is. Yeah, it's a collaborative, yeah, like you said, a sci-fi creepypasta an anthology. It's like a crowdsourced wiki of like short sci-fi stories that follow a specific format. It makes me wonder if this means that the game is, in some narrative level, self-aware of the fact that it is just a game, or if it's just canonically operates. Excuse me. If it canonically operates under some video game logic, which is how I sort of describe Undertale. This is my preferred way to consider Undertale, where it's not literally a game in universe. Like, the Undertale universe does not acknowledge that it is running on your desktop. It just happens to be a self-contained world that operates along some video game logic and allows the influence of some weird player entity. I think that's the most cohesive way to look at it, which is a bit weird, but it works. Need more tea. Enjoy the piss sound. The presence of the player in Undertale, it doesn't really matter if it's literal or if it's just metaphorical, because it makes the same point either way. It's different in universe, but from your perspective, it's making the exact same commentary about your behavior. Because if Noelle breaks video games and Noelle breaks Deltarune, then that should mean that Deltarune is a video game, which is obvious to us because we're playing the game, but does that mean that Deltarune itself is canonically a game? Or is that just a joke that only the audience gets? Either or, like, it makes it a little bit more, it's a bit more relevant in Deltarune, I think, because there is a possibility with, you know, wink wink device theory, perhaps, if that's where it's going, that Deltarune could literally be like an in-universe video game. Or like, if not a video game in universe, then like the video game like interface could be like specifically constructed by like, you know, Gaster or something. In which case it would be a little bit more overt, I guess, the fact that like this is literally a video game. Which is a bit weird to think about, because Undertale had the same thing without that narrative angle. So it's almost a bit redundant but it would be fine either way. I think it could work. Because in Undertale, having video game rules for things like save files was part of the narrative, and this far in Deltarune, it hasn't felt as on the nose about it. But does Noel change that? And if it does, then what does that say about so many other things, like Ralsei knowing about keyboard inputs or having multiple save files? I think I'm looking too much into this. I'm not sure you are. I think this stuff is actually kind of the new frontier that's being looked at. As like, this is probably important actually. And a lot of this crosses over with Molly's stuff, obviously. Yeah, Molly says that like whether it's a game or just, as I said, the interface that you interact through the world could be interpreted as a game, and that's what Noelle is logically breaking. It's, yeah. I almost don't want to think about it in that level of specificity. It's like, diegetically or not, literally or not, Noelle is a video game character who breaks games. Hijinks ensue. Like, that's basically it.
Finally, someone talked about the girl next door baseline.
I thought I was the only one who could hear the similarity. I'm surprised I didn't notice it sooner. It's pretty obvious once you point it out. It's like, oh, yeah, there it is. But I didn't notice it until I specifically listened through the soundtrack when I started the project to hear Gaster's theme and stuff. It's just right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, I see a Molly. I jump for joy whenever you upload a new video. Well, that's cool. Just jumping up and down. I can't say you're my favorite Deltarune Undertale channel, because that would be a discredit to the many other creators in the same sector whose videos I devour on a regular basis. But you're certainly in my upper echelon of nerds who talk about favorite thing. Hell yeah. Bit of a cop-out not to say your favorite, though. Come on. Who's taken the top spot? Is it Half-Bread? It's Half-Bread, right? It's probably Half-Bread. I don't know a damn thing about music theory, so the quality of the content itself is a little beyond me, but it's still the same fantastic editing and dry humor. I love to see it of you. Thank you. The most I can say is that if it were me, I would probably rank Card Castle and Chaos King and Friendship a tiny bit higher on the contextually Gaster scale. Oh, the contextually Gaster, interesting. Chaos King a little less so. My thoughts there only make sense if the Knight and Gaster are the same person. Okay. A possibility that's very up in the air. There's just as much evidence for it as there is against it. My line of thinking is that the King very clearly thinks very highly of the Knight, judging by how he speaks about the Knight during his boss battle, so having the Knight theme song kind of sneakily hidden inside the theme of someone that he has a lot of influence on would make some sense. It would kind of make sense, but did you say it backward, though? You said that Card Castle should be higher on the contextual scale, but Chaos King less so. Because it sounds like you're saying that the Chaos King, it makes sense that the King would have a relationship with the Knight or Gaster, maybe. But Card Castle, that one seems like it makes less sense to me. Friendship has a few less caveats. It's a happy, triumphant, celebratory song that plays at the very end of Chapter 1. Having Gaster's theme hidden inside it acts as an ominous reminder that you won the battle, not the war. Celebrate now, but Gaster is still out there, probably doing something spooky. I guess this one only applies if Gaster turns out to be evil in some way. But I feel like the idea has a bit more ground to stand on than Gaster being the Knight. Yeah, I don't really... I think... What did like, Jaru mentioned this in his music tier list thing, too, right? The idea that, like, anytime it seemed like there was a song that was too happy, he would say, like, oh, there's got to be some, like, this is hiding the dark truth or something. I don't really relate to that mindset, really, like, I think it's one thing to say that it would be cool or it would be kind of crazy, dude, if Gaster's theme was in this happy song and it was, like, an ominous foreshadowing, but I don't think that's, like, reason enough to say that you would expect it to be there. That's like, you could say that about any song in the game. Like, wouldn't it be crazy if Gaster's theme was in this crazy battle remix? It reminds you that even though this battle sure is crazy, Gaster exists somewhere. It's like, it doesn't seem like a good line of logic to like synthesize Gaster connections from. But anyway, yeah. I don't personally see any reason to suspect that Gaster's theme would be in Friendship. And I guess to summarize what I'm saying is like, the fact that you wouldn't expect Gaster's theme to be in a song is not a reason to expect that Gaster's theme would be in a song, because it would be surprising. Like, we'd expect Gaster's theme to be here because it has no other reason to be here, and therefore it would be a subversion of your expectations. Like, it seems a bit silly. Hey, Molly. I don't think I read this on the top comments. For some reason this might not be one of the top comments still, but this is a big one from Molly here. A right big one. And then makes the, it subverted expectations. Yeah. It broke new ground. ATSTs. Alright. Somehow your editing feels like it gets exponentially more unhinged with every video. This impresses and terrifies me. No, that's real though, because like, it's a bit like the Blue Shell incident, if anyone is familiar with that, where Joel Vinesauce started animating a 3D Movie Maker project with no experience, and then by the end, he's like doing Sakuga fight scenes. Because that's like, I started my first video with no experience, and so it's just a linear increase, is like every new video is just like, I guess I've learned or something. Okay, but for real, this was honestly a really awesome exploration into Gaster's theme. It's one of the few things I really felt kind of stumped on, even with my knowledge of music theory and production. And I'm glad to see it more content really trying to make sense of where it is actually most likely to have popped up in Deltarune, especially. I wouldn't doubt that there's probably other places it could be in, potentially. But with what we do have here, it's given me a lot to think about already. I've gone from this weird back and forth of, come on, it's Gaster's theme. Of course it would be obvious to point out, look for in regards, if he is present anywhere, to, wait a minute, the notes don't match up in any, the notes don't match up in songs like Man.Og and Another Hymn, even if they do have similar or identical intervals. But the original theme itself doesn't really get used properly anywhere else, and it feels like it's just altered significantly in other cases. And it's a super simple motif that's easy to hallucinate anywhere, so I don't know how reliable this all is at all. Oh, that was the first part of the list. Oh shit. This is a very intense sentence here. Actually, this theme might still have some stock put into it. We've just been looking in the wrong places, it seems. It being part of the song already mentioned, plus the freedom motif, does check out for me for obvious reasons. Yeah, the Man, Another Hymn that would check out, I think, yeah. But the potential inclusion of it in the field themes and Flashback and Girl Next Door is what catches my eye the most, yeah. Molly says I have a thing for running on occasionally. It didn't come across in your narrated video. Maybe in writing though. The field themes potentially having it could sort of check out, because I honestly do think the Dark Worlds in general just have this all-encompassing tie to Gaster. Even if it's not direct, he appears to have discovered them, he's done experiments on them, smiled at Og, can be seen as both heavy indicator of his presence and of a Dark World's presence in any case. And his most notable appearances in Deltarune have been through characters in the Dark Worlds. And those worlds fit in the same box that Gaster's theme seems to be in, of focusing a whole lot on escapism and the fact that creativity, or any act of creativity as a means to resolve issues in your own reality. It's a stretch, but I suppose the field themes having a hint of his theme in it sort of makes sense, though the less sort of makes sense through the lens of Dark Worlds in general, just sort of having this aura built throughout them, even if it's not always directly involved with Gaster, I guess. I almost always see Dark Worlds as, or sorry, I almost see Dark Worlds as like Gaster's AoE or some shit. It's not inherently meaning that he's tied to everything, because that area of effect is still its own thing compared to whatever he might be causing it. But his influence within is still felt. I see what you mean by that. Like, I agree about Gaster's sort of just being generally related to the Dark Worlds. That makes sense to me, fine. But like, the weird thing about the themes is, the field themes, is that if it was Gaster everywhere, then why isn't it Gaster everywhere, right? Like, because there's no Gaster that I could find in Field of Hopes and Dreams, or Card Castle, or Pandora Palace is much less so than the Cyber City and the Cyber Field music. There is theoretically still that reference because of Queen's theme, it's inherited, but it's a weaker reference. So it's kind of like half the songs kind of seem to have it, and half of them don't. And so I wouldn't feel right about using that as an explanation. It's like, well, it doesn't really explain anything. It's just like, it still might be true that the whole Dark World is associated with Gaster, but I don't think that the field themes are something I want to use as like evidence for that, because it's not consistent at all. Is Shay here? If everything is Gaster, nothing will be. That's the second time I've had to read a variant of that quote this stream. It's a good one. How you doing, Shay? Yeah, Molly says, I don't think there's any clear answer we can get out of the field themes. I feel the same way. That's where I just sort of say, like, you know, Toby, you made it too hard. This isn't my problem. I'm just going to wait for more information, because, like, I don't want to spend the rest of my life speculating on this, like, half-baked shit. I'm just going to assume that it's either a coincidence or, like, we don't have enough information to make sense of it yet. I hope you're having fun toasting comments. There's not really any toasting going on, actually. Or I'm assuming you mean that, like, roasting. I feel like there was more of that in some of my earlier videos, where, like, there was a lot of just, like, really weird comments that I was actually, like, arguing with. This is more just, like, the vibe is different. It's just, like, a bunch of people saying, like, hey, cool video. Though it's maybe less interesting from some perspective, but also more relaxing, of course. I think the problem with this is that most people don't know anything about music theory, and so they're afraid to, like, argue, as opposed to, like, you know, we're all on the same level as terms of Undertale lore. Anyone can go and just play the game and absorb lore and argue about it. So it's a bit less fair of a playing field here. Comments toasting on an open fire. Yes, Cherry. These comments are better for preserving my voice. Actually, Toffee, I'd say they're worse, because when I got really weird, like, incoherent comments on previous videos, I would just skip them after a few sentences. I'd be like, this makes no sense, and skip it. Whereas this one, I'm reading, like, everything word for word, so it's actually going slower, I think. But I am spending less time replying, I guess, is the trade-off, so that is true. Okay, there's more comments still. Now, Girl Next Door / Flashback is where I'm truly, undoubtedly flabbergasted. Nice. Flabbergasted. Are you surprised my voice isn't gone after 5 hours? It definitely gets hoarse. Like, it's pretty hoarse right now, but usually it doesn't start getting actively painful until, like, 7 hours or so. But I can usually hold up pretty okay. I drink the tea as well, that helps. Lemon ginger tea. Because I've already had a really solid hunch that Noelle is going to be instrumental to the game narratively and even on a meta level. What you said about Noelle being blessed and cursed, with being able to easily find secrets, and Gaster being blessed or cursed, blursed even, to be the secret, is exactly how I feel about her at the moment in that regard. And the fact that these two songs do appear to contain some form of Gaster's theme is pretty convincing. So it's just more fuel for the fire, in my opinion. That is very much how I feel as well. Yeah. It just kind of ties into the bigger thing I feel with, with Noel playing into the fact that Deltarune as a game and as a message hinges a lot on the concept of secrets, glitches, and going off the beaten path in the medium generally. Yeah, that's something I'm picking up on as well, I think. We don't really have enough data points to fully commit to that as like, this is definitely where the game is going, but like, it's very easy to picture. If we get more weird routes, that could easily be a very big part of the game. Many of the cool things that people go on forever about in these games are things that you really need to go out of your own way to find. And in cases like the weird route specifically, I feel like that's an effort to keep the game's secrets vague and only advertise it as having one route or ending on the surface. Okay, I read it wrong, but we're fine. On the surface is very much intentional and could be setting up for one hell of a subversion later down the line. Yes. Yeah, like even the fact that Deltarune is foreshadowed by this patch in Undertale that put in all these fun events, these Gastery events, and how it's all like weirdly tied to this random fun value system, and like the lore about Don't Forget in Sans' lab is one of the most obscure secrets in the game. You have to go so far out of your way to get that. And that's like, it feels like in a way that all the most obscure stuff in Undertale is like the Deltarune foreshadowing, which is an interesting way of looking at it. If you picture that through line being continued into Deltarune itself, and like the game might expect you to go out more on a limb and look at like really obscure secrets and dive into the code base even to find lore. Like I've come around a bit to that perception of the game. I think it was a bit resistant at first to like the idea of data mining being relevant, but I think for Deltarune, if not Undertale, it could actually make a bit more sense. Please don't spam, chat member. You're not doing anything bad, but just don't spam. Okay, where was I in this paragraph? Yes, secrets, having one route. Okay, there it is. It's kind of baffling how much my digging of the game for answers and for figuring out what it might be really saying or trying to say, and how the rest of it might play out, just ends up bringing me back around to Noel, or more specifically, Des, as a potential nexus of sorts for all of these pieces to culminate into. Interesting. Obviously, that's what you'll be going into detail about in your own video series, so I won't ask you to elaborate on that. But that's very intriguing. Like, if you've looked into it an extensive amount and you find that like it keeps circling back to like the holidays, I want to hear your perspective on that, because that's very interesting. That's at least my 2 cents on that, given we only have chapters 1 and 2 to work with, but it hasn't become any less fascinating thing for me to ponder in terms of what it might imply for the game's future. Wonderful. Also, nice rant Sona during the happy break time, lol. That was the fucking rant Sona, man. Yeah. Also, fucking insane to see my video in this, but it means a lot. What the fuck? Yeah, like honestly, Molly, your video is just the one that made the most sense to put in that context there. Not that I didn't want to shout you out or anything, but like, I didn't have to go out of my way at all. Like, it was just like, what are the relevant Gaster videos to watch? This one, obviously, like, it's one I think people should watch. Mel is back with, what the fuck is that? I have no idea how much money this actually is. I feel like Mel's donating a lot though, Mel. Kind of crazy actually. With the 269 Argentina bucks and 69 Argentina cents. Excellent. Okay, one last one. I have to do stuff. Thanks for enabling my tomfoolery, and I hope it caused you psychic damage. Changed the world, my final message. Goodbye. Okay, bye, Mel. You've been quite the funny little gremlin this stream, I have to say. But thank you for all the donations so far. Let me read this comment. Yeah, no, it was just good timing, I suppose. I just happened to release part 1 when I did, and I'm really glad that it's been put in such high regard either way. Yeah, stuff just works out nicely sometimes. Because honestly, I'm not sure I would have been as confident in writing that Noel conclusion, Molly, like if I hadn't seen your video previously. I probably would have, I had always planned from the start to do something regarding Noel, but like, definitely the way I took that section was informed by, or at least emboldened by the first Device Theory video. Oh, it's $1. That actually makes me happy that like Mel hasn't been bankrupting themselves this whole time, and that's good. I'm finally caught up. Got here so late that I've been watching from the beginning on double speed. It always impresses me that people can watch shit on double speed. I don't speak that slowly either. I speak as fast as I can without like slurring my words, and half the time I do that anyway, so.
Emboldened by the flame of Molly Star.
I can't do the best Margit voice at the best of times, but after like 5.5 hours of streaming, it's not great.
Foul tarnished.
No, it's not happening. That was the Molly comment. Nice comment, Molly. Sorry, ma'am, no Christopher Moon comment on this video. You have yet to succeed in the industry. Joke's on you, Sophia Sophia Malcolm. Christopher Moon commented after you did. Molgot the Storman? Is that supposed to be a pun on Molly's name? That I'm not sure that works. Yeah, Molly, I'm looking forward to the next parts of that 3. Whenever you happen to get them out, even if it takes like a while, because they're fucking big, right? They're really big. The one that people point out that bothers me is flashback. When you really listen to it, the intervals are really different. Yeah, I pointed that out myself, and like I did a weird okay, the speech processing is breaking down for some reason. Hang on. At first, I really wanted to write flashback off as like it's the wrong interval, dude. Like it's just brain rot. But like, I ended up giving it a much higher rating than I thought I would at first. Because I sort of convinced myself at the end. It's like, well, if you change this one interval, just hypothetically, just move this one note up by like 3 semitones. It's like the most obvious Gaster chord in the game. Suddenly, it's like, because it's really repetitive. It's right there. It's like the only thing happening in the song, and it even modulates down too. I was like, well, okay, even if the interval doesn't match, I have to like acknowledge how strong the vibes are here. Because I could hear it. That was the ultimate deciding factor, was like, I listened to it a few more times and I'm like, yeah, I hear it. I hear the connection. Chapter 2 is massive because of the sweepstakes. The sweepstakes are going to be a fucking task, yeah. They're weirdly dense with lore. I had my fun with the sweepstakes. I made my little like infographic document where I just put all the pages together in a huge like image in GIMP, and I was like, yeah. And I'm never gonna show this to anyone on YouTube. It's see, that's what a second channel would be good for, is I could put stuff like that out. Sorry, I completely wandered away from what you said into rambling about a diagram I made months ago. I'm not sure how I got there, sorry. It feels like this won't be read being hours in. Oh, I got there. I did get there. But I feel that if a video was watched at 2 a.m. by Toby Fox, causing him to go, finally, someone gets it, this would be one of them. Oh god, I hope so. I do wonder sometimes if Toby watches any of these like theory videos. I bet he does watch some. He must watch them occasionally, right? Like, the way I picture Toby Fox's life being is like, he doesn't actually look at any fan content himself. He's long since past that. But like, occasionally, his friends, his inner circle, will be like, Toby, you gotta look at this shit. This is wacky. And that's the avenue, to make a long story short, through which I see him having read Umris before. I still think it's possible that he's actually read Umris. Because he doesn't have to look for the shit himself. He just gets it recommended to him. I'm sure he does. You think he's watched the Half-Bred one because of the Spamton Q&A confirms the elemental pairs that Spamton's a cat? Interesting. Okay, where was I? The sheer amount of Homestuck references in this Deltarune video in 2023 is so brave and cool of you. So brave. I don't know if it's brave, it's just like, Homestuck has lots of good music, and it's funny to reference because, you know, it's related to Deltarune and Undertale. I'm personally like, the way I see it is I went through the effort of reading fucking Homestuck, I bit the bullet, I literally did, I read 800,000 words of webcomic. I'm going to get my money's worth, I'm going to reference it as often as I want. And I don't really even feel any of the stigma against it because I wasn't part of the fandom at the time, so I'm walking on air, baby. You also noticed the Inscription song and appreciate it. Yeah. Shoutouts to Inscription. Okay, the Showcrow main channel donates 59 Nokron Eternal Cities to say, the Spamton sweepstakes were crazy. Toby is a genius for bribing people with lore to encourage more people to donate to charity. I mean, it's extremely effective. It's sort of the same principle as any good charity drive. Is like, take something people would be invested in anyway, and then just channel that toward a good cause. But thank you for the donation. Nice Cromer. Someone on my server the other day asked how many people knew what stoats were before playing Inscription, and I had to admit that I had no idea what a stoat was. But I was happy to look it up. I became stoat pilled because they're really cool. They're like tiny, furry, like worms that they're carnivorous. They hunt rabbits, despite being tiny. They jump onto rabbits and like sever their spinal cord with a bite. And then they drag them back to their den or something. It's crazy. Sorry, Toffee. I've never heard of a stoat bun. Or a toffee stoat, I should say. So it's immediately just the toffee pops up. Like, oh, yeah, right. Are we out of Miku? Yeah, Miku is over. Back to Omori.
Friendship ended with Hatsune Miku. Omori is my best friend now.
JD says, "Hey Andrew, guess what? Did you get sub 9 in RAM? Is that it? Is that it, JD?" JD's been skipping the stream and playing RAM this whole time, I bet. Sub 9 is real? Of course he got sub 9. Did he even find out of bounds tech? Who knows? Well, I look forward to watching your sub 9 run if you post that, JD. It's interesting to think of the world themes having Gaster quotes as him haunting the world. Same with the possible quoting Kings and Queen's themes, which in turn becomes quotes on almost every non-enemy main theme for the respective Dark Worlds. Yeah, that's kind of what I said in response to Molly's comment, though, is that, like, if Gaster's going to be everywhere, I'd prefer him to be actually everywhere, instead of just, like, randomly in a few places in the Dark Worlds. Coffee wrote a whole message and it got replaced by an emoji? What, the emoji ate the message? What the fuck? You seem to have trouble with my my stream chats, Toffee. Didn't you get, like, muted during the premiere for quoting that thing about queer baiting the king of Germany? And then YouTube just shadow banned you? And you're, like, messaging me during the premiere to be like, did you ban me, Andrew? What happened? That's the moral of the story. Never ever talk about queer baiting the king of Germany on YouTube. Can we please have more ananas on screen? There. Why can I do such a good drunk British accent? I don't know. I'm quoting that one guy. I don't even know his name. That Margaret Thatcher is dead. Specifically that guy. I don't know if he was drunk or not. He probably wasn't, actually. He doesn't strike me as someone who would talk about Margaret Thatcher while drunk. The I've put things up my arse guy. Yes, that one. That's the same one. I think of him as the Margaret Thatcher guy, but you could also know him as that. I thought I heard that he died, actually. I'm not sure. But that's been my operant assumption. Blackwater, can you just be a bit normal for a second in chat, please? Okay. Holy shit. Having Gaster's theme... Okay, there it is. Having Gaster's theme be so prevalent in Noel's theme equally speaks to the idea of it being his way of haunting the game with his presence. It's like he's marked her for some reason, the same way that he saw potential in Javelin Spamton. See, this I get, but, like, with the first part you sort of diluted it. It's like, these are on different levels here, where this is, like, very vague and doesn't form a pattern, and this is much more concrete, I think, where Gaster having, like metaphysically marked Noel as, like, a spooky Gaster character. It's such a funny concept. Like, you get the mark at birth and Gaster's theme gets put into your theme song. Like, it's a really goofy concept, but also quite interesting. Yeah, the hunter's mark, basically. The brand of sacrifice. Take your pick. Noel has been marked for gasterification. Assigned Gaster at birth. Fuck. Andrew, stay calm, but I just found Gaster's theme in your theme song. Fuck. Your only defense, I think, is to not have a theme song, but, I mean, if you live in a video game, that just sort of happens to you, I think. You don't get a choice. Hey, just so you know, your boyfriend's theme has Gaster's theme in it. Sorry that you had to find out this way. I'm not sure whose boyfriend you're talking about, but that would be devastating news for sure, Molly. Like, learning that any loved one of yours had Gaster's theme in their leitmotif or whatever. Will Gaster's theme appear in RAM? I'll get Nahu on that, yeah. Awesome Helptail cameo. Oh, I skipped one actually, sorry. The connection between Noel and Gaster is really interesting. Cool to see a thorough video on Gaster's theme. The Beethoven and Wagner mentions were also cool. Mooks did a great job on the Ratsona. Shoutouts to Mooks. Shoutouts to Mooks, exactly. I was quite happy with the Ratsona. Now to rattle off a bunch of inane questions. I love that. Andrew, you should talk about Ultra Kill sometime. What's your high score in Cyber Grind? Thoughts on P2? Do you believe in size 2 fish? So I play Ultra Kill, but I'm not good at Ultra Kill. I haven't even made it to P1. I haven't perfected all the stages. I don't do the Cyber Grind. I'm a casual fan, really. But I do enjoy it. I actually have no idea how to get to the fucking fishing stage. I haven't bothered to look it up, and I have no idea how to do it. The relevant questions. How soon should we expect news on RAM? How much lore will we have to chew on? How is Wheelbot? Well, I can answer that. For the RAM plan is to have a public demo by the end of the summer. We opened beta testing more for some of the server patrons and stuff recently, but that's a closed demo. And with the publication of the demo, we'll almost certainly have another devlog. So that's sort of at the end of the summer. How much lore will there be? The demo is likely to be light on lore. We sort of had to... Originally, we were envisioning having more of the story elements in the demo, but we decided that we best to focus on kind of focusing on the game side of the stuff, like the mechanics and the levels, and then leaving the sort of the town area, the story as its own larger dedicated update, so that we wouldn't have like a half-baked system in place. But there might be a bit of lore leaking in through like some, we might find some way to put some dialogue in. And Wheelbot's doing great. They were just redesigned. The redesign is public now, actually. It's in the RAM channel. You can look at that. And I think everyone's very happy with it. Oh, wait, is that a reference to the fucking toffee buns, like double yolked eggs? Like, who's talking about double? Because that was on your server, right? You kept posting pictures of like 3 days in a row. 4 days in a row, you were cracking eggs for breakfast and you had double yolks. It was like some Gaster lore IRL. Yeah, that is what you're talking about. Okay. That was so fucking weird. You should, I guess, get your theme song scanned for Gaster's theme right quick. It's like going for a mammogram or something. You got to get that checked out periodically. Like prostate exam, except for Gaster's theme, kind of is what I'm thinking about. The Eggman has duplicated all your eggs. Fuck you, duplicates your egg yolk. Awesome Helptail cameo. Again, I know nothing about Helptail. I just googled Weirdo Sans image and I found the weirdest one, and that was Helptail, so... unfortunately, you've related to me in vain. Me putting Gaster's theme in my theme song for the bit like I'm a teen in the late aughts saying Bloody Mary 3 times in front of the mirror. God, that would be such a... If people had, like, IRL theme songs, that was just a thing. And you could, like, instead of goth fashion, you could put, like, you know, Gaster's theme in your theme song. What an interesting opportunity for world building, is all I can say. Do you not have an IRL theme song? Calling Gaster at 3 a.m. challenge? Just play like FL Studio text-to-speech noises with an AM radio filter on it. Oh, he's calling me back! Oh! and then the camera cuts to your body and a sewage pipe covered in the Grimace shake. Yeah, I can picture it. I hope Andrew brings a whole ass piano to the comment discussion stream so we can make him demonstrate our musical hot takes. Hey, you might have called it. That said, is it possible Queen's motif has a sort of false positive Gaster theme in it because it's derived from the world revolving? I keep seeing this. I don't see how Queen's theme is that similar to the world revolving. Because it has those two notes that are rising, but like the actual notes themselves are very different. Like the notes in the world revolving rise just stepwise, like a scale, whereas the top notes in Queen's theme starts off with like the third of the chord and goes to the fifth of the chord, so it comes off as an arpeggio instead. So I hear them as being very different, but I think surprisingly a lot of people hear them as similar. To me, the first part of Queen's motif sounds like 7 notes of the world revolving, but then on the 8th note where it should rise up, it falls flat instead and holds it. Da 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 da. Coffee's checked. There are already Grimace 3 AM challenges. Enjoy the fucking free marketing, you filthy bastards at McDonald's HQ. God damn it. Where? I lost my place. Maybe to sort of resolve it into its own thing. I feel a piano demo coming on. Hang on. Let's do this again. Yes, we're good. Okay. So, world revolving. Right, and Queen's theme in the same key as that is... So we have these two oscillating bottom notes, those are the same. But the top notes in the world revolving, you get, that's the world revolving, and Queen you get... So the effect on Queen's theme is that you have an arpeggiated tonic minor chord. In the world revolving, it's more like a walk up to the tonic on the major chord. So even though they're technically, like, you can describe the contour as similar and the top notes as rising, they just feel very fundamentally different to me. For some reason, I'm imagining you holding the piano like a guitar. Very, very good. Yeah, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I mean, I'm just sitting at the piano. Play penis music on the piano. I don't think I can do that. World revolving and swing? All right, I'll do that. That's a stupid enough request. I think that's enough of that. The left hand is actually really janky in swing. I was struggling. Very groovy, yeah. I lack the penis dexterity to play penis music. Why did I read that? Fuck. Can I play Wonderwall? Yes. Maybe, maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. I already sang that for like an hour in one of the Yeek streams. I don't know why you want to hear Wonderwall so bad. It was a whole bit. Play the Zelda songs. Not that was too many requests. It has to go on cooldown for a while before I take random requests. Right. So that was all to say. I've seen this before several times, and I don't really see the connection that much. Like, I think they both kind of reference Gaster's theme, but like the connection between them and each other is not that strong. Have I played Outer Wilds? Yes, I'm a very big fan. I'd call Outer Wilds my second favorite game, probably. To sort of resolve it into its own thing. The rest of her theme is variations on that pattern. Then she'd only have some variant of Gaster's theme by way of a janky remix of a remix. Yeah, I don't think... This is a really weird way of saying that the Queen's Gaster reference is worse than you think because it's actually just quoting the World Revolving in a weird way. I think the Queen's theme is closer to Gaster's theme than the World Revolving. I think it's weird to draw that distinction because, like, if two songs quote the same motif, even in a modified way, then they're going to have a similarity between them, but it's not going to be a perfect similarity. It's sort of like how two brothers are related to each other because they share the same parent, you know? It just seems like a weird kind of way of looking at it. But then again, it could be entirely wrong. I'm not confident with this take. Probably just the hallucinatory Gasters, all Undertale and Deltarune fans hear in any arpeggio, but maybe it's worth throwing out there just to be proven wrong. I hope I managed to explain what I'm hearing while knowing fuck all about how to describe music. I think you did describe it. It's just like, it seems to be like a fairly common perception, actually, that I just don't really see much truth to. Zawarudo revolving, yeah. Me when I'm on the comment response stream. It's you. I don't know much about music, but man, I fucking hate sumo wrestling. Why did they get all the good food to get weighty? Any idea how hard it is for me? God, so unfair. They do make a lot of good food, but to be fair, the wrestlers make it all themselves, so... If you want that chanko nabe, you gotta make that chanko nabe, is all I'm saying. It looks like a pain in the ass, too, honestly. Like, I looked at a recipe for chanko nabe once, and it's like... There's 8 different kinds of meat, and you have to, like, revolve them through a hot pot, and it's this whole fucking process. I was like, okay, I'm not a sumo wrestler. I don't need to eat this much fucking stew. It doesn't seem like something you can really make in a small batch, is what I mean. They're good cooks, too? They are, actually. A lot of sumo wrestlers, there's not really much in the way of career security in sumo wrestling. Sort of like, you burn out sometime in your late 30s, and then you're not employed, and, like... You don't necessarily get a pension, so they have to have these alternative avenues where a lot of them will just open restaurants. If they get famous, they'll open their sumo restaurant where they serve like chanko nabe and stuff, which is quite endearing, actually. The meat revolving. Yeah. Since you brought up Lost Girl, here's a detail I noticed. Slow down the beginning of versus Susie to the tempo of Lost Girl, and then listen to the main melody of Lost Girl. Versus Susie? I can't even imagine a similarity there. I mean, I'll look at it. That's da 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 da. That's how it goes, right? Like, I don't hear any similarity. Da 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 da. It's in a fucking blues scale. Da 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 da. Lost Girl is ba dum ba bum ba dum ba dum da. I can't even imagine what they're... Oh, that's Speeve. Wait, this is some dude who appears in the server and is like, everyone complains about him being a troll or something? Interesting. I just remember that username. So this might just be nonsense meant to derail the stream, which is actually pretty funny. Fucking versus Susie is Lost Girl, like what? Da 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 da. That's not Huge Mean Steve, different guy. I've barely started this video, but I would pay good money to see you break down other video game songs with the DMCA 666. One of the first ones that sprang to mind was the song that went through almost the exact same experience as Gaster's theme. In the Kirby series, Star Dream, the final boss one of more recent games, has multiple theme songs. One of which is very different tonally to the others, and also happens to be my favorite. It's a super spacey, huge, ambient kind of dread-inspiring piece, but so many people in the fandom ignore the song of its own merits and swear blindly that it's a reference or remix or cover arrangement of an older song, O2's theme, perfectly because of this team's 5-second intro. This sounds like some fucking Kirby fandom drama jank that I want no part of, to be perfectly honest. This sounds like some very niche shit. Okay, to be real, actually, I think the only connection I can possibly imagine between Versus Susie and Lost Girl is the little semitone, the semitone up my overlap, because Lost Girl is da da ba bum ba. It's hard to sing actually. Back to the piano. So it's 4 notes and then where Susie is. That's like dun 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 dun. So it's 4 notes and then that, but that's it. Like that's nothing. That's like the vaguest knee-jerk response imaginable to 2 overlapping notes. Play Lost Girl and swing. I don't really know how to play Lost Girl. Like I can do the notes, but I can't play it, you know? Okay, yeah, the Kirby lore. See, this isn't... I mean, it's not actually... I'm not going to analyze Kirby music, because I know nothing about the Kirby series. That's just an unfortunate impediment to progress there, but... I'm a bit curious about this whole thing with, like, a conspiracy about a song being a remix of a different song, but not quite curious enough to look it up, I think. I'm nowhere near as musically qualified as you, but I've never been able to make this connection myself. Big descending cymbal cascade is a ridiculous common musical effect, and beyond that, the 2 songs have practically nothing in common. So this is sort of just like a vent post about a Kirby music, which I can't really relate to, so I might just move on actually, because I have no idea. I have no context for any of this, I'm sorry. Am I better at playing by sheet music or by ear? Well, I mean, if I want to learn like an advanced arrangement, it'll be by sheet music, but it just so happens that most of the Deltarune stuff, I don't bother properly learning it, and I just pick it up by ear and make up some sort of accompaniment. Play Megalovania. If you want to hear Megalovania played by me on piano, then I think the second Halloween hack stream, that's the opening of the stream, just watch that one. I tried to learn on Little Cat Feet actually, but I gave up for some reason. I forgot about it. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not in Field of Hopes and Dreams, but perhaps the link with the forest, cybers, and city is that they're Dark World area themes. The castles are different, but they're the main thing you hear while traversing the Dark Worlds, and the link between those and Gaster wouldn't be hard to draw. This is the same thing again. Like, I'm not sure why it's not in Field of Hopes and Dreams, exactly. I've repeated this point, I think, enough times at this point. Play Big Shot with my interpretation of what the lyrics are. It would just be like the fucking Morshu parody. I think that Gaster's theme sounds the least to Gaster's theme. Prove me otherwise. I'd have to know what you meant by that first, and at this rate I might never. This was such a great video, and I love this long-form discussion. I enjoy the more analytical Deltarune videos and the crackpot theory videos, as I usually tend to disagree with them. A common take. Play Big Shot on kazoo. I don't have a kazoo. Yeah, it's pretty hard to find what's actually a reference to Gaster through his theme when the theme is 4 notes and then 4 more notes and a slightly different pitch. That's sort of a summary of the video. Yeah, it's not easy to do. Here's your chance to be a big shit. Yes, exactly. Play Camel by Camel. I've never actually heard that song. I don't know what it sounds like. I know its association though. The last J in Jaru Jaru is the tone indicator. That's chat's summary, not mine. That's funny actually. Apparently the actual story behind that, why Jaru's name is like that, is because he just kept like typing the sequence of letters until it became unique. So like, if Jaru Jaru J was taken, he probably would have gone to Jaru Jaru Ja or something. You notice that Ram got his logo changed on Steam? What's up with that? What's up with that is that we have a logo now, and not like a work in progress kind of sketchy program art thing. That's all the art in the game is in the process of being swapped out for like professionally made stuff. Yeah, it's pretty hard to find what's actually a reference to Gaster through his theme. Oh no, I read that. I don't know enough to comment on the ethics of sumo wrestling. Well, at least you had the good sense not to then. No way! Is that Nico One Shot from the hit indie game One Shot? Yeah, it was. Osabe Muito? Spanish maybe? Cosmic Luigi. Commenting at me in Spanish probably. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, I think this is one of the fucking... Or maybe it's not a ChatGPT essay. This doesn't look like ChatGPT, so I'll read it. Violence for sport is one thing. What of the physical toll one needs to incur on one's body to even compete in sumo? It's not a violent game on the face of it, making it at first seemingly less ethically dubious than other contact sports. Sumo is really fucking violent, actually. I think anyone who thinks that it's not as violent as like other combat sports or haven't watched enough sumo. It's a bit less violent, I guess. It's not supposed to be, but like you're getting these dudes dropped on their heads on a regular basis. However, pro-level sumo wrestlers gain substantial body weight to perform their sport. How is this any different than the steroid use and abuse of other athletes? The concussions that football players receive lead to far more interpersonal injury, and we allow high schoolers to play football and other violent contact sports. Oh, apparently this just means you are smart. Well, thank you, in Portuguese. Yeah, it's actually very similar. Sumo wrestlers have a similar problem to football players in that they get a lot of concussions and a lot of brain damage, because the start of a sumo match is the takiai, which is when they both essentially slam into each other, and often the thing that's making contact is their heads. They don't aim to butt heads, but it happens constantly, and they're really putting a lot of force behind it, so they constantly have lots of head trauma. Simply because we allow individuals to partake in violent activity that can lead to immediate and long-term health problems does not mean that they are morally permissible. So perhaps the existence of sumo and football are both morally evil institutions / games / ideas, as the idea and propagation of sumo leads to bodily harm. It's a take. I have no interest in commenting on its validity. It's a take. Seems a little AI. Yeah, maybe. It doesn't, like, this seems like weird though. This doesn't seem like something that like a standard thing that ChatGPT would come up with. The sumo head trauma spectrum, yeah. Bottom left. Oh, that's right. I did literally. I just called the bottom right the bottom left for no reason in the video. Like I just wrote the wrong thing. I think that's because I had the original table of data I wrote was like inverted, and I swapped one of the axes, but then I couldn't. I failed the mental arithmetic to like correctly map it back to what it would be in the final video. Piss noise. Night in the Woods OST is based. Hell yeah, Molly. I was actually considering this weird thing where, like, I watched a playthrough of Night in the Woods when it came out, and I really liked it, but it's been so long, and I've forgotten so much that I was considering playing it on stream, like as if it was a first playthrough. Even though I technically know what happens, but I forgot all the details at this point.
Oh yeah, piss.
Yep. I acknowledge that the evidence for the Eggman being Gaster or something is sparse and non-existent, but I can't help still feel that it'll turn out to be related to somehow. So they'll turn out to be related somehow, not because of a specific conspiracy corkboard situation, but just because the context and behavior of the egg is certified weird shit, and I think that Gaster, as Undertale and Deltarune's patron saint of weird shit, I suppose I'm not part of the problem. That's honestly one of the more sane ways to look at it. Like, when people were first trying to describe to me what the fucking connection between Eggman and Gaster was, I thought they were completely deranged. Like, what are you talking about? The refrigerators in the True Labs? Like, what? And it does turn into this ridiculous conspiracy corkboard. But the vibes align. The eggs are weird. If you're looking at it like it's just any weird, glitchy, surreal shit relates to Gaster, then more power to you, because that makes the connection all right. The subtle connection between Eggman and Gaster is very funny without context, yeah.
Snooping as usual, I see.
Molly would watch a Night in the Woods playthrough? Cool. Yeah. That should be the new, you've made yourself perfectly clear, I, your humble servant, will follow you to the utmost. That just gets replaced with,
snooping as usual, I see.
It's a lot more concise that way.
Get a load of this.
Yeah. That line, by the way, is forever just associated with that fucking Sonic fanfic that Jabroni Mike read. I don't know if anyone else has that same association, but just like, it was an excellent bit. The fanfic he was reading had like Sonic gets run over by Eggman's car in like a DUI, and then like Amy has to go like in a rebound relationship with Shadow or something. But just like this impromptu bit where it was saying like Eggman was driving his 2005 Nissan Sentra while snorting like cocaine off the dashboard. and screaming, "Get her out of this!" as he just like plows through pedestrians. It was gold. I recommend everyone watch those streams as long as you're not put off by some really weird, kind of not safe for work Sonic fanfiction. Gaster's pissing on the moon. Kind of similar energy. Not associated with the fan dubs, though. Eggman had enough. It wasn't with a mech, it was with his fucking, like, his hatchback. He just happened to run Sonic over. And he died instantly. Or maybe it was Tails? I forget the details. Fucking Eggman just with a lethal DUI. Okay, maybe "get a load of this" is a bit more of a meme line just outside of that than I realized. It's a pretty good line. Get a load of this! I've been wanting a video like this ever since I first saw those leitmotif videos in the earlier Undertale days. Thanks for putting in the incredible work as always. Salute. Thank you, Cherry Drip. Sonic fandom sounds deranged? Well, the Wattpad fanfics definitely are. Like, I tried to recreate the magic of those streams with Undertale Deltarune stuff, and it's like, it's amazing. You'd think like Undertale and Deltarune would have no shortage of weird fanfiction, but Sonic has it beat by a mile. It's not even close. Like, the weirdest stuff I found on my fanfic streams are like, it looks mild compared to the shit that Mike was digging up on a daily basis from Sonic. They always have to kill Amy? No, Amy, all these fanfics seem to be like shipping Amy and Sonic, and they had to like, no, Amy and Shadow, and they have to break up Amy and Sonic first, whether that's through like a car crash, or Sally Acorn like cucks her, or something. There's always something. Sonic is always an asshole. No one likes Sonic in the Sonic fandom. They just want Shadow X Amy all the time.
Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald?
Yeah. Would I be interested in playing a Sonic game on stream? That would be funny. That would, because I've never played a Sonic game, but it may, I don't know. It would be in bad faith, I think, is the most concise way to put that. And I know enough people here are big Sonic fans that may be uncomfortable. Because I grew up not playing Sonic, but knowing Sonic as like a meme that was there to be like laughed at and spat on from a great height. It wasn't a very fair relationship, but that's sort of what I knew it as from a very early age. Please play Sonic Adventure. Huh. It's a thought. It's a thought. I have seen playthroughs of Sonic Adventure, to be clear, though. Like, I wouldn't be blind or anything. That's an interesting way to experience a franchise. It really is. Through, like, Game Grumps Let's Plays and people making fun of Sonic 06, maybe. Yeah. Recently, I've been watching a couple videos on the Archie Sonic comics, those are pretty fucking wild. But yeah, I have like a weird, like unhealthy amount of investment in the Sonic franchise, despite like not really having interest in any of the games. It's like this weird voyeuristic relationship. I don't know. The Sonic Dreams collection. I'm not playing that on stream. Yes, an investment in Sonic as a cultural object, exactly. You would reckon, yeah, Mania is like the most solid one to actually play and enjoy, yeah. I've heard that for sure. So like with Homestuck? Well, no, I've read Homestuck. Molly says, I can see how you could be so invested in it despite never having played the games. Yeah, it's like Chad said, a cultural object. Like, it's almost irrelevant whether or not you've played them. It's like, you know the deal. Yeah, cool. So quotable. Okay, I've been very slow with the comments. Okay. Very cool video analyzing Gaster's theme and very good editing. Great job. I find it really interesting that the most benefice character in chapter 2 by the weird route is Spamton. He goes from secret boss to final boss of chapter, and Noelle is the only one that can kill him. I'm not sure what that word is supposed to be, actually. Who knows? Question just to see how the response changes. How many Gaster's theme instances do you think we'll see in chapter 3? I don't know, dude. That's not something I'm interested in like making a bet about. I don't really care. I just want to listen for them as they come up. Yeah, it's low work reading the Archie comics. That's what I was talking about. Yeah. Those are very entertaining videos. Especially because he's now into the Knox the Echidnia, whatever the fuck, how do you pronounce it? Like the Ken Penders Knuckles comic and all its deep lore and stuff. It was pretty hard. Wait, is benefice a real word? Is that what that word was? Benefist. A permanent church appointment. I still don't know how that works, but okay. What's going on here, says Outsin? Well, you see, we're responding to the comments on a video that I made about 2 weeks ago. Oh, the Gaster brain rot is also vine sauce and Germa brain rot. The more you learn, well, yes, I guess they're related. I did reference Vinny and Germa here. And Joel, the Joel Gaster confirmed clip. I wanted to use that clip ever since I heard it. Like long before I ever did a YouTube video. Like as soon as I watched Joel's playthrough, I was like, I gotta use that clip for something. Holy shit. Gaster confirm. When did he say that? It was in the end of his chapter 2 playthrough, maybe? It was when he was visiting Rudy in the hospital. This video truly made me realize how out of my depth I am when it comes to music analysis. That being said, however, I feel like there's still a lot of interesting things that can be pointed out when it comes to Deltarune's music beyond just Gaster's theme. Yes, I think that's not a controversial statement. But all that aside, amazing video as always. Now I can rub the fact that Jebel's theme is just a Gaster boss in my brother's face. It's his favorite track, and he has a love-hate relationship with Gaster. That sounds hilarious. Yeah, I love to just be able to talk in general about music all the time, just, you know, random stuff about the Deltarune soundtrack, but like, I feel like I need a lens to motivate myself a lot of the time. Like a very clear goal is like, I'm going to find all the Gaster's motifs, stuff like that. And also it takes a lot of effort to discuss, you know, with this kind of editing. So I got to kind of be choosy about the topics I tackle. Do I think Rudy will die? I could easily picture it, yeah. Scale degree 2. Yeah, some people asked what the fucking music there was, and I have no idea. I just took it wholesale from a Skeleton's Roast Jelly Bean meme template. Like, it's just baked in. I have no idea what the song is. Wow. What in Deltarune? I love Deltarune. Cool. Considering Rudy's Undertale counterpart dies, I'd assume his Deltarune counterpart will survive. That's just copium. Well, but by that logic, every living character in Undertale should be dead in Deltarune. I think that's copium, buddy. Scoured through the soundtrack again to confirm that Toby did not indeed use Apple Disaster. I think that's pretty distinctive. It would be pretty easy to notice. How much longer is the stream going to be? At least an hour, I think. At least an hour. Gerson for Rudy, a soul for his soul. Toho reference at 29:35 and 48:22. That was CBT with What's Her Face and the music, I think. Yeah, there's some Toho references. All of which go through Mel, as I've said before. If I'm going to make a Toho reference, I just ask Mel. Or actually, maybe I didn't with that. I referenced Toho 6 all by myself in my devlog. Cognitive Behavioral Therapy, CBT. Where I had to like look up. I had to do a lot of reconstruction, right? I'm like, okay, what's a good solid series staple to reference? Like as early as possible without being obscure. And then I settled on Toho 6, I think, which was either Scarlet Devil or the Cherry Blossom, I forget. And then I looked up, like, okay, what's the fan favorite character from that game? Then I found her sprites, and I'm like, okay, what's her attack? It's Scarlet Jinsokyo, got it. I had to, like, you know, I pretend to be like an actual savvy Toho fan. Serious though incredibly well made vid, makes me wonder if any specific melodies are references to some of his big inspirations like Toho or Earthbound. Oh, this is where the Apple Girlington comment in chat came from. Yeah. I don't think... I'm sure people would have pointed out, and I would have heard about it if there were like obvious Toho quotes. I mean, obviously Battle Against a True Hero is a very obvious homage to the style of Toho music, but it doesn't have the same melody as anything as far as I know. Noita. And SCP. Oh, I used the Keter logo, yeah. I didn't know they had logos for that, actually. I think that's a new thing. I mean, it's crowdsourced, so probably someone just made a Keter class logo one day, and it's like, yep, that's the logo. And then half the fandom was like, that logo sucks, then half the fandom was like, I like this logo. And then they spent the next 12 years in virulent flame wars doxing each other. That's what I assume happened. I don't actually know. Yes, I'm going from oldest to newest comments, yeah. Okay. I recently rediscovered Gaster's theme as referenced in the songs that share the Freedom motif when I was messing around with the leitmotifs that are in Big Shot. Yeah, interesting. I realized that part of the song was awfully similar, and after spending a few hours creating a near-perfect replication of Gaster's theme, I found that the notes were nearly identical. It was through my own investigation and not something I watched online, so I was pretty proud of myself. That's cool. And a few people have said this. It's like, I learned to play the song on the piano, and therefore I noticed that it had Gaster's theme in it, and I thought this was cool, so thank you for vindicating me. So I'm glad if I could actually vindicate some people's independent discoveries here. Or validate, I guess, would be the scientific term. That's right, oldest to newest. First of all, I wanted to say that I really do appreciate your theories. They truly weren't things that made me question my sanity, but I already have far too much of that. Having safer theories also means that they're probably more useful to be thought about and better fit the narrative, so I appreciate that. Okay, that's good. I have a calming voice. Well, it's extra calming now because it's like beat to shit by 6 hours of reading these comments, but thank you though. For the video itself, I'm honestly just glad this exists. I've been wanting a video this deep, looking into Gaster's leitmotifs for years now, but couldn't do it myself for lack of knowledge, and never saw anyone doing it besides going by ear. Yeah, you want to be a bit more thorough than just hearing it. Like, I don't think you need all this fancy shit and like a claim to have a music degree to analyze Gaster's theme, but like, it would be nice if you had a keyboard, like a MIDI keyboard, and could like check. I think that's all that's really necessary to make an objective statement about music. It's just like, if you can recreate it on a keyboard, then you can talk objectively. This was honestly really great, and the way you talked about Noelle at the end is something that just didn't click to me, maybe because I never thought about connecting her beyond Spamton. Her being the first and only for now character who we can affect enough to break the game's natural progression also seems to imply the possibility of her being the possible future key to literally break the game in order to get to Gaster. Chapter 6, the Goner Zone. I'm telling you, she's gonna more about. Okay, anyway, just a great video overall. Amazing work. Hope Toby drops chapter 3 tomorrow. Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh, Floppa fan. I love a Floppa myself. The secret chapter 8, where you sumo wrestle Gaster, will be the reached by performing a prop-boosted backward long jump off the bunker and to reach the roof of the school. God, I hope so. That would be sweet. You'd go for you start the sumo match with Gaster, and he'd just give you the henka immediately. He'd just disappear and you'd fall over, and that's how the match would end. Tragic. BLJ stands for Boys Love Jump. These aren't the Azzy Pants streams anymore. We're okay. I think the Boys Love Jump is the sort of the warp drive that Cherry PG's fic activates when you get to chapter 5. It's a warp jump, but the Boys Love Jump. Opening the bunker to find Gerson's secret stash and nothing actually relevant. Want a banana? Below the pineapple. I guess. Yeah. Wait. Banana. Transparent. Or just one banana? Wait, that one's not transparent. I can't find a single transparent. Oh, no, okay, this one is. It's not the most ripe, but it'll work. Bananas. That's the joke, I guess. There you go. It's just poking out. Make it the spinning one from the car scene. Do you think I got time to reconstruct a whole transparent GIF on the spot here? Time is valuable, you know.
Potassium. Chris, get the banana. Get the banana, Chris. Woohoo. Yep.
Gerson was raiding Umris in the bunker. Wait, that's the exact same banana as the shop stuck banana? Well, excellent. Why isn't the queen Serbian? That's not how Serbians speak. I don't believe you. Have I seen the recent newsletter? Yes. Yes, I have. I talked about it a bit earlier in the stream. Do the laugh again? Ooh! That's not really, it's more like, ooh! Or, I'm not really sure how you do it. I don't know if humans can do that. German could though, but he's not human. I would honestly pay money. Oh, Toho Jazz. You gotta turn this down a bit. I would honestly pay money to hear you explain more music theory in a more ingestible form for my brain, even though other vids and classes have helped as well. This is really helpful to make me understand more of what I already know. Thanks. That's very interesting that it actually was that effective, like over other videos even. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but sadly, I don't think it's likely that I'll make more videos just about music theory in the future. That's not quite my shtick. And I don't say that just because of like an audience demographic thing. It's just like I need something else to like keep me interested in it, you know. I'm sort of into music by proxy of music being a thing that's in video games, is another way to put it. I cannot get enough of how much effort was put into the music diagram, from the overall somehow functional aesthetic to the more gag-driven elements like the RAM stick plugged in the wrong way. I love it, can't wait to see more. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that RAM stick as being plugged in, I just needed some like square object to look like it was a brace for the modulation module. But I did put a lot of effort into designing that, of course. Picking out like the best looking shock absorbing pistons for the fucking flutes and all that nonsense. I'm just glad it turned out as well as it did, because I had no idea what I was doing. Strawberry Jam OST.
Heck yeah, I audibly went, huh, when I heard it.
You went, huh? Okay, that's high praise. I chordled slightly. My diaphragm fluctuated when I saw it.
I clapped when I saw it.
Favorite flavor of ice cream? I've actually answered this before, but it's Moose Tracks, which I don't know if it exists outside of Canada, because it's a very Canada-ass sounding name. It's vanilla with peanut butter and fudge in it. It does. It's in Oregon. Cool. Okay. Moose Tracks? If Toffee knows Moose Tracks and it's permeated the United Kingdom, all is lost. It exists in the US. Okay, cool. Oh, Toffee didn't know. Okay, that's what I'd expect. I'd be surprised if Moose Tracks had permeated the United Kingdom. You're too busy over there with your Knickerbocker glories and all that, of course, to bother with Moose Tracks. And, you know, other advanced flavors like strawberry. Oh, you're allergic to peanut butter. Oh, I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Mint Chalky. I do enjoy mint chocolate chip, actually. I like most, you know, flavors of ice cream because it's all ice cream. Here's a weird thing, though. My dad's favorite flavor is fucking blue bubblegum, which I don't know who the fuck eats blue bubblegum except for him. Like, he always gets it at, like, a stand, even. Look at a cone of blue bubblegum ice cream. You loved it when you were a kid. Yeah, that's what you'd assume is, like, it's for, like, 5-year-olds or something. Oh, pistachio is good, but that's not a standard ice cream flavor. At least in what I'd associate. That's like you go to a fancy gelato place and get a pistachio gelato. We're talking about, like, supermarket-ass flavors, you know? It is a bit sad how all the good ice cream flavors seem to involve nuts, though. My brother's also allergic to most nuts, so. The Xi'an ice cream. What was the flavor in Kingdom Hearts? It was like sea salt ice cream or something weird like that? I barely remember. You don't have pistachio in the supermarket? I don't think I've ever seen it. Maybe, yeah, like green flavors in general, like green tea and pistachio, they occur at like ice cream parlors, but they're not common enough to buy at the supermarket, I'd say, usually. It was sea salt. How the fuck does... I mean, you can get salted caramel ice cream, but what is just salt-flavored ice cream? Oh, Nomura had sea salt ice cream at Disneyland, and he loved it so much he put it into Kingdom Hearts. That's perfect. I couldn't think of any more fitting backstory. There must have been some other flavor besides sea salt, but it's funny to imagine them just licking blocks of salt. I can't really diss them, though, because I like double salted licorice. Okay, I should fucking read the comments. Okay, this is an absolutely fantastic video. I really respect how much effort you put into these. That Noel analysis was phenomenal, and I've realized the connections between Girl Next Door and Gaster's theme, and this is the first time I've heard someone bring them up, so it's surprising how compelling it is. I was a bit surprised too, actually, at how well it worked out once I'd written it down. I was like, oh, that does sound very convincing. Good job, Andrew. But thank you. The thing is, every time I try to think of Gaster's theme, I end up thinking of Lavender Town too. They have a similar vibe in that they're like creepypasta and go bop 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 bop, but the intervals are drastically different. Actually, people talk about Dating Start being a Gaster reference. It's actually a Lavender Town reference, because I think it's actually the same intervals in both of them. The arpeggiated power chord, as we were calling it last stream. Someone in chat unironically eats blue ice cream just to look like sea salt ice cream. That's... I can only be impressed, I guess. Do you care what flavor it is, or just it has to be blue? Yeah, sea salt caramel. I think that's like... sea salt only occurs in sweets in conjunction with caramel. Otherwise, it never happens. So I'm assuming it had to be some, like, caramel thing. But he just remembered the sea salt part? Who knows? Yeah, salted caramel is very good. Have I tried licorice ice cream? I probably have at some point. I would enjoy it. I'm like a freak for licorice. I eat their black licorice jelly beans everyone leaves behind. I eat those things. Actually, I learned a while ago that licorice apparently can give you, like, heart problems if you eat too much of it. Made me a bit cautious, I guess. Because I can pound that stuff back. I feel like you should have mentioned it at the very last part of Killer Queen. Right, I've addressed this several times so far, but yes, I did miss that. I think that actually does have importance. What is this mentioning? I have to follow the link, hang on. Down here.
Tell us beyond the fact that Gaster's theme has existed since at least 11 years.
Oh, the lore implications of April 2012 having Gaster's theme. Okay. Convicted licorice fiend. That's me. The sweet compound in licorice, glycyrrhizin is toxic. Yes, it is. But, you know, everything's toxic in large amounts, but it's just a little bit more toxic than usual. Where the fuck was the comment? Down here? No. Here it is. It's not even Control F, Cherry. It's just that whenever I full screen, I think it slightly decreases like the width of the margin here, and it like slightly bumps everything down. It's weird. Okay, what am I reading here? Here it is, okay. The track is called April 2012, and if we assume that it's a Gaster reference, that means Toby would have had the Gaster leitmotif in his head since April 2012. What also released in April 2012 was Toby Fox's post with his Yubi Nikki songs, including Waltz of Sekon Masada. As I pointed out, Sekon Masada is not Gaster, but Toby's been known for using leitmotif and themes for different characters across different works. For example, Dr. Andy's Nut, the squiggly things from Cognitive Dissonance, Aradia, Sans, are all very different characters who still share the same theme. I've never heard of the squiggly things. And wasn't this Vriska? Anyway. This all means that Deltarune's man can plausibly be seen as a Gaster reference and by extension keep the hope of Eggman and Gaster theory going. I'm not really sure exactly how that logic works. I mean, like, if Toby wrote, what was the song? April 2012, back then, intentionally quoting this other theme that would eventually be Gaster's theme, and then also wanted to quote that in April, or Waltz of Sekon Masada, like, the link just doesn't seem very strong to start with. Like, Sekon Masada does not have a good quote of Gaster's theme by any stretch of the imagination. Like, it's pretty bad. The modulation is the only thing that kind of saves it. I'm just trying to make sense of this, like... It's sort of just saying that, like, because April 2012 and Waltz were released at the same time, and April 2012 has a slightly better Gaster quote than Man does, we can assume they're related, which seems very tenuous to me, obviously. I still don't see it. Like, it's that far back, it's all just this big soup of just, like, Toby making themes and shit, and, like, who knows if Gaster was even a concrete concept in his mind back then, or if he had a theme song, or if Gaster's original theme song was just, like, salvaged from some other random work in progress thing that Toby made in 2012. I don't know, man. It still doesn't tell us a whole lot. Megalovania doesn't play when Vriska's on screen? Doesn't it? It super does, though. Like, I remember the one big scene where it plays is just like Vriska is there. In fact, I remember looking this up. Like, before, back when I first heard that Megalovania was a Homestick reference, I looked up that one panel, which is a spoiler, but I didn't care then. I forgot it afterward immediately, because Homestick makes no fucking sense out of context. You literally can't spoil it. Okay, but Megalovania was originally Aradia's? I thought it only played once in the comic, though. How does that work? I forget. Okay, JD's speedrun is processing now. Holy fuck, what a good video. Take my money, funny man. I assume they went to the Patreon to then give me money. And didn't just say that for no reason. That would be pretty funny. Take my money, they just, like, offer nothing. You never hear from them again. But Megalovania's in Friends Sim? Jesus Christ. I don't know how Megalovania would contain Aradia's motif, because it predates Homestuck. It was for the Halloween hack. How does that work? I don't think Megalovania was like any one person's theme in Homestuck. It just played during a flash animation. But like Vriska was like the main player in the animation, so that's why it's associated with her. I mean, you could call it Tavros' theme if you want. Fuck. Whose theme is it in Undertale? Oh, that's a good one. I don't think it's Sans's. I do enjoy the headcanon that it's not Sans's theme at all anymore. It's basically either your theme as the player, or it's just the theme of like the Halloween hack again, because it's the same, like the boss that you're not supposed to be fighting. Mostly I just like the idea that the theme has nothing to do with Sans at all, and it's like the fight doesn't have anything really to do with Sans, it's just like you being a fucking weirdo. 845 pounds from JD. The final time was 8:45:85. Hell yeah. Thanks for the tip. Is it processed? I could play it again as the Subway Surfer video. I don't think Megalovania is going to be in Deltarune. I think it's reached like meme criticality at this point. It's like dank. It's no longer a fresh reference. It's just like fucking fermented at this point. You know, JD, if it's on YouTube, you can post a link directly in chat. Because you're a mod, I can just open that. Gigalovania, however. Gigalovania, what the fuck is that? What are you talking about? That's a fake thing. Okay, let's see if I can recreate the experience here. Wait, this has to be in a Firefox tab. That's how it worked. Which means I have to open Firefox. Is it working? That's there. This is there. It's very delicate to set up. Bear with me. Very delicate. Okay, that has to be there. Take off the overlay. Yes. We're cooking. Your new Subway Surfers. With hats featuring Hatsune Miku. So this is JD's new world record RAM run, for anyone who's curious. He's currently the only person who speedruns it, so, but you know, a PB is a PB. Anyway. The melody of Lost Girl actually contains its own Gastery bit. Technically it's a quote from the Freedom motif, but it's the Gastery bit of the Freedom motif, so fuck, I guess Gaster's theme follows the transitive property now, why not? I realized a second into that I was reading my own fucking script. I'm not sure why that was commented, but maybe they just thought it was funny. Again, I'm sort of unhappy that I described it like this. It made sense when I wrote it, and then by the time I'd recorded it, I was like, wait, why did I say that? Because it's kind of true, but it also doesn't really help anyone understand it better. I should have probably just cut that out and then editing pass, because it's kind of irrelevant. The Noel part caught me off guard, but it tracks. Excellent. Sumo wrestling's kind of crazy. People train for years upon years and like it's their whole life, but I've never watched any sumo wrestling, so maybe there's just a sort of magic that I'm missing. That's an interesting perspective. It's crazy, but I've never seen it. So could be cool though. Yeah. I'd recommend anyone just watch a bit of sumo. Just see if you like it. Just watch a match. Watch some Hakuho highlights. It could be funny. You never know. It's like extra crusty Hatsune Miku is covering up the RAM gameplay. Be like the guy who tried to submit like the the fake Celeste speedrun with like there was like a PNG of a bird covering half the screen, and all the audio was replaced with a Ram Ranch. Like that's the kind of submissions that speedrun.com is going to be getting from JD. Yes, more unhealthy obsession with this marvelous piece of media. Yes, that's the sickos at the window. Yes! I'm honestly grateful to have someone like you in the community. Also, your style is my favorite. Speculation is fun and all, but it can very easily get out of hand at times. Some kids don't realize it takes a special breed of insanity, far surpassing that of tinfoil hat theories, to actually take the time to collect and analyze all the data in the most pain-in-the-ass way possible. Your critics are quite mistaken. Only a brain the size of yours can foster such levels of brain rot. Fucking hell. You're saying I got the power of, like, God and brain rot on my side? That's a very aggrandizing way of putting it, but I kind of see what you mean, I guess. Everyone hates speculation, apparently. I hope what I've tapped into here is just more of a general, like a collective vent post about, I don't know, speculative Delta Rune theories, rather than just me baiting a compliment that I didn't really deserve or need. I like to think that it's at least a more universal sentiment that I've just given to people an excuse to talk about. Because I don't really care one way or another about how speculative your theory is. Well, I mean, I don't care that it exists. I'm just probably not going to really bother watching it if it's too wacky. I'm just not really interested. Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted by the RAM gameplay on the side here. I got to keep focused. What is RAM? It's my game. It's being developed currently. We're trying to get a demo out by the end of the summer. I have a devlog on it. If you want to know more, it's on my channel. Very cool. Uh, 2417, when people talk about Gaster.
He could be me. He could be...
No, wait. I have to try the fucking accent again. God damn it.
He could be you. He could be me. He could even be...
It's really not very good, but it's a spy. I get it. Demo available when? We're aiming for the end of the summer. That sounds like an Italian mob boss. You know, theoretically, I've studied how to pronounce stuff in French, and I can probably do a decent accent, but, like, doing a voice that's also an accent is much more difficult. The Russian spy. It's how it goes, isn't it? You try to do, like, an accent that you're not really good at, and it just turns, like, vaguely Russian. It always happens. I've heard it with Fred Knudsen trying to do a Scottish accent. Just sounds vaguely Russian. It's a really kind of sad circumstance. That was the exact opposite compared to the Spy's Axe. Okay, that's enough. I know it was bad. Okay, just fine.
We all return to Russian.
At 19. What book is this? It's the Legends of... Oh, I thought this was a reference to the fucking Umris book on my desk, but no, that was really just the Legends of Localization, which has some misinfo about... it says that you can get entry 17 under rare circumstances, when in fact it's... Entry 17 is like you have to hack the game to get. It's literally not reachable normally.
In Soviet Russia, the accent speaks you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when all the animals turn into crabs, but the accents turn into Russia. Any generic enough accent will end up sounding vaguely Russian. It's like someone's axiom in linguistics, probably. What didn't I talk about in the Earthbound streams or something? The concept of a truly British accent, like an accent that is not English or Scottish or Irish or Welsh or Cornish or anything. It is just British, because the person who's doing it has no idea what any of those accents actually are. And so therefore a British accent is actually a real thing. Yeah! Let's go. I've asked for something like this. This is perfect. Hell yeah, that one, Ginger. You know it. This is very, very good, yummy, haha, psych major music. L. I'm going to be a lit major. Okay, what the fuck? Psych major music major L. Oh, it's because I deprecated psychology and music theory in university. Yeah. That's kind of how it be. You sure the British tribes in the classical era had an accent? Oh no, there were like 20 of them back then too. It would have been like ancient Irish and ancient Cornish and ancient Welsh. There's no escape. It's impossible to imagine a unified British dialect. Talk about the price of RAM? I'd rather not. Like, we haven't really decided on that. That's something that we'll come to later, but it's not going to be full price or anything. Like, personally, I don't know the ethics of sumo wrestling. I feel if no one is being particularly forced into it, it should be fine, though. Let people do what they want, though I hope they're able to be healthy like that. I'll be sure to look into it sometime. Okay, that's a big point, is that no one does sumo wrestling because they have to. It's strictly a voluntary thing, but you still get a lot of parents pushing kids into it at a young age, which kind of does make it a bit obligatory, which can be very unhealthy, I think. Also, foolish to say reading an ad for someone's channel was a trick, because it actually tricked you. I wanted to find their channel because they looked cool, and now instead of needing to find their channel in the description and needing to rewind back to the cameo part of the video, I get the information for free. And not only that, I can also now look up details of the ethics of sumo wrestling and then such be knowledgeable in that topic. Your supposed trick only made me stronger. I guess you're right, you got me. How much dedicated RAM do you need for RAM? Not much. It's a toaster kind of game, I think. Ho 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 ho! I have finished the video now and have even more more interesting things to say on it. The connections with Noelle and Gaster is actually really neat, though. Though I probably should have expected it considering the nonsense I've been seeing with Des. Also, saying World Revolving being a boss version of Gaster's theme and my explanation knocked my socks off. Good work, man. Making me enjoy Toby's music even more than before. Well, isn't that the goal? Appreciate the work to its full potential. No one expects the long streams to be long in chat. No one ever expects it. Yep. I gotta say, I did have that moment too during Molly's stream when I went to go do something else, then I came back and it was like noticeably like a different part of the day in my mind, and there was still the same stream on. It's like, it's just mildly weird to see people still doing the same thing as you go about your day, like for the entire day. Can I replay the RAM speedrun? I was looking away. Sure, yeah. There you go. I totally ate meals and did chores today. Yeah. Another one. Just wanted to say that I really enjoy how safe your theories are when so much of the fan space is dominated by hot takes and crazy ideas that are interesting and have some shred of merit, but which tend to crumble under a lack of evidence. It's nice to have a baseline of what's reasonable and logical that you can rely on. Your videos make sense and don't put crazy ideas, but do go in depth and analyze all the information and show it so that all people can learn it and come to their own conclusions, as well as having ideas to build off of in the future. Also, they're fantastically written, designed, edited, and so props to you for all that. Well, all I can do is say thanks, buddy. I hope that this is possible. This kind of summarizes the mindset here. If I were to answer, like, what are my videos good for in terms of the game, it's like, well, understanding the game, what's going on in it, and just having, like, a foundation to, like, work with in the future, so that, like, the better we understand what Chapter 2 is doing, the more quickly we can, like, orient ourselves in Chapter 3 and be like, it connects to all these things, therefore, you know, this interpretation seems more valid. It's like, you know, it's just work up enough ammo to take, like, an intelligent approach going into the next chapters. The stream is like those TikToks where there's gameplay of some game and cartoon. Yeah, it's the Subway Surfers RAM speedrun. That's only been there for the last, like, 10 minutes, though. That's not actually how the stream format is. I'm not playing the RAM, by the way. That's a recording of JD, in case you were curious. Okay. So I understand this entire video was supposed to be about Gaster and finding references to him. I was not expecting this video to be filled with references to Scoob and Shag. I'd never looked at Scoob and Shag before. I just had this vague memory of its name, and I was like, I wrote this deranged rant about, like, I was role-playing as Scooby-Doo for some reason. I was like, why did I write that? And then I was like, okay, I guess I need graphics for Scooby and Shaggy. And then that just kind of pinged into my memory. I was like, wait, Scoob and Shag. And so I looked it up finally, and I'm like, huh, that looks kind of like how JD draws his OC. And then it was a whole thing. So yes, I was glad to have also discovered Scoob and Shag. I've heard it compared to Tails Gets Trolled before, which is why I remembered it. I really should look into it more. But I guess that's the funniest thing about that reference is that I wasn't picturing it when I wrote the script. That was just like a random ad-lib about Mondo Cool Shaggy. For some reason, I just thought of that. What about Don't Forget and its derivative? As I talked about earlier, yes, like the ending arpeggio of Don't Forget does seem to have a lot of gasteriness to it, and I didn't notice that when I made the video, so that is missing. But the main melody of Don't Forget, the actual ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, there's no noticeable gaster there. It's just in the end of the Laura Shigahara song with the piano arpeggio as it's kind of fading out. That sounds like gaster. Mondo Cool, boys! Yeah. Looking cool, Ethan. Keep it up. I'm beginning to think that Gaster's theme was explicitly designed to feel like it left its fingerprints everywhere, even though it kind of hasn't. I think I've addressed that sentiment enough times that it's probably not necessary to go back and keep repeating it. What are some of my favorite fan interpretations of Gaster? Well, I can't say anything that interesting, unfortunately. Like, as I've said, like my own relationship with like AUs and fan content was mostly in Undertale, and even then it was mostly like really vanilla ones. And I don't think Gaster was ever really in Dream Reborn, but like aside from that, like there's that one fanfic author I always like called Courier New, and they had a Gaster, which sort of, it left an impression on my headcanon for sure. That's where like him being like really tall and having these like spooky spidery hands and stuff, like I think I sort of inherited that. But besides that, like I haven't really read any proper Gaster fan works, so like it's it's pretty default ass, you know? I was talking actually in the Deltarune Illuminati server recently about this and like Gaster headcanons, and like I prefer to picture Gaster as like kind of a morally neutral, just kind of weird dude. Just kind of he's not benevolent, but he's just kind of this, he's not evil or an antagonist. He's just sort of this like weird doofy fuckler. He was like in this really weird circumstance, and he's like, yes, the science though. That's my preferred Gaster. Hang on, full screen time. Yeah, a lot of the AUs and fan interpretations, says chat, tend to be much edgier or less charitable than the style in which Chubby Fox actually writes, especially with Gaster. That's interesting. Like, again, I can't really corroborate that, but I've definitely heard. I've seen enough tangentially to kind of figure that's true. I've always find it very strange, the perception that Gaster is like a villain by default, because that's just never occurred to me. But a lot of people do seem to assume that. I don't really get it. Handplates was so dark. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. He's I don't know, just a science man of some sort. He's the stereotypical twist puppet master villain in that view. Yeah, I've never had that impression at all, really. It just seems very out of left field to me. He's a silly, goofy guy. I mean, if he's the guy at the start of the game asking, like, what is your favorite flavor, and it's like hot or pain, it's like, how seriously can you take that fucking dude? Like, he's just weird. That's just a really weird thing to ask. Wonderful. You are about to meet someone very wonderful. It's like, he's got goobiness. Favorite blood type between A and D. Yeah. $2 from Remnant to say, can't believe the mods fund your T-Fund. Fucked up. I know, right? I'd be complaining. I'd be unionizing if I were you, Remnant. I wouldn't put up with that. Though Mel got the T-Fund today. Were you here earlier? Like, Mel was donating a shit ton for some reason. Gaster gives up Cave Johnson vibes.
I don't want your fucking lemons.
But it summed to $2. Okay, that's fair. That is enough for a tea bag. What if Gaster ran a Tumblr blog? What would he post about? I wonder. I feel like it'd be one of those, like, really weird boomer Facebook accounts that just, like, I saw a really funny shape in a cloud today, and that's, like, the only post for that week. It's just, like, random things. Bottle that makes a funny noise when I click it with my fingernail. Like, oh, okay, Gaster, that's cool. I think sumo wrestling is highly ethical. Nothing says ranked competitive sex quite like a caste system where half-nude dudes make large amounts of continual physical contact. On the contrary, I've heard that the Mawashi is actually effectively bulletproof. Like, that thing wraps so tight that you basically don't have balls anymore. And even if you did, you certainly couldn't touch them. Like, that's just like a thick strip of silk. But no, they're definitely... there's no gay people in sumo wrestling. Couldn't happen. Just a bunch of, like, big bodybuilder dudes living together in a communal house with limited social contact. I'm sure no one's gay ever. It couldn't happen. Okay, the RAM speedrun is done now. Yeah, just a goodnight kiss on the homie's head. The gay sumo wrestlers are just Japanese government propaganda. I think they have the propaganda going in the opposite direction, personally. £5 from Musi. Cool, thank you. I thought I'd show my thanks since we're nearing the trail end of the stream. Been binging your content recently, and it has been a very pleasant time. I'm glad. I like when people binge my content and enjoy it. It's good. It's nice. Make Gaster the Chiquita banana lady. Do I actually have any thoughts outside? Neato! Good video. Give me a minute. Or 5. Maybe some snort of cocaine. Sound of snorting cocaine.
Oh, okay, so you're telling me the narrator is diegetic, yeah? Oh, wait, fuck, that isn't even related to this, damn. Okay, hot take. The hot take wasn't hot take enough to hot take. Spicy levels were underwhelming. Everything was more or less expected from the various songs and related gasteriness. The only genuine surprise is the Noel songs and the random field rooms and so that.
Oh, I'm coming down from the drugs. That's too bad. Well, that's it. That's neat. Put a pair. A pair. What does a pair have to do with any of this? I can't believe you'd suggest that. Andrew, you make the most well-articulated, clever, coherent essays about the most unhinged shit ever. So the Delta and Deep Lore, top quality stuff. Yep, I've certainly found a niche. Literally no clue what's going on, but I'm here for it.
I don't even know what the fuck this cunt is, but he's chuffing back a fat dart, and that's all that matters.
Yep. Best Deltarune music-related video this year. Amazing watch, dude. Wait, that's actually much less of a compliment than I thought at first. That's funny. I don't know how many there have been. As long as you liked it. As long as you liked it, it's cool. I feel like I got drugged, thanks. Okay, good. Great. Glowing praise all around. If I comment right now, will you respond to it? These comments are chronological. There is 0 chance that I will reach yours if you comment now. Something I also noted is that a lot of Darkners look similar to Gaster. All of them are smiling, have black eyes, have white skin, or all of them at this point with so many references seem pretty likely what Gaster threw himself in the core on purpose to create the universe and act as the unseen god of chaos ruling it. Do all the Darkners look like Gaster? I feel like that's just not a thing that is true. That's just like made up completely. Oh well. Gaster pilled to the extreme, yeah. Some of my background music picks surprised you. Anti-Breath's Arcade OST, yep, I love that one. Necrodancer King Konga, it fit the vibe, you know? Sometimes it just fits the vibe. Just a few days after you finish playing the game. It feels targeted, even though that's absolutely impossible. So I'll do the next best thing and just like the video because you have good music taste. Hell yeah.
I have come,
Says chat. Horalu Warrior. Thoughts on the unused theme of Noel from the soundtrack? I've never heard of that. Let me look it up. Is it just gonna be like a fucking Silva Gunner rip? Okay. Deltarune Noel unused theme. Hidden track. Where did this come from? What is this? Oh, it's a different arrangement. It's in the game files? Interesting. This sounds like Charlie Brown Christmas special core. It's the same melody, but the chords are like honky-tonk ass, vaguely jazzy. It's the exact same melody, so there's nothing that's really going to be different here. I'll listen to the end though, just in case. Okay, never mind. That was different at the end. That was a completely new melody as far as I know. What the fuck? That's like an alteration of the... It's kind of what it sounds like. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. That kind of sounds like a part of Lost Girl. Ba 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 ba. A little bit. That's new. Da 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 da. Ba da ba ba bum 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 ba da dum. Ba da bum. It's like vaguely Don't Forget adjacent, but also quite different. That seems like a Lost Girl, a girl quote to me. Okay, interesting. That is neat, but no obvious Gaster detected. It's like Noelle, but before she got Gaster, I guess. It's like Noelle if she was drawn like a fucking Peanuts character is how I describe it. It's a bit more Christmassy, a bit more goofy. Lots of those little weird chromatic notes. It's quite silly. It's a silly theme. Goofy What the fuck is that meme? I don't even know. It's everywhere though. This will be reused for Dessa's theme when she emerges from the bunker with her physical copy of Umrit. Great. It's a goofy ass, but the ass is censored. Is that it? Oh god. Sometimes it makes less sense after it's explained. It's the Noel Xanax remix. A little bit. Okay. Seeing the notes after ranting to my friend about Rules card totally being Gaster made some part of my brain explode into dust and was very satisfying. Cool. I'm glad you had that experience. How many other funny name fics have I read? None of them. I have no desire to read the other ones. I guess I've read some of the Umra Stories ones, but none of the other fucking... They're just like porno. They're just smut. I doubt it's particularly relevant, but Flashback also has the theme of the holy in it. Yes, it does, I believe. I think that's true. It's the same melody, but very slow in the background. It might only be if you play it backwards. No, I think it's forward. I think it's just there. I thought that track sounded like the melody in Girl Next Door, but I can see it being referenced to Gaster too. Someone else mentioned that, and like it sounds nothing like Girl Next Door in my opinion. At all. Like not even slightly, but it's that one ba 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 ba, or that was actually Gaster's theme. It's so not quite that, but it's the Gaster sounding thing, and plus very slow holy. Ooh, Bug Fables music. Yes, the Bug Fables. My face when the Bug Fables. I'm curious, what would the reaction be if Gaster just showed up in Chapter 3 and the subplot got resolved so Toby wouldn't have to be weighed down by it anymore? Well, I don't think that really just makes much sense. If Toby didn't want to be weighed down by the Gaster subplot, he wouldn't have introduced him as foreshadowing 6 years ago. 8 years ago. Many years ago, and he wouldn't have made him the fucking Twitter mascot of the game, and he wouldn't have made the first song in the game Gaster's theme, and he wouldn't have done a whole bunch of other shit that kind of makes it his fault if he doesn't want the game to be associated with Gaster at this point. I think that's his fault, actually. I would say, fuck you, Toby Fox. And then I would burn down his house in real life. I wouldn't do that, that's false. Yo, Lumpy Touch fans, rise up! Yep, osteoporosis sands. There was a one-shot reference. Let's go! Yep, there was indeed. Nico was there. The newsletter said Chapter 3 would be a light-hearted chapter, so I doubt we're going to get Gaster lore there. That's how they get ya. They say it's just a goofy little chapter, then you activate the weird route, you're in the Gaster dimension, there's like shadow people chasing you, it's all fucked up. That's how they get you. Why is the stream so ADHD core? You just mean the fucking JPEGs? The spasming GIFs along the periphery of the image? I don't know. It's just what streamers do sometimes. But that was my understanding of the concept. Toby making Gaster's theme a basic ass arpeggio that you think you hear everywhere is the most brilliant move out there. I guess so. I guess it was. Yo, Bug Fables! Yeah, Bug Fables chans are, not chans, Bug Fables fans are all here to represent. Streaming is inherently ADHD core. I guess, whatever the fuck that means. It's the first I've heard that term, but, you know, I can guess at what it's supposed to mean. God, if only I could draw. You made a decent attempt at Asriel and Pizza Pants bonding over watching that pornography. That's the one piece of art I remember you submitting to ACDS. It was just that fucking scene. And I think I saw that before I ever read the spec, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And then like afterward it made perfect sense. And I realized what you were going for. Yes, Chad is reacting. It sounds very strange out of context. It made me a bit worried, yeah. I was like, well, what? What is this fic gonna be? But it turned out greater than anything I could have imagined. The fucking, the Pizza Pants plush, though, was actually amazing. I love the face on that thing. Anyway. Sieve at 2150 took me by surprise. I'm now sad because he's still gone. Haha, he came back though. False, he came back since last time. Yes. I really think Gaster's theme is made specifically to be everywhere. It being so simple yet memorable makes it demand analysis, yet never get a for sure answer if its presence is intended to be pure coincidence. Yeah, maybe. I really wish at this point that I addressed this in the conclusion. I originally meant to. I had a whole section planned where I talk about the school of thought, and then I decided the video is 50 minutes long. I'm God knows how long over the predicted time frame. This has to end immediately, and I just cut out any attempt to talk about that. So this is the price you pay. You get every comment talking about it now. nuclear core. Demon core, perhaps? Just like every other type of Gaster evidence, all we can do is speculate but never pinpoint any solid facts. Yeah, it's a bit of a cop-out take in my opinion, because there's more you can do to like actually sift wheat from chaff. About the being too safe, I'm actually really like that your channel's more grounded, because I know I'm not getting much info or wild speculation, unless you're able to make your own theories based on the evidence I see instead of just following someone else's theory. Well, that's nice. I like that way of looking at it. Aesthetic Among Us exists. What the fuck are you talking about, Jesse? Gaster playing with the demon card to the stream overlay. Waiting the inevitable Christopher Moon comment. Didn't have to wait long.
Oh, silly Andrew, you didn't make some new crazy machine. You just designed an immersive sim HUD.
Remnant, can you corroborate? You play those things, right? I had the impression that you did for some reason. Is this what Deus Ex is like? It just looks like the DMCA 666? Oh, this video good. Mind blow. Sweet. They're not quite as maximalist. Excellent. I out-maximalist the immersive sim HUD. Wonderful explanation of what a leitmotif is and how it can be identified in multiple places. Pieces, even. Is this even playing the Toho music anymore? Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, no, it is. It's still the same. It sounds like Sonic Adventure music suddenly. This gives me vindication for a 2-year-old argument I had in the comments of a video. It's all connected by the channel Bara Godzilla. That's an interesting name. Where one commenter insisted that the similarities between the songs Anticipation, Enemy Approaching, Dog Song, and Tem Shop did not constitute a leitmotif. Yeah, that's pretty goofy. People just don't know what leitmotifs are if that's the kind of argument they're making, because like the whole point of a leitmotif is to change it. And I think the Wagner societies will come and break your knees if you start suggesting that things that don't evolve with narrative elements are leitmotifs. That would make them some other musical term that isn't a leitmotif, probably. I don't know. So they're supposed to change over time, and they're supposed to be remixed for new contexts. I have no idea what that video is, by the way. It's all connected. I don't think I would have clicked on a video called It's All Connected by Bara Godzilla. That's just not really me core. Just from the sound of it, I think I would have skipped over that one. Love seeing Vinny Vinesauce and Untertale related content. You know, I didn't even make the connection, because like Vinny is notorious for like refusing to play Undertale. I didn't even think about that. I was just like, I need a funny image for a musician. I was like, oh yeah, Vinny's in a band. But that is kind of ironic now that I think about it. SCP name, Wagner. Containment level,
Peter Class.
that's just his beard. The rest of him is like pretty normal actually. He just likes to fuck people's wives. the sexist nature of sumo wrestling makes it unethical. That's a fair argument, I'd say. We should give women equal opportunity in abusing their bodies and working for no pay, just as the men get. I'm wondering, with Noel's weird knack for finding game glitches and sometimes literal Easter eggs and all of Gaster's egg shenanigans, is he trying to reach out? I mean, the sheer volume of all these feels like he's implying some intention on the spooky Voidman's part. Noel might be good at breaking games, sure, but I feel like for all the stuff to happen, they'd have to meet in the middle somehow. Noel, unintentionally or intentionally, if you want to factor in Des, finding Gaster clues, and Gaster intentionally or unintentionally, if Des just happens to be leading, and if Des just happens to end up leading to him too, leaving a breadcrumb trail. Either way, I find it interesting. Also, Goner mode Noel is going to be canon. I'm calling it now. I have no idea what that means, but it's definitely going to be canon. Oh wait, the video, it's all connected, is basically just overlaying songs like the mini-boss themes and anticipation, enemy approaching song, and going, yep, there's a leitmotif in that. Oh, it's just leitmotifs, okay. Honestly, that's not even a hot take for Undertale soundtrack. Like, it's all the same fucking song. "7 hours, 24 minutes. It has. I know this could also be taken as Des reaching out, which is equally plausible given how little we know about the two. My point is that this was just to highlight that there seems to be some kind of intention behind all the clues. I kind of agree, yeah, like we were joking earlier about Noel being assigned Gaster at birth, but like something like that. I don't know if it was at birth, but like I feel like something in Noelle's life has like given her a link to this somehow in a weird way. Like there's a connection been formed, kind of like, you know, we are now connected, that type of thing. But I have no idea what that is. It's just an angle I think would make sense. She accidentally caught Gasterdis. Yes. Oh wait, is that a Courier New fan in chat? Hell yeah. I don't know what you're responding to, but like out of context Courier New references, that catches my eye. For all I know, you're just like really behind in the video or something, and you'll realize 3 hours from now, but oh well. I still think the sound test in Undertale is the equivalent of Gaster teleporting you to another dimension to hear his SoundCloud demos. Kinda true, I guess. Oh, actually, yeah, Courier New has an alt account called Hasotobi where they write anime shit. It's like an anime quarantine account. I've only read the Odd Taxi fic there, which was very good. It was an Odd Taxi Beastars crossover, which I have mixed feelings about that. As some of you may know, I very much liked Odd Taxi. I very much did not like Beastars. So, an interesting combination, but mostly I hadn't watched Beastars at that point. I just ignored all the references and pretended it was Odd Taxi, and it was great. The Chainsaw Man one is very interesting. And was a little bit of a deciding factor in me wanting to actually read Chainsaw Man in the first place, because I was like, okay, if Courier's written a fic about it, it's probably good, right? That's how it works. Though that apparently that doesn't apply to Beastars, but you know, they say don't meet your heroes, but how about don't take your hero's anime tastes without a grain of salt? That also works. But all that is to say, I still haven't actually gotten around to reading the Chainsaw Man fic, because I haven't read part 2 because I got distracted, and you know, it's a sad story. Okay, that's enough Courier. Cut myself off. Yeah, I've played Half-Life. I have played Half-Life. Good video, as always. OMG, Toffee Bun! Yeah, Toffee Bun. Shoutouts to Toffee Bun. I knew some people here would just be like really hyped at the Toffee Bun cameo. Not that many it seems, but a few. A few were just like waiting for Toffee Bun to pop up. Which Half-Life? 1 and 2. I don't think there's any others. I've not played Fear and Hunger. I don't really know anything about that game. Not the episodes, no. Have I played DDD's Drum and Dash? No, I haven't. Okay, that's enough. I think it's really funny that people think Gaster won't be relevant, but I wonder, will he show up in the main game or only in a secret boss path? Some people seem to forget the secret bosses are secret. Well, they're kind of not, is the thing. Like, a secret boss to the Deltarune fanbase means, like, the boss that everyone knows about on, like, the 3rd hour after the game's release, but they're only nominally secret. Right now, there are 3 ways I see through the game. Skipping secret bosses, doing all, and then the weird route. Although there might be more. There are some weird things that only show up if you spare some, save others. I guess so. I'm not really the guy to go to about, like, Deltarune route speculation. I don't tend to think about that too much. I could see the secret bosses are big enough parts of the chapters they're from that, like, skipping them, you wouldn't really understand the story as well. Like, if you did hypothetically play the game with no fandom contact and you skipped the secret bosses, you probably wouldn't really know what was going on. And so I guess the story couldn't proceed the same way because you wouldn't have the context for it in a way. So that does make me think that there probably will be some sort of alternate ending associated with secret bosses. Because it's like a really big part of the game, just content-wise. The editing is beyond based. This is concrete. This is anti-acid. This is sourced from reliable sources. You fucking Dave Strider? Holy shit. Field of Hopes and Dreams also has it. I disagree. Unless you can, like, point out to me where it is, then I have no choice but to discount your opinion completely. Noelle referencing the Freedom theme specifically is interesting. Maybe we'll get to fight her as a secret boss in Chapter 7 or something. Yeah, after she goes goner mode. For sure. Source me. Spamton Neo laugh sped up and looped. Oh, I've seen this. People think that Spamton Neo's laugh is Gaster's theme. It has the same contour, but the intervals, as far as I know, are nothing close. A wonderful video that shows how it was clearly cooked with care, time, and egg-loving passion. Usually you'd cook with egg, not with egg-loving passion. Alright, though. I wish I could say more, but I have nothing. You've blown me away so much that my silly puddy brain has melted. Your puddy brain. What is that? Do I have one? Can't wait to try to extract Gaster's theme in the next chapter. Like if it was a game of who can find the 3 funny cryptic red cubes to form the mysterious heart. Not the Fez, not the Fez. No, not the black monolith. Okay. God, that fucking blindsided me. The reference to the red cubes. Phil Fish with this puzzle that, like, the solution is so ridiculous that they only solved it by brute forcing it. Great. Not only there's one made-up language in the game, but there's a second one hidden within the music itself. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? A whole lot of fun. The monolith that is still unsolved. I think, no, they solved it, but it was through brute force. And they eventually reverse engineered or somehow determined that the solution was supposed to be some, like, like deranged tinfoil hat numerology with like the dates of the moon landing and stuff. Like it was fucked. It was completely ridiculous. A Tunic reference? There were red cubes in Tunic? That's a Fez thing. Are you serious? Was that actually in Tunic? I need to know. The last quote. Oh, there's a made-up land. Okay, I see. I got you. Okay. I was worried for a sec. I was like, wait a minute. Did Tunic do a Fez reference that I completely missed because it was that obscure? Okay. You binged all my shit, took a gander at the stuff I made 7 years ago. Oh, the music? Interesting. The music I have on my channel isn't quite bad enough to be embarrassing, but it's just a bit funny. What are we talking about? This comment. This comment here. It made a reference to a game called Fez. A gay furry jump scare? I don't know who you're talking about. How can you tell by looking at someone that they're gay? It just doesn't make any sense. Haven't watched the video yet, but thank you for choosing Leland as your notation font. I don't know what this person's talking about. I've never heard of Leland as a font. I don't recall using it. So I don't know what they mean, actually. That person really went to the bottom of the barrel Andrew content, says JD. Yeah, did you watch the wizard kicks the barrel through the small gap? A real classic. I used MuseScore. No, actually, at the point when I did my first like Undertale remixes, I was using LMMS, which is like a freeware kind of DAW. And my later music on the channel is from FL Studio, but like way back in like middle school and stuff, I composed using Finale Notepad, which is basically MuseScore but worse, and it was glorious. Yeah, it was LMS. The shitty Megalo, which I think is actually off the channel. I think I removed that because it was too embarrassing. That was LMMS. The Finale Notepad certainly was the song I named after the notation software that it didn't use to make the song. Real cool idea, Andrew. And also an ending remix was LMMS. There aren't really any good free DAWs, is there? Well, depends on your definition of free. LMS was actually kind of good. I mean, I did some good stuff with that. It had some good presets. Like, it wasn't as, powerful as a proper DAW, but, like, you can do some good stuff. Honestly, when you're just, like, a raw beginner who doesn't know shit, having just, like, a good sample of, like, ready-made presets is actually very valuable, because you can easily bounce off just not having any samples to use, and LMMS just sort of, like, it caught me in the loving embrace of, like, a decent pipe organ sample and a couple synthesizers, and I was like, hell yeah, I can work with this. Okay, that was the font thing. The actual notable font I used was Hasegawa, which is one that it was a font that I watched a video where Dave Bull, the Japanese woodblock printmaker, talked about uncovering this like woodblock print font, and then a viewer in Finland collaborated with him to make it into an actual typeface. And so I remembered this and I went to their website, and that's like the sort of vaguely Japanese font that I use for the musical terms. I just wanted to like get that in there somewhere because I thought it was cool. In the cyber world, there's a puzzle from Sans and Icy that appeared in Undertale in the past. Perhaps for this reason, the track for this location has a Gaster motif. What the fuck do you mean, man? There's a puzzle from Sans and Icy. Which puzzle? The Gaster one, like the with Icy in it? If anything, Icy is like from Deltarune, and Sans had that because he's also from Deltarune, I'd say. I think that's the backwards way of looking at it. Yes, why don't you analyze Gallery? Because it's not Gaster's theme. That's the short answer. Gallery is a pretty decent quote of Your Best Nightmare, but it's not really anywhere close to Gaster's theme. How is something not as obscure as a random Japanese font on the Peepus gag? Well, I mean, that's the Peepus gag is more about like encoding it in a creative way. It's not just really obscure. That's not really what Peepus is about. Like someone in the Chris video or the narrator video pointed out like, oh, that's the Gloomwood table from that one anecdote about the CEO of New Blood playtesting Gloomwood. And I was like, you're right, but that's not the gag. It's that's not it. Which they were upset about. But the Peepus gag is not just super obscure. It's like deliberately hidden. And plus I credit that font in the sources document. I feel like people don't read the sources document before looking through for the Peepus gag, because like there's some things I have directly in there that I'm like, yes, this is the reference. The Noelle at the end is very solid, to the point that I'm genuinely surprised no one has brought up how Noelle's game-breaking shenanigans could be / already are relevant to the way Deltarune is conspicuously game-like in ways that Undertale conspicuously wasn't. Yeah, I don't know if I'm the first person to bring it up. Like, I really have no idea. I may have been the first person to just, like, put it in that way. The ideas were definitely around before then. There was another hymn sequence implying that the world of Deltarune is something we as a player are forcefully inserting ourselves into, and would never be naturally. The pre-Chapter 1 load screen doubling down on the concept of the in-universe us accessing Deltarune with some manner of techno-wizardry, and the fact that Deltarune never calls you out for loading a save. Yeah. Contrarily, Undertale almost always treats Frisk and the player as the same entity, possesses an in-universe save system, uses saving and loading with no lore implications, uses a loading screen with no lore implications, and calls you out for loading saves or even dying on numerous occasions. The train of thought of Noelle finds a lot of glitchy secrets in games, goes to the Snowgrave sequence is highly creepypasta in vibes, to Deltarune seems to really treat itself like a game on multiple levels, to Noelle might find glitchy secrets in the game she exists in, seems like the most solid and certain prediction for Chapter 3 that I've seen yet, up there with the night-related secrets in the bunker. And somehow anyone who saw that didn't say it loud enough until today. Thanks. I think that's about it. That you summarized it very well, and no one said it loud enough. That's a very good way of putting it. Sometimes you just have to say it in the right way. Not sure about Undertale being conspicuously not a game. I think they mean it's conspicuously a game in different ways than Undertale or the Deltarune is. Like, they both lampshade their gaminess, but in different ways that don't necessarily overlap. Because it's true, like, Undertale lampshades the save files a ton, whereas Deltarune seems to be ignoring that for now, or at least it's lampshading them in a very different way. Another way of putting it might be that Deltarune is going to deconstruct different aspects of the gaminess than Undertale did, which I think is the ideal scenario, because you can have two back-to-back games that deconstruct like what it means to be an RPG, but you'd want them to be targeting different aspects, otherwise it's just the same thing again. What was that a Nico in the thumbnail? Yes. Did you not watch long enough to see the diagram? Maybe you just saw the Nico and really wanted to know what the fuck was going on, but didn't want to watch the video. That's fair, I guess. Oh my god, guys. Gaster and Omori. Real. Very real. Seeing the Dragonborn dude from Tales gets trolled. Oh, that's a spoiler. You're not supposed to know that he's Dragonborn until chapter something or other. Makes me happy. Yeah, the Rob the dude with no ears. Very famous Tales Gets Trolled characters. Most of his lines of dialogue are screaming, What? I can't hear you. I don't have fucking ears. Absolute legend. And he's also a Dragonborn, spoilers. Sans but arcade carpet got you dying. Okay, people like that joke, I guess. That's cool. Nico plush vibin'. We finding Des Holiday with this one, boys? Yeah. Lavender Town Gaster is acceptable. Sure. What about Battle Against a True Hero? It plays at least in Big Shot. Well, it's the same as the... I think what Big Shot is quoting is the Mettaton Neo theme, because it's using just basically the same body as Mettaton Neo. Spamton Neo, Mettaton Neo, you know. You can read into it. Connect the dots. But yeah, that melody in Undertale is just sort of the genocide boss theme in general. It's used by both Undyne and Mettaton. Christopher Moon, OMG! Yep. Sumo wrestling is rather ethical, as far as I know. What is Neo? I don't know, man. The guy from The Matrix, probably. This taught me more about music theory than piano lessons. Well, that's cool. I did find learning music theory was very, very slow going at first. And then after a while, I guess once I got more into composing, it sort of clicked. Because for a long time I was learning music theory with piano lessons, but like I didn't really know... It all seemed very arbitrary, like I didn't know how it related to what I was doing, really. And then like once I started learning about harmony, it clicked a bit more. So, interesting. Music theory is a funny subject. You had piano lessons when you were 5. That's pretty young, actually. When I started taking lessons, my teacher lamented the fact that I was so old. Like, I was 11 years old, and he's like, you're supposed to start when you're 8 or something. I was like, I don't know, dude. I don't make the call. My parents just kind of put me in it. The demanding weight requirements imposed on wrestlers can lead to health risks, while the hierarchical structure of sumo predates stables presents ethical dilemmas that warrant attention. Very true. Very valid, Faffy Waffles. Can you relate to Chris because they play piano? Definitely. In fact, I take offense to the fact that, you know, the player's soul makes Chris not be able to play the piano, but it's like, but I could play it. I could play Megalovania with Chris on the piano. Just makes me kind of sad, you know? Your first piano teacher taught you to play with one finger on each hand because I was too young to do anything else. Well, start young. I mean, not like when you're 3. I'm not talking about when you're like a baby. I mean, like when you're... I think just like the earlier in your childhood you start, the more supple your brain is and the faster you can learn. It's like how your skull plates don't fuse together until you're so many years old. It's like that. Can you play a marionette playing piano? I could try. I can play Megalovania on the Ocarina, an Ocarina of Time. Give me a crack at it at least. People are playing fucking Megalovania and Tears of the Kingdom now, as far as I know, using like automated musical instruments. The Gaster does not get faster. Your brain slows down from watching the stream for 8 hours. That's how it works. Yeah. I'm new to piano and music composition stuff, so I'm terrible at it still, and I don't know exactly what some of the vocabulary means in this video. But it's really interesting to watch on how people perceived similar sounding melodies in Gaster's theme. I wonder if Toby did intend some of the more out there ones as a bunch of red herrings to throw people off. I don't think that's ever really a good idea. Like, it's so obscure already, you don't really need to throw anyone off. So I'm sure it would be accidental at most. But yeah, good luck with learning piano, I guess. your holiday, I'm afraid your daughter has Gaster's leitmotif as the first melodic content in your theme song. That quote was funny. Okay, that's good.
This channel is peak YouTube. I literally teared up watching.
You teared up. That's kind of remarkable, actually. I'm not sure how that would have even happened. Okay, because this person's admitted this, I have to mention something. It's a very weird effect, which is that I almost never tear up at things, just in general. It very, very rarely happens. But one thing that consistently makes me like misty-eyed, and I don't know why, is fucking Tear Zoo videos. Does that sound, how deranged does that sound? That makes no fucking sense. Not from laughing. It's not from laughing. It's something about, like, I don't know what it is. I literally can't explain it. It's like something about seeing like how cool the animals are and being exposed to like the breadth of nature. It like makes me tear up reliably. It's very strange. That's it. It's really weird. I don't really fully understand it myself. Because those videos are like jokes. They're like comedy oriented. Nature documentaries do that too? Maybe they would. I just don't really watch nature documentaries. What are we talking about, says Remnant? I'm not sure if I can describe it. A nature enjoyer. I don't even like, I'm not like an outdoory person. Like I don't go on hikes or like look at fucking turtles and shit. It's just something about those videos, man. I don't know. It's more like getting the perspective on like the extent of like how Earth works as an ecosystem and how all these different things like kind of just evolved along their own paths and created this like ridiculous vibrancy in the modern day through like for no particular reason, and it just kind of like happened that way. I don't know. There's something very philosophically like evocative about that. The stream is truly gone somewhere. I guess it has, yes. Sorry, it's just if this person says that my fucking stupid Deltarune video made them cry, I was like, well, I might as well be honest about it myself. You're crazy and I love it. Molly took a break and just came back. Oh yeah. You missed some not at all weird lore about me. It's fine, don't worry about it, Molly. I think I'm wrapping up here, actually. I'm not going to go on for much longer. The problem is picking the exact comment to end on is the tricky part, because like, what's the last one you read? Chat says, I have full-time streamer potential. That's really good to know, but fortunately I have no desire to be a full-time streamer. So you don't have to worry about that. Newsletter roundup? Nah, the newsletter's fine, it'll take care of itself. Sumo wrestling is too brutal, I swear to God. This person has powerful feelings about it. It can be. I mean, you see a lot of bleeding heads, a lot of knockouts. You ever seen Hakuho knock out a man with his like chest? That's the true sumo experience, is being like body checked by Hakuho's massive flailing pecs so hard that you instantly lose consciousness and collapse like a sack of potatoes. Yeah, there's gonna be art for sure. Yeah, that's a given. I gotta show off Outsin's Yeek Pride Month piece. Funny how you say that most leitmotifs aren't leitmotifs, and then you use what is arguably a leitmotif as your first example. The vessel from Hollow Knight. Yeah, I did. Like that shows you how brain rotten I am about video game soundtracks, because like I was legitimately struggling to think of examples of motifs that weren't leitmotifs from video game soundtracks. Like, I know the Beethoven one, sure, but like, there's a million examples, but that would require actually having like studied a lot of classical music, and I just haven't really done that extensively. So, yeah, you get the vessel from Hollow Knight, which is actually just a leitmotif anyway. Oopsie doopsie. When were you talking about the Wagner? When you were talking about Wagner, the slip from the ring game made me lose my shit. I'm glad someone got that. Yes.
Go instead and sing your desires to the salmon and the trout.
Fine, boom. Fucking Albrecht. Based lad. Gaster deniers winning the gold medal in mental gymnastics after this one. Okay, that's good. The fucking dancing Gaster gift will haunt me forever now. Okay, I think we end on that one. I gotta call it somewhere. I think that's it. And I gotta read some art now. So I'm really sorry to whoever was next. There has to be someone who gets, like, mega blue-balled. That's just how these streams work, unfortunately. Oh, I'm not writing... No, I do 2 comment response streams max for each video. There's not going to be a third one. I'm sorry if anyone assumed that I would just keep doing streams until they were all gone, but this is how it's always been. I give it like 16 hours and then I quit. Wait, you're the mega blue-balled one? You're next? No, you're not. Stop lying. Okay. It's time for the art. Let's do art. Oh, you just joined. No, I meant like there's always has to be a comment that is the last one after I stop reading. But anyway. I'll bring up the art. Okay. Okay, first I want to find Outsin's geek thing. I forget how far up that was. Where the fuck? That's encouraging. Scrolling up and see that Fnif's been timed out for some reason. Great. Was it all the way up here? Oh, it is up here. Okay, here it is. It's a real banger. Actually, I think I can switch to the Firefox capture. Then reset the transform of the Firefox capture, and then remove the overlay, and we're good to go. Feast your eyes on that. Once again, this is Outsin's work for the Yeek Discord server Pride Month art contest. It's glorious, it's depraved, it's everything you could ever want. I'm yeeking out, says chat. Yeah, that's great. And I feel like there aren't enough Yeek fans to appreciate this. The demographics have truly changed over at this point. Oh well. I suppose Outsin's brilliance is wasted on the audience. Okay, let's see what art we got for this stream. I'm feeling an emotion, says chat. Red alert, I'm feeling emotion. Help. Which one? I don't know. Remnant says, I'd love to try to edit those streams of yours somehow. Oh, the Yeek streams. Yeah, that would be funny. I actually got... It was weird. The other day I got sent another... It's the second time it's happened. Someone just independently made a highlight of my first Earthbound video. And it was quite good. It was like... It was a nice little highlight. But they said, like, I just made this to show my friends, but I wanted to send it to you too. And they're not gonna make it public. I was like, okay, dude, that's your call. It was very funny. But, yeah, I never sure what to do with stream edits, because they take a long time to do, and I'm not, like, it's not viable for me to, like, pay people to make them. And, like, I could say that you're free to keep any revenue you make from a stream VOD, but oftentimes that's not worth the effort, so it's like, I kind of leave it up to people. Like, if you really want to make it an edit of one of my streams, you're free to put it up on your channel, monetize it, do whatever. But, like, I'm not going to be able to, like, directly support you for that. I think that's the the most realistic way of looking at it. Is this stream art? Okay, that is stream art, I think. I'm trying to see where it starts. I think it's this one is the first piece of stream art. So this is by Skeletal Bozo, I think. Discord's censoring the names again because of that streamer mode, but I think that's Skeletal Bozo. Oh, it's Gaster at a piano. I get it. Okay. It took me a second to parse that it was a piano. Okay. I get it now. That's pretty good. I think Gaster would be crazy at piano because he's got like, again, that's the Courier new headcanon. He's got like crazy massive like Shaquille O'Neal hands. Like he could hit, he has like a 2-octave span. Like he could play whatever the fuck he wants. He could do Chopin easy. Not Chopin, Rachmaninoff. The floating hands, yeah. 2-octave span, easy. Has anyone ever tested like what like ridiculously large like NBA players' hands are like on a piano? Like it's a weird thing to test, but it would be interesting to know. Like what is Shaquille O'Neal's hand span in terms of piano keys? I want to know that now. Okay, that's a picture of a cake. Okay, here's my rant Sona vibing with Gaster. He was, after his death, was exiled to the Gaster Void where he couldn't offend anyone with his presence ever again. Wonderful. That's quite nice. And that one is from a fucking user whose name I can't read because of streamer mode. I have to disable that somehow. I have to disable that. Hang on. Let me go into settings and fix that. Oh, okay, we're back. Yeah, that's Neb thing. Great. Why are you so scrunkly? He got scrunkled. Oh, we got RAM art. That's cool, actually. I only saw the trailer. I don't know what's going on. I know that's like supposed to be the old Wheelbot sprite, but it looks like one of those fucking dudes from Madness Interactive more than anything on the left. That's pretty cool though. It's RAM art, as you may imagine, is very rare in general. There has been a couple pieces of fan art, but it's it's always quite neat to see it happen. Yeah, the tank from Madness. Yeah, sadly, we made the trailer just before we redesigned 2 of the sprites, so because we had to get it in to meet a deadline. So we're stuck with that for the debug, wheelbug, and flamebot sprites are just sort of canonized now. And that's the Skeletal Bozo again made that.
Another one.
From Skeletal Bozo. With the Windows Vista fucking... Is that lemon lime soda? It's what I'd call an abstract stream vignette, yeah. Chat told me to draw Spamton and a cool skateboard cat. That's radical. Hatsune Miku was also there. I don't know if that's from the stream, but it's fucking funny, so here you go. This is Poppet Tart from the server. It's just the fucking Toby Fox shower meme with Chris. Okay, that's not stream. This is a video? Oh my god. Can I open this in a browser? Perhaps? It gives me a download. Okay, that doesn't help at all. What if I... Oh, it does work somehow. It's Noel making a fucking Grimace video. Happy birthday, Grimace. Simple and effective. That's about what you'd expect, yeah. WD Gananaster. Here's one from Void Light Eyes. It's just Gananaster speaks for itself, I think. Have you seen my desk Grimace pic? Oh, that one. I do remember that from above. Maybe I'll show that. We have Smash Mania with whatever the fuck this is. I think that's Toby and me. Trying to show up RAM to the fucking stream chat. That's pretty good. Ananas. The pineapple. I don't remember where the fucking pineapple came from. No idea. No clue. I forget. Another piece of RAM art. Look at that. Just a big fucking chainbot lad crunching a man's head, as they're wont to do. That's pretty sick, actually. That's from Neb. Oh shit, Mel drew a Gaster Miku. Hell yeah. This too is a Hatsune Miku. It's like, can't escape. That's actually a really rad piece of art. Mel usually goes big for the streams when they're feeling it. What the fuck is this?
How did we not see him?
He was there the whole time. Oh, you're back, Mel. Hey, what's up? I liked your Miku Gaster. It's cool. WD Miku. Oh, here's an edit that I think Rata made earlier with just... It's another fucking Grimace shake with death. That's quite funny. Happy birthday, Icy. Okay, it's recontextualized as the Icy birthday shake, so that gets bonus points. The sub 9 doesn't count as art. I showed that on half the fucking stream, JD. I did 2 loops of your sub 9, JD, okay? Just chill out a bit. Wait, is that are you the same person as Rata? Grossezero in chat. Are you Rata? You're the same person. You have different names and pictures, so I can't tell. The Dust Icy one is killing Molly. It's one of the better takes on it, for sure. The fucking, like, analog horrified bunker entrance. Like, oh, you are Rata. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I think that's it. That's all the art. I got the Outsin one. This was a wonderful selection. And yeah, I think sadly that does bring us to the end of the, I don't know what the number is, the 3rd or 4th so far comment response stream set. Won't be another one of these for a while, but I'll be back to doing normal Sunday streams as of next week, I think. I realized after last stream that considering doing a stream on Sunday after is like a really fucking bad idea because my voice is going to be hoarse for a while, but it's Jover. It really is. And I'll have to think about what to play for next stream because there's been a lot of requests and a lot of ideas. We've got fucking Rain World, we've got Night in the Woods, we've got Outsin with like Deadly Premonition and Indigo Prophecy and shit. We've got other things that have been suggested. There's a lot of competition. Maybe I'll do a poll, except I don't really want to take the advice of a poll. I just want to decide. So I'm a bit conflicted. Undertale 2, there's the Ribbit mod. There's all these fan fucking mods. God, there's too many things I could be streaming. I'll just have to decide. Some other fan game? Yeah, sure. Okay, I gotta cut this off at some point. Bye everyone. Have a good night, good morning, and I'll see you next week.